All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another stream. Today we are checking out Commissar Yarrick. Yes, most voted on the poll. Our boy, Commissar Yarrick. I'm pretty sure that's Sebastian Yarrick, if I recall. Yeah, I do know a little bit about him. I've never seen a video about him. I've never obviously checked out a lore video about him in any sort of regard. But it's very hard not to hear about some of the deeds that this guy has done. He's generally just a badass in 40k. He's renowned. I feel like a lot of people know him, or at least know of some of his deeds. Obviously, I've heard, the fact, what is he? Hero of Hive Hades? Is that it? Hero of Hive Hades? One of his titles right there. I'm pretty sure he was active during the second and third wars for Armageddon. I could be incorrect. I want to say that's correct, though. Second and third wars. And that was against, who was it? Ghazghkull, I'm pretty sure, if that's right. Ghazghkull? So yeah, obviously an orc threat there, orc menace, large, a very, very large invasion. Pretty sure it was a brutal fight. Obviously ended up losing his arm, losing his eye as well. Replaced his eye with cybernetics to make it look more like the orc god, to make the orcs more fearful of him. I think that's fucking really sick. And apparently too, he's got some some mojo because of the orcs. The orcs have a psyker ability, whereas if they all believe something, it kind of like comes true in a sense, is the very layman term of describing it. So in a sense, the idea is that these orcs may think that he is unkillable to some degree, thus making him, in a sense, not unkillable, but he's pretty fucking high league, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know how true that is. Obviously, we're going to find out here today. Commissar Yarrick, 40k lore by the Amber King. I, obviously love the Amber King. We check out one of his videos on stream every week. So yeah, if you guys enjoy the video, of course, leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and of course, leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Big thank you to all of our members, all of our Hastati, our Principes, Dagenhart, and Hobbit, and our Prefectus Sphere. I appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day, of course. And with that, guys, I say we get right into this video. Yeah, it's a long one, 3 hours, 16 minutes long, 613,000 views. Very popular video. I'm obviously gonna leave a like right now. But yeah, boys and girls, I should say. Let's get right into this video. Let me just make sure I can see the chat good. All right, good memory. Yeah, was that mostly good? I'm not trying to suck my dick or anything, but I think that was pretty decent. I think all things considered, that was pretty good memory, That's just from Hell's Reach and other referencings that I've heard of him, but I think that was pretty good telling overall. So yeah, let's see what he's all about. Commissar Yarrick, 40k lore, captions on. Just make sure quality's good. Let's get it. Oh, wait, actually, shit, 2 seconds, guys. I need paper. I had a paper on my desk. Paper. All right, now, sorry about that. Now we can go.
Be the symbol, the needful...
Let's go back.
Be the symbol, the needful role of a Commissar. I learned that lesson early. But in Hades, I had to be more. Be the legend. I crushed a green-skinned skull with a claw. I glared at the stunned brutes, and as my eye blazed with killing ruby light,
wow,
I became their nightmare.
I already like that voice, I'm not gonna lie. That's already extremely powerful. Holy shit. Now live, the Amber King Patreon. That's a few years ago. Good for him, man. It's good shit. He deserves it. Yarrick is a badass. Seems like it, man.
Bellowed the orc warlord.
Oh.
Yarrick, curse his hide.
Ghazghkull Thracker slumped into his throne, his eyes glowing red from under a furrowed brow. Around him, Gretchen scurried to clear away the debris of objects that he had smashed as he raged about Commissar Yarrick. The throne room fell silent, apart from the noise made by the scurrying Gretchen. Then came a cough. Ghazghkull's eyes moved to the prostrate form of Big Boss
Prostrate form, whoa.
who lay cowering on the floor in front of the throne.
Damn.
It was he that had informed Ghazghkull that Yarrick was in the sector that Ghazghkull was preparing to attack.
What is it, Uzbek? you useless piece of squigdom.
Gaskell snapped.
We're gonna be getting a lot of
The
the
orc
orc
boss
voices.
cautiously stood up, dusting himself down as he did so.
Dude, I'm just gonna pause right off the bat and say, man, I forgot how much I love the orcs, just like seeing them in like narrative pieces and stuff like that. The orcs are fun, you know what I'm saying? They're obviously, it's dark what's happening. It's really like shitty what's happening to everyone around them. But when you're like listening to the orcs, man, I don't know. Shit's a great time. I don't know. I fucking, you know, I appreciate the orcs a lot. I have to say it right now.
Big Boss cautiously stood up,
Not my favorite
dusting
faction,
himself
but
down
they're up
as he
there.
did so.
Well, boss, I just wanted to say that this Yarrick, well, he's only some pansy Umi git, ain't he? He ain't no match
Like,
for
what
you,
the fuck?
boss.
What is that
I
speech?
bet you're ready to smash him good and proper.
Uzbek's laughter slowly trailed off when he realized that Gaskell seemed not in the least bit amused by his attempt at cheering him up. Instead, the orc warlord had fixed Uzbek with his deep, steely gaze.
Has it ever
Gaskell's
occurred to
fucking
you
shook.
that this pansy human duffed over some of our toughest boys at
Pansy
the Battle
human.
of Hades' Hive? That hive would have fallen into my hands if it weren't for him. He trained up the humans
Oh, so yeah,
what
Battle of
defended
Hades.
that place. He organized them. He led them into battle. He never gave up. Not ever. Sometimes I think that there's a bit of orc in him.
Gaskell remembered that Armageddon campaign that had made both he and Yarrick famous. Gaskell
That's an interesting way of putting it, like right off the bat. Like, I think there may be a bit of orc in him, just like out of like his ferocity, the way he's fighting, right? Just how fucking like, you know, intense he is. The orcs literally cannot help but respect an enemy like that. You know what I mean? And it is respect. It's fear, but it's also respect, you know? And it's just, it's very interesting. Like, obviously, what that will do to a human, what that looks like. In a human, I suppose, because obviously, again, with their psyker abilities, I don't really know the whole gist of it, so I don't really want to speak too much on it. I kind of want to find out, right? I don't want to misspeak a shitload. But it's that's a very interesting theory. Like, what does that look like formatted in a human? You know what I'm saying? Instead of like it being put into an orc construct, you know, like a titan or some shit, they just believe that this human is fucking unkillable. What does that make that human? You know, in a sense. It's just, it's interesting, you know, because obviously their know-how is dog shit. Like they just put shit together and it works somehow because they think it works. It's a really incredible shit how the orcs work. I appreciate them a shitload, man.
Armageddon campaign that had made both he and Yarrick famous. Gaskell had learned that Yarrick had been banished to Hades' Hive for opposing his planetary overlord. Yarrick
Interesting.
had organized a defense which had halted Gaskell in his tracks. More and more of Gaskell's troops had been drawn into the battle, and although the Hive had eventually been overrun, the Orc army had been bled dry in the process. It had been the turning point in the campaign. It had all been down to one man, Commissar Yarrick.
Yeah, but boss, he was lucky, weren't he? You duff him over easy next time, eh, boss? He ain't lucky.
Next
he makes
time.
his own luck, just like what I does. He best me that time at Hades' Hive, and he beat me fair and honest. Or
Damn.
do you think all the human needs is luck to beat me? No, boss. That's not what I think. Honest, it ain't.
Wow.
Cause I'd have to get rid of you if you thought that. Now wouldn't I?
Gaskell's eyes blazed red.
I want to say too, like, again, sorry to pause, but very, very cool to see like him say like he beat me fair and square. Like Gaskell is saying that. Like you know, again, I have to respect that on Gaskell's part. Yeah, he's a fucking orc. You know what I'm saying? Now listen, obviously, kill all the Xenos. I'm all for it, right? Power to you. But also, like, you know, when you see shit like that, when you see an orc respect prowess on that scale, on that level, I think that does, like, I can't help but commend that. You know what I mean? Because he's just like, wow, that's badassery, and I'm a badass. So we're just two badasses fighting. That's how the orcs think. It's so simple. You know what I mean? There's really no, like, malicious thought behind it. It's just, you know, I want to beat your ass, and you should want to beat mine, right? No, I don't really want to. Well, why not? Like, you're going to, right? And the orcs are just so simple. I love their simplicity. You know what I'm saying? It's so nice. It's almost refreshing at times. You know, it's good. And for the orcs, the only thing who they could call a friend is the one who fight with them. And again, too bad humans didn't share the same attitude. Yeah, literally. Like they just want to kill shit, right? The problem is the humans want to kill them back. But if the humans literally just went up to the orcs and said, "Hey, why don't we both collectively kill that thing? And then after that's done, then we can kill each other." And they just talk to them like purely like fucking children. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you could really just like throw the orcs like actually anywhere you want. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you could just like broker some kind of like agreement, quote unquote, maybe. Let's see, you know? I don't think that'll happen, obviously, ever, like in the context of 40K, but it would be, that would be the shit, you know? That does happen? Oh shit, really? Gaz says that Yarrick is badass. Want to doubt Gaz? Yeah, no, like you don't, that's the thing. Orcs are funny as fuck as long as you're not on the receiving end of them. I agree. Like, that's just it. For everyone else, the orcs are fucking horrendous. They're terrifying, right? They're absolutely, like, they're shitheads completely. But, like, bro, if you're on the orc side, you're having a good time. No matter what. Even if you're getting your guts blown out, you're having a good time. You're smiling while you're dying. You know what I'm saying? It's honestly, it's respectable. Like, you can't help but, like, but laugh at it, you know? Laugh with them, I should say. Anyway, let's keep going here.
Have you thought that? No.
Yeah, let's go back like 10 more seconds.
No, boss. That's not what I think. Honest, it ain't. Good. Cause I'd have to get rid of you if you thought that. Now wouldn't I?
Ghazghkull's eyes blazed red, and Uzbek once more hurled himself to the floor and prostrated himself before the orc warlord.
Never forget Uzbek.
When he says prostrating himself towards the orc warlord,
to make us orcs the best warriors in the galaxy. If someone gives you a tough fight,
is it implied groveling or is it like?
But you honor them too.
You know what I'm saying?
Yarrick, I hate him more than any human alive, but I honor, and with his help, your boys will be the toughest orcs in the galaxy. Now get out my sight, Uzbek, and don't come back until you know exactly where Yarrick is.
And with that, he started to contemplate how he would defeat his greatest foe once and for all.
I'm just saying, this is already set. Like, I know it doesn't happen, right? I know it doesn't happen, but this is already set to be like a fucking like massive bromance, theoretically, right? Could you imagine like a Ghazghkull Yarrick like alliance, bro? They just like high-fiving each other and shit. Like after all this like fighting, they're trying to kill each other for like, you know, Ghazghkull is like plotting his death for so long, and then eventually it just builds up to the point where it's like, why don't we just go kill like the Tyranids or some shit? You know what I'm saying? Like. Like, fuck it. Like, why bother like doing this to each other? You know, there's plenty of like other shit out there. The Eldar, fuck the Eldar. Like, send them at them. You know, go for the Eldar. Why not? Like, straight up, bro. That would be some like bromance shit. I'm just saying. I'd look into, you know, I'd read that. That's all I'm saying. This is how the biggest badass in Orc Fantasy was dealt with.
Never forget that.
Yeah, the Eldar. Yeah,
it's
true,
your
man.
ally, boy. Don't mistake it for fear. They're not the same thing. Weigh everything against your survival. Live to fight. Don't throw everything away on lost causes.
Something you want to say to me, boy?
Said the Sarge. Bass's words came out as a growl that surprised even him.
I know who you are.
He told the old man.
I know what you did, how you fought. Sheridan told me. He called you an Imperial hero.
A sudden scowl twisted those terrifying features.
Yeah, this man looks ghoulish.
Like this, you fool.
The Sarge snapped back. He gestured at the dank, water-stained walls of their home.
Sheridan had no business saying anything. I bet he didn't tell you I was stripped of my medals. I'll bet he didn't mention that I was dishonorably discharged after 40 bloody lashes. Sheridan sees what he wants to see. You hear me?
I don't care about that.
Bass shot back. He would not be denied. Not this time.
You could teach me. You could help me, make me stronger. Make it so I could kill them if I wanted to.
His grandfather held his gaze. For what seemed an eternity.
So this has got to
neither
be like
blinked.
definitely a boy,
I
right?
can teach you.
The
like
old
definitely
man
a
said
child.
at last, with a solemn nod.
Or
But it will
no?
hurt more than everything you've endured so far.
Then again, listen. If we're talking, if this maybe this is like already Yarrick. Who knows, right? I'm assuming this is going to be like a mentor phase that we got going on here. I'm just assuming. Maybe not, right? But this definitely seems like teach me how to kill everything, grandfather. Do it. I want to know the secrets. Like literally, like you know what I'm saying. Like I definitely feel like we're getting like built up here. Yarrick's grandfather. Yeah, that's that. Okay, that's definitely what I'm thinking here. Yeah, like this is definitely like a mentor, like figure, like conversation, right? And then I'm thinking like a young guy asking to like blow everything's brains out. Yeah, straight up. Like this has to be, you know, your boy already. Fuck, I wonder how he does it. How does he mold this guy into like a fucking killing machine that he's gonna become, bro? Like what the fuck? Like this grandfather must be cracked. Like this is Obi-Wan for fuck's sakes. Like has to be, right?
Solemn nod.
But it will hurt.
This
more
gets
than
good, yeah.
everything you've
No, this
endured so far.
this one's gonna be
And
good.
there's no
I
going
feel like.
back once we start, so you better be damn sure.
It
Oh.
will be worth it. To smash those bastards even just once.
The old man's eyes bored into his. Again, he nodded.
We'll begin when you're able.
The week since they had attacked him stretched into months. Bass started to wonder if they had given up for good. Then, as he was walking home, 3 days before the Emperor's Day, Craven and his gang ambushed him from an alley and dragged him in.
His name is
Bass
Craven.
lashed out immediately, without pausing for thought, and smashed one boy's nose to a pulp.
Okay.
The boy yowled and broke from the fight, hands held up to his crimson-smeared face. Craven shouted something, and the whole gang backed off, forming a semicircle around their target. Bass watched as they all drew knives. If they expected him to
Goddamn.
piss his pants, however, they were gravely mistaken.
Let's have it, all of you.
Reaching into the
Whoa.
waistband of his trousers, he pulled his own blade free.
Whoa, whoa,
The Sarge didn't
whoa,
know
whoa.
about this.
Yo, where's this taking place? Fucking London for no, I'm joking. But like, goddamn, like, so this is, I'm assuming like the age here, right? Like these are just like, these are children, right? Like these teenagers. Like I'm assuming they got to be like young, right? But they're just like pulling fucking blades on each other. I guess if this is on Armageddon, right? This is on the planet Armageddon. Like, it's a rough environment, Hive City, rough environment, right? It's already a rough planet. I assume the fucking society on the planet is, you know, the underworld of it, quote unquote, is nothing fucking nothing to look at. You know what I'm saying? Any hive, well, yeah, any Hive City is just trash. Let's be real here. To live in it, you know, you're looking at a bad life. Goddamn. So at 10 years old, these kids are just like drawing blades on each other and stabbing each other. Pretty good. London Midnight PNG, true. Like, yeah, that's where my thoughts went immediately. You know, London, Ontario, and London, England, I should say. It's both two Londons, you know, both known for the same thing, actually, if you could believe it. Welcome to my hometown. Oh, in the grim darkness of the far future. ... Yeah, true.
As he pulled his own blade free. The Sarge didn't know about this. Bat hadn't told him now that he was carrying a weapon. He had found it on the tenanted stairwell one morning. A small kitchen knife, stained with a stranger's blood. After washing it and sharpening it while the Sarge was at work, Baz had started to carry it with him. Now he was glad of it. It was his equalizer, though the odds he faced here were still far from equal. Craven didn't look so smug right then, but he motioned, and the boys lunged in. Bass read their movements, just as the old man had taught him. The closest boy was going for a thrust to his midsection. Bass slipped it. His hands flashed out and cut the tendons in the boy's wrist.
Goddamn.
Screaming filled the alley, and the boy dropped to his knees, clutching his bleeding arm. Bass kicked him hard in the face. He roared at the others. Again he kicked the wounded boy. This display was unlike anything the others were prepared for. They didn't want any of it. The gang broke. Boys bolted from the alley.
If they didn't
in
want
both
any of it, then
directions.
why are they, like...
Knives abandoned.
Why are they
thrown
with
to the
this guy?
ground. Only Krevin remained.
I get it, listen, I get it if times are tough, sure, like, you gotta gang up on the weak, right? But first of all, like, what's this over? Like, they're not robbing him, right? They're actually, it just seems like they're beating the shit out of him and trying to kill him, right? Right now. Is that all this is, like, is this straight up, like, this is just a murder? Like, you know, just casual, you know, just going on? Because they're not robbing him, like, they clearly don't seem like they want anything from him. You don't get it yet? Okay, I'll listen, I'll keep watching, I'll keep watching.
Thrown to the ground.
Let's see what's up.
Only Krevin remained. He had never run from anything. If he ran now, he'd be giving up all his status, all his power, and he knew it. Even so,
all his
Bass
status
could see
and
it in his
power,
eyes.
damn.
The terrorizer had
player.
become the terrified. Bass rounded on him, knife up, stance loose, light on his feet.
Bass the bastard,
said Bass, mimicking Craven's voice.
You've no idea how right you were, you piece of filth.
Damn.
Closed in, angling himself for a lightning slash at the other boy's face. Something in Craven snapped. He dropped his knife and backed up against the alley wall, hands raised in desperate placation.
Baz, please. It wasn't me. It was never me, honestly.
Baz drew closer, ready to deliver a flurry of nasty cuts.
He said never to tell you. He said he'd see us right for money and low sticks. I swear it.
Grog shit. Who
Grog
said
shit.
that?
Oh.
He didn't believe Craven for a moment. The boy was just buying time, spinning desperate lies.
The Sarge. Old Ironfoot. He came to us after the first time we beat you.
This is like Robert
Honest,
and like...
I thought he was going to murder us, but he
fucking
didn't.
The Last of Us.
He said he wanted us to keep on you. Keep beating you down. He told us to wait until you were healed each time.
Bass halted his advance. That couldn't be true.
Oh,
no,
okay.
But could it? Was the old man that twisted?
Yeah.
Why would he do
the
such
old man's
a thing?
getting talk. His grandfather's just like paying these fucking group of hooligans to just kick the shit out of him, like time and time again. I see. Yeah, okay, I get it. All this is teaching it. I suppose. I guess so. Yeah, listen. And to be fair, he did ask for it. But I mean, he only asked for it after he got the shit beat out of him. So like, it makes me think, did the grandfather just like randomly one day start paying these kids to start kicking the shit out of him? And, you know, like, he didn't ask for it, obviously, at that point. And then after it happened 12 fucking times, like, you know, between 3 weeks, he was just like, yeah, maybe grandfather, it's, you know, it's time to train me how to do this, you know? All the toughen them up, I got you. Beware the man who got old, where the young die. Yeah, true. It's like, you know, any type of Warcraft, for instance, you know, or... Any sort of profession like that, you know. Like, I'm assuming this grandfather back in his day probably put meat on the table. He's probably killed a lot of orcs or whatever have you. Heretic force. At this point, this guy looks like he could have killed just about fucking anything in 40k. I'll be real with you. Like, look at this guy and tell me he's not just old as fuck.
Old man that twisted. Why would he do such a thing?
Talk.
He ordered Craven.
You just said that after the first time they beat him, then the grandfather came to him, okay.
2 days ago, he found us, and he told us to ambush you.
2 days ago,
He said
okay.
to use knives this time.
Whoa.
I told him he was crazy, no way. But he tripled the money he was offering. My old man, he's got lung rot. He can't work no more.
Oh no, lung rot?
I need the money, Baz. I didn't want to, but I had to. But it's over now, okay? Throne above, it's over.
Bass thought about that for a second, and then he rammed his right boot between Craven's legs. As the bully doubled over, Bass kicked him again, a blistering shot straight to the jaw.
Damn.
Yes, it is over.
At home, he found the Sarge at the back of the tenement, leaning against the old dead tree, smoking a low stick in the sunlight.
So he's a Sarge, okay.
The Sarge grinned at him.
I knew you wouldn't need it.
You paid them to do it, didn't you?
Said Bass. The old man exhaled a thick cloud of yellow smoke.
You've done well,
he told his grandson. It was all the confirmation he needed. Baz said nothing. He felt numb.
Yeah, I'd be pissed,
boy.
to be fair.
Stay focused. We're just getting started, you and I. You think you've bested your demons, and maybe you have. For now. But there are worse things than childhood bullies out there. Never forget the fear and anger that brought you this far.
Baz didn't answer. He stared at the dirt between his feet, feeling utterly hollow, consumed by raw emptiness he hadn't known was possible.
There's more to learn, boy. We're not done.
To be fair, he is trying to justify this, and like he did pay these guys to like jump his grandson with like knives, like straight up, just like fucking go stab this kid if you can. Like if he lets you stab him, like, you know what I mean? That's pretty fucked up. You know what I'm saying? That's radical shit. You know, but I mean, hey, listen, he asked for it. To be fair, teach me how to do it. Okay, listen, this is lesson 1. You're going to have to beat these kids up, you know what I'm saying? In the grim darkness of the far future. Yeah, listen, this should just be expected, right, at this point. And this is pretty tame, to be fair, from what we've seen, like, other characters go through so far, to be completely honest. We're not even done yet, so let's keep going.
He hadn't known
Still got quite a bit left on this
There's
chapter,
more to
it looks
learn,
like.
boy. We're not done here. Remember the chubby runt you used to be. Think of how
Chubby
you've changed,
run, oh.
what you've achieved. I gave you that. Keep training, boy. Keep learning. Don't stop now. As much as you hate me, you know I'm right. Let's see how far you can take it. If you want to stop, you know where the damn door is. I won't give bed and board to an emperor damned quitter.
Wow.
Baz looked at his hands. They were clenched into fists. His forearms rippled with torn muscle. He wanted to lash out at the Sarge, to bloody him. Maybe even kill him for what he had done.
Damn.
But, for all he'd changed, all he'd learned, his hands were still a child's hands. He was still only 7 years old.
7
and
years
had nowhere
old?
else to go. Besting
You guys
other
said
boys
10,
was
holy
one
shit,
thing,
7?
But the old man was right.
What?
About greater foes. Baz had seen big, barrel-chested
get a
men
knife
from
fight, kid.
refineries beating their wives and children in the street.
Holy
no
shit.
one ever stopped them.
Wow.
No one dared, despite how sick it made them to turn away.
That kinda just
Baz
set the
always
mood for
wished
this
he was
place,
big
wow.
enough and tough enough to intervene. The impotence inherent in his age and stature angered him, more than any daydreams of dispensing justice. However, he knew that training had brought focus.
Bass,
and
Sebastian,
purpose to
I
his
only just
life.
put that together.
His
Yeah.
newfound strength, speed and skill had burned away that clinging shroud of fear he'd lived with for so long. Every technique he mastered brought him a fresh confidence.
I figured
His
it
former
was
weakness
Sebastian.
had always denied. He saw it. Saw that he needed to keep growing, keep developing, to
Right.
master every skill the old man offered and more. No, he didn't just need it, he wanted it. Right then and there, it was all he wanted. There was nothing else. He locked his eyes with his grandfather, his gaze boring into him with cold fire.
All right. Show me. Teach me. I want all of it.
A grin twisted the Sarge's
Pause.
scarred face.
Good.
Good, yo.
Old Ben.
I want all of it, grandfather.
Hero
Yes.
of Hades Hive.
Sorry.
The old man.
Sorry.
A name that even the angels of death respect. Commissar
Damn.
Sebastian Yarrick.
The angels
A
of death
symbol
respect.
of hope, piety and defiance. A legend. A rally cry to the people of Armageddon. A nightmare chanted in the foul Xenos tongue of the orcs. Across light years of space. He is ancient, and looks every hour his age. But what has kept him alive is a mixture of minimal rejuvenant chem surgeries, crude bionics, and a faith in the Emperor founded in hatred for the...
I will say now, I don't know. I'm gonna pause right here, just on this illustration exactly. I don't know. It looks every hour his age. I don't know if this is like a younger, quote unquote, Yarrick. He looks pretty good for how old he's supposed to be, man. I don't know. I mean, he's not in bad shape. I mean, yeah, he's a little rough around the edges. Don't get me wrong, but for what he is, I mean, he doesn't look bad. I mean, shit, dog. You know. I wouldn't be upset with that face. You know what I'm saying? Is what I'm saying.
Crude bionics and a faith in the Emperor founded.
This is a young Yarrick? Okay, okay. We gotta see an old Yarrick and judge later.
Who is the man behind the symbol? Who is the human underneath the mythology of Old Baal Eye? His story begins in the 41st
It's another nickname, right?
The Imperium of Mankind. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor of Mankind has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind, by the will of the gods, and a master of 1,000,000 worlds, by the might of his inexhaustible
Faith kept him young.
To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest, most bloodiest regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science.
His face is just
so
burning.
much has been
Goddamn.
forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim dark future, there is only war.
So unironically question, because it's like fire there, did he take like a las gun to the face? Is that what happened? Is that what occurred? Or what did he like take? Was it fragment, you know? Or was it straight up just like a las gun and that's why his like eye is fucking on fire here? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like unironically. We will see. Okay, yeah, that's true. I'm pretty let's yeah.
Peace amongst the stars.
Let's keep going.
Only an eternity of carnage.
No
and
comment yet?
slaughter,
Okay.
and the laughter of thirsting gods. Upon the world of Teo 3, a young boy was born into a life of luxury.
Hours to go. True. I'm getting ahead of ourselves.
Crashing down. His parents had been cold, distant, even. They had loved him, he thought, but they were gone now. He knew a lie when he heard one, about a tragic accident at the planetary governor's summer mansion. All the assets that should have been his were seized for the Imperial War effort. The cousin of the governor himself, no less. In one moment, Bass had been the son of a wealthy investor with mining concerns on a dozen mineral-rich moons. The next, he was a 7-year-old orphan, stuffed into the smallest, filthiest compartment of a rusted train car, with nothing but a tide of cream-colored lice for company, and a bag of clothes for a pillow. He cried that night, and for many more to come, stepping off.
So did all their assets
train,
just get fucking repossessed? Holy shit.
Hive, an overpopulated, smoke-filled, grimy hellscape. A sight he couldn't have even dreamed of before. Almost like an out-of-body experience, Bass stepped forward, his eyes meeting a shadowy figure.
I will say, I personally, if I would lose my fucking mind living in a place like this. The amount of fucking people like living in an area like this, I would actually just lose my shit straight up. You know what I'm saying? I personally, you know, I like to have my space on occasion. You know what I'm saying? So like, man, you ain't getting like a backyard or nothing like that. Like, fucking living here, you know what I'm saying, bro? It's not happening, you know, ever. You're gonna be like fucking, you're gonna be living in a box. You know those hotel rooms that they have in like Japan, I think it is. Those like really, really cheap ones where it's literally just a fucking like cutout in a wall and that's what you sleep in. That's what like what this is essentially, you know, is what I imagine. It's gotta be like shit, you know.
Bass stepped forward, his eyes meeting a shadowy figure that made his heart stop.
Sounds like his parents got bumped off, yeah.
Cold. In the light,
something happened, something very suspicious seemed to have happened there.
Face with hateful, dead eyes, and an aura that spoke of a lifetime of battle and war. How could this be his grandfather? He thought, as tears rolled freely down his cheeks. What had he done to deserve this? Gone was the life of comfort.
Unfortunate for you, you wouldn't have a choice.
In its place was the
or how you live? No, definitely not.
Existence so common amongst the people.
You get crammed wherever they'd place you.
Immediately they saw the weakness within him. The other children,
probably above a uranium plant,
made sure he never left the Skolum without a plethora of cuts and bruises.
Damn.
Each time he cried out in pain as his grandfather, without grace, patched and bandaged his wounds. seeing not even a look of sympathy across his ugly features. Bass felt alone. The beatings escalated. One had even drawn a blade. That night Bass limped home, through the decrepit streets of New Cadian, wounded and in pain, the people barely concerned, too distracted by their life of misery and poverty.
Yeah.
Again, the old man bandaged him up, but this time Bass didn't cry. He looked the old man in the eyes and told him he knew what he was, what he had been. He had spoken to others. The old man snapped back at him, but Bass held his hateful gaze. You could teach me. You could help me, make me stronger, make it so I could kill them if I wanted to. The silence stretched on until the old man agreed. But it'll hurt more than anything you've endured so far, and there's no going back once we start, he told him. The privileged boy that had arrived was gone. Within months, it had been beaten out of him. The frustration, the desire to change his life had been ignited.
To be
The
honest, I'm
training
surprised
was
it
brutal,
took months.
worse than the beatings by Craven and his cronies. But he saw the results.
Craven is a crazy
He
name.
enjoyed it.
Who names their
Again,
kid
in a
Craven?
dark, cramped alley, Craven and his gang came upon him. This time they had all brought blades, but Bass was ready for them. He lunged at them, unleashing the rage that had built up since his parents' deaths. He smashed one boy's nose, cut another, and screamed at them to try him. The boys fled in terror, leaving behind Craven to beg for mercy. It was not his fault. The old man had paid them to do it. Bass couldn't
Paid
believe
us.
it.
He paid us.
No, he could believe it.
100
The old
shillings
Sarge
each.
didn't really care.
He's loaded.
Ramming his foot into the crumpled Craven, he marched home to confront the architect of his misery.
Isn't it kind of crazy they're out there living in poverty, but the grandfather has like enough money to like, you know, pay these fucking like children? You know, I'm assuming quite a bit, like to like potentially carry out a hit here, you know? Like, hey, test him, you know what I'm saying? Fucking welcome him to our city, you know what I'm saying? He's over here on West Side, fuck him, show him how we live over here, boys. Like, this is like some initiation shit, bro. What the fuck?
Lord Craven, he marched home to confront the architect of his misery.
That's awesome.
You paid them to do it, didn't you? He spat at his grandfather. You've done well. The decrepit veteran returns to him. Stay grounded, boy. Stay focused. We are
Hey, yo,
just
keep it
getting
real, man.
started, you and I. You think you've bested your demons? And maybe you have, for now. But there are worse things than childhood bullies out there. Never forget the fear and anger that brought you this far. Oh,
Probably
he
not much
hated
money,
you.
also low
The
sticks,
Sarge
cigarettes.
was
Oh, he's paying them in
right.
cigarettes.
He had
Okay.
come so far in these months. The pain had been fuel. It forged and
gotcha.
tempered him, and he liked it. He liked to look back and see how far
almost
he had
worse.
come, how he had escaped his grief and loneliness, and had become strong. He wanted more. He wanted that look in his grandfather's eyes. The cold fire. He wanted it to be his own. For the first time in his life, Bass saw the old Sarge smile. 2.5 years of grueling training began.
You kick the shit out of those boys.
Survival techniques, military drill, anything the old veteran could teach, Bass absorbed. All until the day when 7 black ships crossed directly overhead.
Oh.
Something was wrong. The old man knew it. The old Sarge cursed. It was only a matter of time, he muttered. He turned to Bass and gave him the
We're about to
closest
get
thing to
sieged.
affection the boy had ever seen from him. And then he gave him a gift, telling him he had done his best. He had made him a survivor. He was the last of his blood, and he would make it. But war had come to Teo 3.
He
and
already
the
knew he
Imperial
was gonna
Guard
die.
never left one of its assets alone. Bass would never see his grandfather again.
Yeah.
Finally alone, with no family in the universe. It wasn't
That's fucked. Like, because like at this point, you know, he got dishonorably discharged, quote unquote. But at the point where there's an invasion happening on your planet, they're going to recall all assets regardless, right? So he already knows he's going back into it. At that point, whether he lives or dies, service could potentially be indefinite. At that point, your planet's getting invaded, right? Like an invasion of a planet could take fucking years, decades, like who knows, right? Like it's a stellar war we're talking about here, you know, at this point. So it's like you're never gonna fucking see him again. You know, like plain and simple, it's never gonna happen. That's sad to see him go like that. Just like, yeah, drafty, you know, was discharged, but yeah, you're gonna come back because we need every gun we have. Dishonorably discharged, not executed by a commissar. Yeah, no, I know. Dishonorably discharged, it doesn't mean killed. It just means like he was like let off. But he got lashed. I'm pretty sure is what it said. He got, what was it, 40 lashings, I'm pretty sure. When he was dishonorably discharged from like the first time. And then obviously when this invasion comes back, they're gonna draft every soldier they can, you know? Grandfather was held in very high esteem. Oh, was he? No, I thought that was just amongst like the people, like the locals, you know. Maybe I'm wrong though.
Finally alone, with no family in the universe. It wasn't long until the skies truly darkened, and shells and fire began to burn Newcadian Hive.
Damn.
The hellscape that had become his home was truly destroyed.
So is this heretic forces?
Frightened
the first
and defenseless were slaughtered.
Guess we'll see.
As something foul began to rampage across Tails.
Maybe not.
The training kicked in. Bass dived into the sewer system beneath the Hive city, surviving the destruction and death, until finally he saw them. The hulking, barbaric monstrosities that had slaughtered everything in sight. Bulging muscles and fang protruding jaws.
Okay,
that
yeah.
bellowed out a cry for war.
Yeah.
The foul Xenos, the orcs.
I just say like heretic forces because like I'm pretty sure, what was it, the first war in Armageddon? I'm not sure like what years they all take place in. That's why I'm not sure. I was just throwing it out there. I'm pretty sure the first war on Armageddon was like heretic forces, was it not? It was traitor forces, if I recall. This is an Armageddon. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. Oh, this is okay. What planet is this called then? Just so I can write it down. I just want to make sure I got that correct then. Which planet is this? Task 3. Okay, that's right. Task 3. It just said it actually, didn't it? Hold on. If I go back to, I just want to see. It literally did just say Task 3. Yeah, okay. I believe you. I do recall that. Yes, okay. Just want to make sure I'm not getting confused on that. We're good.
A war. The foul Xenos, the orcs.
Hey there, Troy, how you doing?
Had come. Days, weeks, months began to pass for Bass, living like a scavenger in the corpse of the Hive city. He had become a beast that skulked in the shadows, scavenging for scraps and supplies. True deep sleep felt like a memory, something he had once known. The short, nail-biting, dagger-clutch bursts of rest kept him sane, in spite of the nightmares of the life he had lost. Safety is an illusion, boy. Never forget that.
True.
Adrenaline
Very true.
is your ally, boy. Don't mistake it for fear.
Boy.
They're not the same thing. Weigh everything against your survival. He had almost died so many times he'd lost count. Many foul Gretchens slain in booby traps and raw, ungraceful struggles that he stabbed them to death. He'd almost forgotten who he was, what it felt like to be human.
Damn.
Until he saw them. Human slaves, dragged in cage by the laughing monstrous orcs that called these ruins home. Filthy and decrepit like him, their gaunt features haunting until he saw him, a boy. There was fire in his eyes, Even from this distance, Bass saw it. He felt it. Defiance. And the will to live burned bright in this one. They were his eyes. His own soul staring back at him. A human connection that until now he did not know how desperately he craved it. He had to save him. He told himself. He broke the survivor's code and set his path towards the cage, towards human connection.
Damn.
It would be his. He would not be alone.
Very interesting too that the orcs take human slaves. I didn't see them like honestly taking like slaves in like large numbers. Besides maybe just for like their own personal like you know entertainment. Like let's say you know I could imagine the orcs probably set up like some fight pits or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that I could see that they probably like place bets on shit. Just throw like fucking space beasts in there with like a couple humans. See who comes out on top. You know I could see it. But you know otherwise, because like I figure they breed so quickly, right? Like there's always so many orcs, so many like there's so much population within the orc bands as it stands. I just don't see the need for them to take like a slave population. You know what I'm saying? Spores, right? Because they reproduce, right? They reproduce out the ass. Like you're never not going to see another orc. But I guess like orcs love to fight, and I guess humans can do menial tasks like. And not focus on fighting. So I guess it's kind of like allocation of like your resources, I guess, in a sense. So even though they can make more of them, orcs might not necessarily be the best at labor because they're orcs and they just like to fucking fight and fuck around, to be fair. Versus a human, you know, they just put the humans to work. I guess that makes sense. And they can like, you know, control them very, very easily, physically. You know what I'm saying? Like a human rebellion is not going to really happen when orcs are your warlords. Like, you know, like if a human's going to like, gank an orc, you need like a 10-on-1, and even then it's probably not going to be like fair, you know what I'm saying?
It would be his.
That's unarmed, I should say.
Alone.
Humans equal food, true.
They killed him. Young Bass finally freed the boy from the cage. It was the dead of night. The foul orcs slumbered like beasts as he made his way stealthily through the camp. Their eyes met. The cold fire. The will to live. Someone who could understand him. A human connection. They were both filthy. Bass covered in old cuts, bruises and dirt. This boy in rags, disheveled, and with an imperial tattoo stamped upon his head. A voice spoke into Bass's mind. Cyric is my name. It caught Bass off guard. The boy opened his mouth and pointed inside. Most of his teeth were gone, and those that remained were little more than sharp, broken stubs. But this was not the reason the boy couldn't vocalize. Where his tongue should have been, only a dark nub of flesh remained. His tongue had been cut from his mouth. Bass didn't understand, but nor did he question it. It changed nothing. He would free him, and then he wouldn't have to be alone. Wresting the key silently from an orc, Bass, with his little heart pounding, he turned the keys slowly. They were free. The desperate people scrambled, but the noise grew with the panic, drawing the attention of the greenskins. It was a massacre.
Yeah,
the freed
people
slaves
panic.
scrambled over each other, only to inevitably fall to the slaughter. Bass gripped Cyric's hand, and they ran. They moved as fast as their small frames could carry, howling laughter and roars following in their wake. As they dashed through the alleys and rooftops, fire and death began to rain down next to them. Dark shapes once again clouded the sky as
Sorry, I'm not trying to like laugh. It's not funny. All I can think of when I think of like scenes like this, like the orcs are like howling and laughing, right? You know the Pyromancer, Meet the Pyromancer from Team Fortress 2, bro? That's all I can think of. Like, it's fucking horrific to everyone else. Everyone else is like PTSD riddled. Oh my god, it was awful. It was a massacre. And then it's just like their perspective, and they're just like skipping around, fucking having like the time of their life, like happy as fuck. Like, that's all I can fucking like picture here, bro. Every time I hear like, you know, like anything to do with the orcs in this case, like the horror, the massacre, and it's against orcs. It's just like the orcs are just loving life, bro. The orcs are just out here, like, you know, skipping around to music in their head, you know. Oh man.
Rained down next to them. Dark shapes once
Misunderstood
again clouded
creatures,
the
I swear.
sky as something began to assault the orcs. A shell punched through the roof they were standing on,
Tauburgers for
and
everyone.
so Bass and Cyric tumbled into the dark. The two awoke to the dusty, damp tunnels that Bass had called home.
That's a
for the
name.
last
Tauburgers
months.
for everyone is
He
a
took
name.
Cyric's hand again, and they ran. He
Orcs,
felt
as much as they
strong.
are comic
He
relief,
felt
are
his
absolutely
pain
horrifying.
dull
No,
at
they
the
are.
warmth
Yeah,
of
they
human
absolutely are.
touch. Did it
Your
make
name took
him
me off
weak?
guard, bro.
What would his grandfather have thought?
I was like, bro.
With dust in their lungs, their clothes nothing but rags, their bodies malnourished and weak, they finally saw it. Moonlight. And it poured through a gap in the tunnel ceiling. An explosive shell had caused the rockcrete road above to collapse. Forming a
Tauburger
steep
sounds good
ramp.
right about now.
They heard human voices. They ran up to the light and smoke, only to hear yells and screams. The veils of smoke were suddenly pierced by a score of blinding, pencil-thin beams, all aimed at the two boys.
Damn.
They both went down. Bass began to tug Cyric's hand, but he didn't move. Dark blood began to pool at the limp body. The only bond. The only person who could have been his friend. His only connection to his humanity was gone. Imperial Guard began to approach, only to find a child lunging at them, hate and pain in his eyes as he cried out for vengeance. A heavy hit knocked Bass to the ground, only for him to awaken, staring up at a man. He wore a black greatcoat and a peaked cap, and on that peak, a golden skull with eagle's wings.
So that was kind of like a blue on blue. They just gathered some kids, right?
They were the same steel he had known in the old Sarge. A Commissar, who saw the markings
Ooh.
of survival on this young boy.
Ooh.
Orc feces smothered on his skin. The supplies, the old knife he carried. He saw the look in his eyes.
Why did he cover
was
orc
smart,
feces on him?
This one. He asked for his name, and the boy hesitated.
Was that for smell? Because they can, like, do orcs have a decent sense of smell, like straight up? So by covering, you know, yourself in their shit, you know, they can't like detect you, I guess, in a sense, if you're trying to like, you know, lay low in orc occupied land. To mask his scent, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay.
This one.
That's smart. That is
He
smart.
asked for his name, and the boy hesitated.
Very good
He
sense of
almost
smell.
said
Gotcha.
Varden, his family name. But then he looked upon the acid-etched blade his grandfather had gifted him, the last time they had seen each other. No, he was Bass, short for Sebastian. He was Sebastian Yarrick. The boy from Teos 3
Name
was
drop.
taken
They said
from
it.
his ravaged homeworld. What could have been a life of privilege had become one of survival and grit. Sebastian Varden had died
So he's
long
leaving
ago,
Teos now.
replaced by the being with the potential to serve the Imperium. A boy with a name that blazed across his soul, one in homage to the old Sarge that had forged and tempered him, Yarrick. The Schola Progenium, the finest education the Imperium had to offer to orphans' children, candidates who had no crutches such as family or friends, children whose only loyalty would be to the Imperium and the God Emperor of mankind.
Kind of convenient he's
Young
getting a good
Yarrick
education,
In
though.
the cramp,
To be fair.
smoke-filled hell of New Cadian Hive.
This is
had
definitely the only
shown
way
his
he's going to
inner
get it at this
fire.
point.
He had seen it, seen that he needed to keep growing, keep developing, to master every skill the old man offered.
Orcs have better
and
smell
more.
than sight.
And what was offered now was that path, strength, improvement, duty,
didn't actually know that.
and
I'm gonna
service
write that
to
down.
God Emperor of mankind. His training began. Military exercises, weapons proficiency, hand-to-hand combat. Knowledge was poured into him, crafting him into the perfect soldier. But it wasn't enough. Bodies fail, grow old and weak, but the one strength that could never fail was the mind. The Imperial Creed, the divine mandate of the Imperium, and worship of the God Emperor was absolute. The day and night, it was beaten into the growing Yarrick, his faith growing, forged into an impenetrable armor that would defend
I guess this explains almost why Yarrick is like so strong and such a badass in a way, because he's been getting beaten 24/7 like his entire life now. And when he hasn't been getting beaten, like, you know, not his entire life, I should say, but basically like the age of 7, that's pretty young. So basically since the age of 7, he's been getting in like knife fights, quite literally. His grandfather was like paying them to do it to train him up. His grandfather put him through quite a few trials, I guess, I'm assuming, in between there. I'm sure we didn't hear the full extent of it. And then his fucking homeworld gets invaded by orcs, and he has to, like, survive on an orc-infested world for a time. Kind of fucked up, you know what I'm saying? He's had a pretty rough life so far, and now he's in the Scholar Progenium as an orphan. And basically, he has to devote his life to the Emperor because it's the only way forward for him, you know? And there, of course, he's probably going to get his ass beat even more. So I imagine, like, you know, like, yeah, he has not had an easy life so far. Not at all. Wow. And I wonder if he ever gets, like, you know, to bond with people, like, ever again. You know, I guess we'll see, right? Obviously, no spoilers. I guess we'll see on that regard. But, you know, he was very much looking for, like, a human connection, as it were, with that other boy that he tried to rescue there. So I wonder if he ever actually like finds that again. I guess we'll see for sure on that. Grandfather's plan coming to fruition. Oh God. Yarrick was grandfather's surname. Okay, I gotcha. Could be worse. Definitely could be worse. This definitely is not by any means like the worst like upbringing we've seen. It's just not like and again, for like a baseline human, like at the end of the day, again, this is just a baseline human, right? This is not like any sort of specialty. Like this isn't a Astartes. This isn't somebody who will eventually become an Astartes during their trial. Like this is just a human, you know, theoretically, but he's a goated human at that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate it a lot.
Faith growing. Forged into an impenetrable
not the hardest by any means, though. Not the hardest.
And heretic.
So far.
The backbone of the role that he had to play. The Commissar. The political
the Night Lord's homeworld? Yeah, that's true.
Tasked with the
that's true. It could be a lot worse.
Morale, and the Imperial Creed throughout the billions serving in the Imperium's guard. Yarrick had to become unbreakable. An inspiration of zeal and
I'd
hate.
say it's like middle. It's like a solid, like maybe 5, 6 out of 10 so far.
Equal parts
maybe
fear. And to forge a person like that, they had to be pushed to the point of nearly breaking, ready to be built back up into an impenetrable fortress. Many young children would never survive this process. The very path itself structured to weed out the weak in body and soul. He had made many enemies in his time of education, as well as friends such as Dominic Seroth.
3 at the most right now, you're saying? Damn.
He learned about the mind of his future charges, his allies, the enemies of the Imperium, the mutant, the heretic, and Xenos. Even learning the orc language from a human raider who had once been a prisoner of the Greenskins.
He has food and shelter at the Progenia, that's fair. Of the orc. To be fair, that is true. He's got room and board now. He's not living in like utter shit conditions. He's probably taken care of. He's getting an education now. So right now, yeah, to be completely honest, yes, you're correct. He's absolutely living bougie as fuck right now. Absolutely. 100%. Comparatively, yeah. That's fair, I think, yeah.
Who had once been a prisoner of the Greenskins. A particular hatred of the orcs could never quite leave him. Yarrick had arrived a boy, but after years of training he became a man, Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. Immediately he was sent to his new home, war. At the front lines of the Imperium,
his new home is war.
Serving in over a dozen war zones.
Don't ask where.
With regiments from Necromunda and Luther McIntyre.
Necromunda.
Fire and blood
Whoa.
was common for the young Commissar, gaining the experience he needed, until finally, at the end of the 41st millennium,
I'm assuming they
Yarrick
become
descended
Commissars
down
around, like,
towards the
18,
world of
right?
Mistral, a planet
Mistral.
in the firm, unforgiving grip of the Imperial Ecclesiarchy. The deployment of the Mortician infantry rushed before him, as he stood side by side with his friend, Commissar Dominic Seraph, and their mentor, Lord Commissar Simeon Rasp. The admiration the two had for their lord was apparent. Observe and learn.
20-ish?
The
Okay.
words were drilled into Yarrick's head. Now had come the time where he put down the rifle. His words, his sharp black uniform, and fear-inducing presence had to become his weapon. A weapon that would be sharpened under the eyes of Lord Commissar Rasp in the coming war on Mistral. It was a rebellion, a war that would change Yarrick forever.
You are both missing an essential element. If I were to lose even one of my fingers, I could still fire the weapon, but my accuracy and my speed would be compromised. Lose the thumb or forefinger, and I will be hard-pressed to do more than simply hold the gun.
His eyes, a cold blue so pale they were almost white, flickered over each of us in turn, judging whether his instruction was sinking in.
Cut off
Am
your
I making
hand.
myself clear?
The collective strength is created by that of individuals.
Seraph said.
Ignore the importance of specific positions at your peril.
I added. Rasp returned the pistol to his belt.
Quite so. It falls to us, to you, to preserve the health of the whole by ensuring the proper functioning of the part. And should the finger be gangrenous,
Sever it and take its place.
Rasp gave a single nod. The lesson was over. We listened to the rest of Granich's speech. He had moved on from broad considerations of regimental honor to the specifics of the mission. Or at least, he had pretended to do so. What
are
he
the
said was
specifics of
little
the mission?
different from any number of commanding officers, exhortations I had heard. Back when I had been one of the thousands on the
I
embarkation
wonder if this is
deck.
like going to be an assault,
Granite
a
struck
defense.
me as working from a script.
I'm assuming it's going
One
to be an
he had
attack.
trotted out many times before. He spoke with energy and enthusiasm, but his delivery was over-rehearsed. The more I watched him, the more I saw a man discharging a difficult but necessary duty, one he would be happy to see over and done. Rasp grunted.
Gentlemen, I hope you're noting the Colonel's oratory. I have the greatest respect for his tactical prowess, but he is no rhetorician. What, in your estimation, is the problem here?
Too familiar.
A thin smile from the Lord Commissar.
Precisely. How many times have you both heard the same vague thoughts, assembled with very similar words?
Seraph shrugged.
Isn't it all an inevitable but necessary ritual?
A single shake of the head, as precise and emphatic as the one nod earlier.
Yes, but the address should never be ritualized. Its truth becomes robbed of urgency. It fails to inspire. Have you read the Legamemnon Victoriae of Lord Commander Solar Macarius?
I had. Seraph hadn't. He tried to bluff by looking very focused and interested, as if he were comparing a Macarian address to Greenwich's current effort, and would come up with a cogent answer in another few moments. Rasp wasn't fooled.
Correct
Yes,
that, Lacuna.
Shake said no.
Commissar
Like, what the fuck?
Seraph. You will see the true art of the military speech. Read but one address, and you will be already well launched on a new crusade.
Man, it feels bad when you're like in a conversation with other people, and it's just like, like in this case, I'm guessing like 3 people, right? And like 2 of them are just like, oh yeah, have you heard about this? And they're, yeah, I have. And then, you know, they're just like intently talking about that. They can reference each other, like make references to it, and you're just sitting there looking like a dumbass, and you don't know what to say or do about it, you know? It used to be me with 40K a lot, to be fair, when I got into it, you know, because I didn't know anything about it, you know, but I'm glad to say I'm learning a little bit more now, so I can actually like engage in conversations with about it to some degree now. You know, I'm not just like I don't know absolutely nothing about it anymore, which is good. Finally, you know, I shouldn't say finally. Obviously, I've been pretty intent on the 40k knowledge for the last few months. I want to say I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I like to think I've been doing a pretty good job on it so far. You know, I'm just saying.
Dress, and you will be already well launched on a new crusade. When you stand before warriors, you must inspire them. I know, as do you, that too many of those soldiers are, whether they know it themselves or not, politely waiting for Colonel Greenwich to finish so they can get on with it. That is not how it should be.
You guess you've been here for a bit. I didn't notice you. That's my bad.
And then me with a hard look.
That is how it must never be when you speak. Your authority will inspire fear in the troops who fall under your eye. This is right and necessary, but it is not enough. The mere sight of you must grant them fire, and when they hear you, they must be happy to give up their lives.
Damn.
At great cost to the enemy, of course.
Of course.
Of course.
I agreed.
Yeah.
Listened to Greenwich a few
Great cost to the enemy, yes.
Word for word. These generalities are
been here the whole time? Oh, fair enough.
Except in cases of necessary secrecy. Tell these loyal servants of the Emperor why they are about to kill and die. Let them know the stakes. Give them a sense of purpose. Tell them why we are here. You heard the General Rallam's
effect in the mind, you know what I'm saying?
His style is rather too clipped, but he was precise. Commissar Yarrick, tell me
Lord's
why
actually very good. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that.
We have come, at the request of Cardinal Wangenheim, to suppress a heretical uprising led by Baron Bartholomew Lom of Mistral.
A snort.
True, but rather bluntly put. If you were speaking to your charges, you would find more of the poetry of war in your soul, I trust. I once heard you when I visited the Scholar Progenium, Yarrick. I know what you are capable of, but yes, we have come to quell the turbulent Baron Lom.
Rasp looked up, away from the assembly. His gaze drifted to the outer hull doors. He seemed to be staring through them, as if he could see Mistral turning below.
Lord Commissar?
Seraph asked. No answer at first.
Learning of the 40k lore is good enough that the lion would reward you? Goddamn.
Sign of an
I don't know about
debate. That. Finally, he said.
I'm gonna say right now, listen, if it came down to it, if I got like what's the word? If I got like an Imperium like citizenship test, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I could still potentially fail it. I still might like misspeak a name or like misspell a name or like, you know, get the order of events wrong or to some degree, you know what I'm saying? And if that happens, bro, it's a bullet to the head instantly, right? I don't trust myself to that degree yet, okay? I wouldn't call myself that good, okay? Like, you know, if they put me on like a lie detector test, you know what I'm saying? That shit's gonna be like fucking up there, you know? Like it's not gonna work. You'll hear Yarrick's speech later. Oh, bro, I don't know any of his speeches, but I know he gives like a few, doesn't he? But I've heard that they're very, very good. I hear he's pretty fucking baller with it. A poet is a wordsmith. That's a vital lesson to all commissars. True. I guess you have to be able to inspire men. So like oratory skills is like an extremely important, like, you know, skill set. Charisma especially is extremely important, as much as like fear is, right? Because obviously like there are scary commissars, but we've seen commissars too that are very like kind in a sense too, like the commissars that are in charge of like Ogren units in a sense, right? Like an Ogren story, like that commissar was actually pretty kind, you know. He got along well with the Ogren. He actually like conversed with them. He asked them how they were, kind of thing. He would talk to them like normal people, kind of thing. So there are like commissars that are obviously a lot more like ego intensive, a lot more into themselves, a lot more like do your fucking job, soldier. I don't want to fucking hear about it. But then there are also commissars that are a lot more like personal and realize like, yeah, like listen, we're all just a cog in the machine doing our job. I don't want to fucking have to kill you, you know, for not doing your job. It's better if we all just kind of do it, kind of thing. It's very varied. Exactly. Yeah. Like it can range, right? Like what your duties exactly could be, right? catch and don't pin up with them. Yeah, dude, I imagine they probably just fucking like frag their Commissar as quickly as they can if ever they get attached. Like straight up, they're gonna, you know, first combat patrol, that motherfucker's not coming back. Straight up. Yarrick is very good at his word slinging. Goddamn.
The only sign of an internal debate. Finally, he said,
"You are political officers, you know this, but I wonder if you have grasped the full implications of that fact. Your duties are to guard against deviation. The realities will mean rather more. Necessity will drive you to swim in murky waters."
He fell silent. He hadn't disclosed anything truly revelatory. He had articulated that which was never said, but understood by all but the most naive. There was something else he was on the verge of saying. I hesitated before speaking, but as the seconds mounted into silence, I realized that moment was slipping away. I decided to be direct. No, that was a lie. I didn't decide. I have always been direct. That is my special curse. It is also, I know, why I have been seen as a curse myself. That's a thought to keep me warm at night.
Are the waters of Mistral murky?
I asked. Ras made a noise in his throat, a stillborn laugh.
So the local expression would have it. It's been years since I last set foot on its surface, but I would be surprised if matters have changed for the better since then.
They can't have. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
True. And yet...
Rasp frowned. He thought for a moment, and then his expression cleared. He had come down on one side of a hard deliberation, and was now at peace with his conscience.
Gentlemen, this mission appears to be very straightforward. An insurgency that is beyond the abilities of local forces to contain, but that is nevertheless limited in scope. Our rapid triumph
Insurgency
is a certain conclusion, and is therefore not to be trusted. When matters are at their most cut and dried is when you must be most weary.
On Mistral?
Anywhere. Everywhere. But today, yes,
True.
On Mistral.
I ran through the questions in my mind, examined angles. I applied the lessons of my mentor, assumed the hand of political maneuvering.
Honestly, I don't know if this is like his first deployment, I guess, let's say. It's hard to say. This is the first deployment we're hearing about, at least in this story so far. If it is, this honestly isn't a bad way to test out his ability. You know, a mostly contained, quote unquote, insurgency. At least it's thought to be contained at this time, obviously. We'll see how that goes. You know, it's not something huge. It's not something large scale. It's a good way to like kind of test your mettle, right? First we are hearing about. First we are hearing about. I don't know exactly what his first command would be. I'd be interested in seeing that. What exactly his first command, I guess. I guess Commissar, I guess they are in command. They are technically in charge of troops. So like, I wonder what that would look like for him. It's the very first time he did it. Just exactly what the scenario was exactly.
I applied the lessons of my mentor, assumed the hand of political maneuvering, even and especially when none.
It's not just any old insurgency. This isn't just like
context lurking
a planet not wanting to pay taxes this year. This is actually chaos.
Be uneasy? He had been here before. That was an interesting piece of data. What did that tell me then? A possibility dawned.
Is Baron Lom known to you?
I asked. The corner of Raph's mouth twitched. He was pleased, not just with his student, I think, but also with the opportunity to speak further.
I've met him twice, and then only briefly. But I was impressed. The family has a storied history of service in the Imperial Guard. I believe that certain offshoots have even produced some inquisitors.
He had continued to stare at the far wall as he spoke, but now he finally faced us. And
not in charge of troops, in charge of security, morale, strength, service. Okay.
Gaze. It was perhaps the...
So they are purely... So like in terms of like... They definitely outrank like your regular guard troop for sure, right? Like they definitely have like some sort of presence over them. I'm sure they have like an honorary command, don't they? maybe not like in terms of like actual overall strategic command, but I'm sure like in the Canadian military, for example, right? Like a chaplain, let's say, right? A chaplain is given the rank of honorary captain, right? It's an officer rank, obviously. But it's due to the fact that they can command other troops below a captain's rank, right? That's why they do it, right? So I'm assuming it would kind of be like that kind of case. Because obviously how else would like the rank structure, quote unquote, work, right? Like if you have like two people of equal rank, he technically can't issue orders to like him, even though he is in charge. Like it's a weird kind of like problem to have, but I think it would probably be something along those lines, like to conceptualize it a little bit. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
The hard, unflinching, evaluating gaze. It was perhaps the most visible expression of the qualities that had made him preeminent among commissars. Nothing escaped those eyes. Nothing was beyond their judgment. When I was pinned by that gaze, I knew to listen to the next words as though my soul depended upon them.
Heresy has no respect for reputation or family. I've seen it take root in the heart of individuals who had, until that very moment, been so free of taint as to be saints. No one is beyond its reach except the Emperor himself. No one. So I do not suggest for a second that Baron Lrm is somehow above suspicion. But the same fact remains that Lrm's profile...
Father always used to say everything after but is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, literally.
But the same fact remains that Lrm's
or everything
profile
before but is bullshit.
Not the usual one for a heretic.
I should say not after, before but is
Political
bullshit.
waters of Mistral are of the very murkiest. So, fellow commissars, my final command before we head into battle: eyes open, always.
Damn, that was a good little talk they had there. It was cool to kind of see like the inner workings, like just how like, you know, because like commissars are not dumb, like as like maybe in like certain stories, like as one-sided as they seem, they're pretty smart individuals on the whole. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're not stupid people. They do have pretty good conversations. And talking amongst themselves, they obviously talk about pretty like in-depth things, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not like they're just one-dimensional beings, you know, and sometimes they are portrayed that way, but there's a lot more to them for sure. It's a decent example. A commissar's job is to back strong leaders, step in only to lead when ordered to or the commander dies. Yeah, so it's like essentially like an honorary position, right? Like if a commissar takes charge, it's because shit's gone to fuck. Like there's no one else left, like strategically to lead, let's say, or tactically to lead, let's say. So like the honorary leader would be the commissar, technically, if that makes sense. Commissars in charge like Ibram Gaunt are very, very rare. I gotcha. You're learning lots about Commissar's role in the Gaunt's Ghost book? Okay, okay. The waters of Mistral. So this is the actual planet itself.
Every soldier is a politician to some degree. The higher the rank, the greater the degree. But only the commissar is specifically tasked with those concerns. If you think that your role is simply a guardian of orthodoxy, then you are a fool.
Observe and learn. To inspire in equal parts hope and dread. To the men and women under their command, they had to observe, dissect a person, their personality, their beliefs, the way in which they move in the world. Learn to evaluate how to reach them. Where one requires patience and understanding, others may need dominance and fear. That was the role of the Commissar. To be the bastion of morale and faith, and then finding a way to inject that zealotry into thousands. The lessons of Wrath.
Zealotry is an apt word for it, I would say.
He knew how to be a good soldier, but did he know how to be a symbol? Yarrick adored the man, and in turn the Lord Commissar
With outfits
saw
like that, it's hard not to be a symbol, to be
within
fair.
Yarrick.
The
A
Commissars
deep
do look badass.
seriousness that would either make or break him. Actions and consequence. The nuance of power Yarrick had been given. One he didn't think he would have to use.
Commissars are
so
used to make sure
quickly,
orders are
as
are
he
followed
and
at
the
every
Mortician
level.
Guard regiments prepared for battle.
See, that's what I mean. So, like, does a Commissar technically, if he senses dissent, let's say, does he have, like, the ability to then discharge, like, let's say, like a top person in command? Like, what is the exact extent of a Commissar? Are all Commissars like the same rank, quote unquote, or is there a different ranking system within the Commissars themselves that allow for, like, let's say, a more veteran Commissar to then be able to discharge higher level people? Like, I'm really curious to, like, how exactly that works. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, you know, obviously, like, heresy could potentially sprout at any level, right? That's the idea, right? That's the fear. So it's just like, how exactly do they deal with that, like, at the highest level, right? Like, who's discharging who at that point, you know, are kind of my thoughts. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Now you start to see why poetry is a very good skill for this role. Oh, definitely, yeah. Like, again, you got to be really good with your words. You have to have really some sort of charisma to be a Commissar, especially in 40K. Like, yeah, when you're fighting, like, the amount of horrors in this universe that you potentially could be, when fates await mortal men in this universe that do await the fates of mortal men, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you got, like, Dark Eldar, when you have obviously forces of chaos, when staying alive after capture is arguably worse than death in some cases, like, you have to be inspiring to your men for sure. Like, you have to be good at it, or it's just not going to work for you.
The Mortician Guard regiments prepared for battle. The rebel position was poor, but Yarrick and his men were on the offensive. Like a wave of las fire and meat, the two forces clashed. Yarrick screaming cries for the Emperor as their guns overheated. Yarrick slashing and maiming with his saber with all the hate and piety his Emperor-given will could muster.
Holy shit, so he's in there in the front line. Like, this is like some Vanguard shit.
Cried into the air until they saw it. Walking out of the gates of the rebels' bastion, a Titan rumbled the ground around them. Icons of corruption.
What the fuck?
Decorate his monstrous form.
Whoa. Listen, I said this was like going to be like a good, like, kind of like first and get, you know, like first, like, big command kind of thing. A Titan rolls out. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. That's bleak. Instantly. That's bleak. You're just a ground force. Yeah. Okay. The tides have turned. It seems like a fucking Titan rolls out on them, bro. Like, any sort of Titan, doesn't matter how big it is. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, it's a threat regardless. Like, that is a problem. Especially when you're talking, like, I'm assuming he's mostly just in charge of guard at this point. And I'm sure there are, like, mechanized elements in the area fighting alongside, of course, here, but still, any Titan is a fucking issue when it appears. Wow.
Symbols.
Welcome to the unknowns of battle. Yeah. Like, how did they get that there?
Rallied, charging the
Imperial Star Destroyers. No, like, what?
Fire and destruction rained upon their target as plasma beams and munitions tore the men apart at Yarrick's side.
Damn.
Finally, the monstrosity began to fall, but in its death throes it let out a mournful, sorrowful screech that would haunt Yarrick forever.
Oh, they took it down?
His blood ran cold, as if the soul of his being had been wounded.
Oh.
He wanted to block it out, but observe and learn. No, he couldn't turn away. It was his duty to bear witness, to understand his enemy, so that he could better face it. As the wailful cry of madness died out, Yarrick, Rasp and Seraph strode across the victorious bloody battlefield.
That's so annoying that even when you kill...
this
I will say, it's so annoying that even when you kill, like, fucking Chaos Titans, bro, they still have, like, the final laugh, because even when they're, like, death throwing, they still, like, just, like, fuck with your soul in, like, some way. You know what I mean? Like, to mortal people, they just, like, still can, like, psychically fuck you or just, like, mentally anguish you. I like it. It's so fucked up how they always get the last laugh. Even when you're killing them, they still, like, fuck you over, you know?
rode across the victorious bloody battlefield. The heart
Sucks
and
for them.
truth of
Sucks
this
for the people
rebellion
fighting them
lie
hard,
within
man.
their encampment.
It's a tough enemy.
A corruption that had to be snuffed out. It was there, hidden within the previous wealthy estate of the rebel lord, Baron Lom, that they found something dark and twisted. A sight that scraped at the corners of their sanity. A sacrificial altar, covered in decayed gore and innocent's blood. Even as Yarrick observed and learnt, he felt sick to his stomach. Yarrick, Rasp, and Seraph knew what this was.
Get the Meltas in here.
Chaos.
Yep.
The great enemy had found its way into the heart of Mistral, a toxic ingredient to the already volatile situation. The world itself was already upon the knife's edge. A planet upon the brink of war.
The knife's
between
edge?
The noble
Why is it so
families
bad then?
And Dagenhart of the Ecclesiarchy. And now with the added
Digest.
eyes of the Inquisition. Yarrick felt out of place in the heart of the ecclesiarchal palaces at the capital of Minstral. The wealth he had been born into was nothing compared to the almost grotesque displays of wealth and power here in these golden halls. The sight of Dagenhart disgusted Yarrick almost instantly. His over-bloated frame, his smug...
It's kind of fucked that even him, like, growing up in wealth, being rich, quote unquote, is like looking at the wealth of these people and are like, wow, they're like, what disgusting wealth. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you get like your first like $1 million, $2 million. And then you look at like a billionaire and then you're like, oh, fuck, yeah, that guy's too rich, you know, as you have like $1 million. And then obviously, like, you know, you have like $1,000 and you're looking at people that are millionaires and you're like, oh my God, like that's mega rich. You know what I'm saying? Then you have like $100 to your name and then you're looking at people with $1,000 and you're like, you know, oh, that person's pretty rich, you know. You know, it gets more depressing as the levels go down, right? But like Yarrick was probably like millionaire tier. And then these people are like billionaire tier. And he's just like, oh, disgusted by the wealth. You know, it's funny.
Almost instantly. His over-bloated frame, his smug face, his very tone that all stung.
It's like I had a mansion, I didn't have a private yacht. What the fuck?
Of their position. But he knew his duty, so Yarrick swallowed the distaste. He played the part of awed young officer.
Titan shoot him with every lasgun, true.
Swam around him.
With enough lasgun fire, anything's possible.
Battle. But something else quickly called his attention. Yarrick stormed into the Mortisian's camp, furious as he stepped into the command tent. An Inquisitor, Hector Kraus, stood at the center. Slumped upon a stool was Yarrick's man, Betzner, the one who had crippled the Titan Walker, leading to his destruction. He was bloodied, and surrounded by an array of sharp tools beside him. Kraus was a blunt, paranoid thing that dripped with contentment for the lesser being who were his fellow mortal men. The Inquisitor, with arrogance dancing on his voice, dismissed him instantly, but Yarrick cut back, with an attitude so brazen it caught Kraus off guard, like he had never been challenged before. Kraus was not the only one wearing a uniform that invoked fear. Observe and learn. Yarrick was under no impression that he could be slain on a whim, but even he would not tolerate the blatant abuse of his men, where no suspicion had justified it.
Damn.
Every soldier is a politician to some degree. The higher the rank,
So Yarrick
the
actually
greater
stands up for
the
his men as
degree.
well.
He observed Kraus, evaluated his nature, saw the all-consuming desire for answers, and the act he would take to get them. Yarrick chose his words carefully, taking his cruelty and replacing it with inefficiency. He wanted to find this cult of chaos, but why waste his time on methods that would not achieve the information he desired? He would watch Betzner. The information will come in time, and then together they would purge this threat. Information at hand, without the cost of Betzner and a demoralized force. Yarrick had put his life on the line. It was simply not enough to observe. Now he had to learn if he had made the right call. Again to the capital Yarrick, Seraph and Rasp arrived, To the
through
conclave
pure
of barons
respect,
and
yeah, bro,
Vargheim,
like straight up.
The power play and politics were like an unspoken truth.
I will say, like, the politicking for commissars, like, I could see, like, listen, because you already have to have charisma. You already got to be a good orator. You have to inspire your men. You have to be able to keep your cool in the heat of combat when everyone else is losing their fucking mind, which means, especially during, like, you know, obviously in the universe of 40K, you're obviously talking, like, mental aspect for a lot of enemies as well. So you have to be mentally fucking fortuitous as well. But you also have to politic. You have to politic really, really fucking hard, because that's how Imperium bureaucracy works, right? And especially like logistically as a commissar, you know, you're trying to, if you're a good commissar, you're trying to support your men. You're trying to keep them on the up and up. You're trying to keep them out of the eyes of like obviously the ecclesiarchy. You're trying to keep them out of the eyes of like, you know, any of these governing bodies. You know, you're just trying to do your job, keep your men safe. Take care of them the best you can, or you're an egotistical commissar and you're just a bastard. Like, it depends, right? Big range to it all, and it obviously depends on what type of regiment you're in charge of and whatnot as well. But yeah, the politicking would absolutely kill me. I feel like you know, because you have to deal with such like bullshit. I feel like on the day-to-day, and you have to deal with people that aren't in the situation that you're dealing with and don't have any care or don't have any conception of what your situation could potentially be, right? And I just feel like that's a really slept on aspect of the commissars. Like, they have to deal with a lot of shit reasonably. Like, it makes sense to me why a lot of them are just like bent up, you know what I'm saying? Because like, after a couple years of a job like this, how could you not be, you know, straight up?
Vargheim, the power play and politics were like an unspoken truth that bled from the room, much to the disgust of Yarrick. The power play to crush the barons under the disgusting heel of Vargheim,
and that is
war.
Early commissar level service. That's what I mean, and it's already like,
in the
holy
Emperor
shit,
being genuine, even if it felt perverted
so it only,
to Yarrick.
Like, as time goes on, your responsibilities get more and more. Maybe you're in charge of more and more men. Maybe your duties, like logistically, whatever have you. You know, on the bureaucracy side of things, political sides of things, I should say, maybe those responsibilities get more and more. Like, it builds and builds and builds. And then I assume after like decades of service, it's like, fuck me, like, I don't give a shit anymore. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just shoot that guy in the head. Fuck it. Because I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I do this shit on the day-to-day, fucking 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I don't care anymore. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Like, it makes sense to me why like so many commissars, like, eventually, I'm sure, just stop giving a shit about like their men, because like, again, like, after decades of doing a job like this, it'd be like, you not only be so desensitized of all the bullshit and everything that you have to put up with, but like, you'd also just be like, shit, dog, like, you know, I'm you know, I'm kind of done with all it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck, I don't, you know, I'm just here to do my job. More so than like, I'm looking out for my men. I'm trying to put my neck out for my men, which like early level commissars will probably do more, because they're trying to like genuinely still be good people, you know, like Yarrick is here in this case. Your military background is a large part of why you're picking up 40K so fast. You already understand more than most. I think I just have like a reference point, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just have a reference point to the way I know things, how they work, you know what I'm saying? So to like convert that knowledge over to something else, like another basis, like, it's not, there's obviously different names for things, there's obviously a different structure to things, but it is largely the same kind of organization, if that makes sense, like, in the way it's done, you know, largely. So it is easy for me to kind of understand like the levels to it, right? Like the nuance of command structure, I guess you could say.
His faith in the Emperor being genuine, even if it felt perverted to Yarrick. The commissars and barons bore witness to the next play of this planet's ruler. A holy relic, one guarded by sisters of battle, will be paraded throughout the city. Another display of power, an antagonization of the barons of Mistral. It was a powder keg waiting to blow, thought Yarrick, as he began to inspect the streets of the city. The barons were bound to act, and the incoming reports of kidnapping had flared their concerns with the Chaos Cult, still at large. Along the streets of the city, well, Yarrick and the Morticians
I unfortunately think we know what's happening to them.
The fervent cheers of the people screamed into the air. as the bloated, grubby fingers of Vargaheim held aloft the broken bones of Saint Calixtus. Hymns and chants blared as the Sisters of Battle glared from the sides of this clearly political display. And then the square erupted. A concussive boom tore its way from underground and rippled through Yarrick's bones.
IED?
Fire, rubble, and splinters exploded into the air, cascading down upon them all. The panic began immediately.
Man, they should.
Frightened people began.
All I'm saying is they should have been checking those garbage bags on the street and shit like that, bro. They should have been doing thorough searches. That's their bad, you know. They didn't take necessary precautions, you know. If you see a bag of trash in the middle of a fucking highway, bro, just out there, you know, and just like something out of place, it's probably an IED. Like, it's probably going to fucking kill you. I'm just saying now. Like, that's like rule number 1. You know what I'm saying? No, like when you're fighting insurgencies, like you're fighting like people who are going to like use guerrilla tactics against you like that. Like, yeah, you got to be. And obviously, this is like Imperium proudness. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, we got this shit. Why would, you know, they wouldn't. They would never slip past us. They couldn't do that, you know. Yeah, they could, and they would. You know what I'm saying?
Upon them all, the panic began immediately. The frightened people began to run. A disorganized wave of clawing and trampling beasts. Damn. A warning shot into the air did nothing to alleviate this.
Yeah, it's
panic.
a full panic, yeah.
Soon the Morticians would be trampled themselves. The security of the city and the Holy Relic was at the edge of failure. And so the Morticians began to fire. Las beams began to mow down the panicked hordes of the faithful of
What I was saying before is it's cool that the Sisters of Silence are here, but it looks like they all got fucking evaporated instantly, so I guess we're not seeing much of them.
Even as innocent blood
I was like, oh, we'll get to see some of the Sisters of Silence for once now.
The attack had come from underground, the sewers, something that would have taken months to orchestrate.
Oh, it came from underground.
Could be heard
okay,
in the
fair
distance.
enough, fair enough.
Artillery. The capital was under attack. From outside the walls, a mob of corrupted, mal-twisted people had begun a large-scale assault.
Oh, Sisters of Battle, not
for the
Sisters
various
of
sewer
Silence. My bad.
entrances, small groups of scarred and
Maybe I just
bloodied men
misnamed
and women chanting in
my
foul
brain.
tongues and decorated icons of chaos streamed. Observe and learn. Rung in Yarrick's mind. Assess the battlefield, his resources and men.
The battlefield
secure
looks
the
fucked
city
right now.
first, and then learn their enemy's objective and how to crush them. Orders bellowed out from Yarrick, leading contingents of the Morticians. The Imperials began to fan out across the city, Yarrick becoming the cohesive glue to bind the forces of the Imperium together. They began eliminating the forces of chaos that rose up from under their feet. In the dark, murky sewers and the war-torn streets, Yarrick and his men fell upon them. To me, he roared as he led them from the front. The only way forward is through the blood of traitors and heretics. The rhetoric became a rally cry as the Imperials gritted their teeth in the face of such degeneracy. He was not just a soldier. He was a political officer.
I don't know why this is giving me like Who City vibes right now, bro. I don't know why.
And preacher. If you think that your role is simply a guardian,
like they're coming out of the sewers and shit, like ambushing you, like launching fucking explosives and shit underground. I don't know.
The incorruptible, fearless, inspiring. He had to be a symbol. The shells came down around them. Blood poured from his ears as Yarrick stumbled amongst the dust and fire.
Yeah, that would suck.
The symbol. The word screamed in his foggy mind. Yarrick stood, rising above his allies. On the rubble, a silhouette of a man appeared. It was defiant, arrogant in the face of death. A sense of exhilarating freedom shivered through Yarrick's veins as he pointed to the sky, and with a throat-tearing bellow, he screamed, "Is that the best our enemy can do?
Wow.
Does he think this will make us bend our knee? The heretics can do nothing against us. Shielded by our faith, we are invincible." He will hurl.
And like, I don't want to, I'm going to go back to the start of that speech because I want to hear all that. Again, just standing amongst the rubble like that right after an enemy artillery barrage, stalwart in the face of the enemy, especially if the enemy speaks the same language as you and he's giving off this fucking like this battle cry speech, you know what I'm saying? If the enemy can hear what you're saying, and this is kind of like what one of the fuck things in like some of the Eastern wars that we see in the world right now are, right, is the fact that a lot of their languages are the same or they speak the same languages, right? So when you're shouting like fucking cries and shit at each other, between each other, when you're giving speeches to your men, you can fucking understand all that between friendly and enemy. And it makes, I will say, especially in a combat scenario, it makes it very fucking confusing, but it's also just intimidating as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like it depends, right? If you're sitting there giving a rousing speech to your men, these heretic forces on this world, I'm assuming, can obviously speak low Gothic, high Gothic, the same as, you know, the Imperium forces can. Man, I'd shit my pants. Like you just artilleried the shit out of them. You probably just killed hundreds, maybe thousands of them, ideally, right? Don't know how many he killed, obviously, but then you just see one guy stand up amongst the rubble and just start fucking screaming at you. Yeah, bro, that's fucking scary.
Is
Holy
that
shit.
the best our enemy can
Eric's
do?
a fucking Chad, man.
Does he think this will make us bend our knee? The heretics can do nothing against us. Shielded by our faith,
He's got that Captain Winters
we
energy.
are invincible.
Shoot your weapon,
He will
blood!
hurl himself against the walls, and what will
Fucking
he
standing
find
on the
there?
trench, just hip firing a
Death.
Garen towards the enemy.
The
Like, what the
chance
fuck?
of death began to rise. A choir of beating hearts for the Emperor. Throughout the city they ran, Yarrick's fervor an example like a wave, carrying the Mortisians through the artillery and fire, like men possessed. He kept on screaming, chanting, loosing off words of encouragement, until his voice was hoarse, even to the point where he lost cohesive thought. Still, zealotry and hate poured out from
This is why we love Commissars, such varied ways of service and style. Yeah.
Faith in the Emperor.
Like, it's not just one style of leadership with them.
Yarrick, Colonel Benninger, and their men regrouped with Seraph and Inquisitor Kraus, who had nearly been swarmed by cultists.
Damn.
The two forces slammed into each other. A wall of lasfire and blade hacked at each other. Yarrick almost feeling like he was drowning in flesh. But the fervor of the Imperials was greater.
Imperium with their human wave
Yarrick-inspired
assault,
hate
as usual.
was greater. They pushed their enemies back until they heard the rumble of an engine. A monster exploded out from a tunnel. An unholy creation. A hellish meshing of a basilisk tank and a walker mount. Dark symbols and blood.
Nothing bayonets
covered
can't
its
stop. At them,
surface.
boys.
To gaze upon them,
Stab at it
felt
with your
like
bayonets.
soul
1,000
was
guard.
sick.
We'll take it. Come on, boys.
Men and women were crushed and torn apart in its wake as it rampaged
going.
through the tight streets.
Jump into its
Yarrick
gears.
ran,
Stop
darting
it.
into a house just in time. His heart roaring as
Throw
he made
yourself
his
under
way
its
towards
treads.
the
Slick it.
rooftops.
Come on,
The
boys.
monstrosity was rampaging, but before Yarrick could think of a counterattack, he heard those words. I'm going to order a retreat.
Impossible.
Colonel Benninger muttered,
Impossible.
unable to tear his twitching eyes from the symbols on the construct. Yarrick stood before him, even as he spilled forth unrelenting words of cowardice before a commissar.
Wow.
Issue new orders now, Yarrick said, his voice stern but not angry. His body tensed as he knew what was coming.
I wonder if Yarrick, now obviously we might see yet here, I wonder if Yarrick is the type of Commissar to support retreat. I'm assuming Commissars in general do not support retreat in any regard. I believe obviously retreat is extremely important. You need to know when to be hasty, right? Dying on the field of battle, when you can inflict losses on an enemy without incurring casualties on yourself, and you can then retreat from combat to then fight again another day, and you lost theoretically nothing in the process while you took out, you know, let's say 3 or 4 enemies at a group of 8. you still inflicted casualties. You still gained there, right? You need to know when to fall back, especially if the situation is not to your advantage. I wonder if Yarrick is going to be the type to take that kindly, or if that's going to still be met with just a fucking bolter to the back of the skull. You know what I'm saying? Like, we'll see here. We'll see. Depends on the Commissar and the action. That's true. That's true. Now, I'm obviously not going to sit here and say that every Commissar is going to meet every action of retreat with, you know, execution, but we have obviously seen that before. So I don't want to, I'm not going to prejudge. I just, you know, I'm just throwing it out there. You know, hopefully it doesn't come to that.
Angry, his body tensed as he knew what was coming, what was going to be demanded of him. Their eyes met, and in that moment Yarrick knew the Colonel had been lost. A man who had served with distinction for decades, a good soldier, a sound colonel, but still just a man, vulnerable to chaos. Yarrick raised his pistol.
He lost himself to chaos? What?
The body slumped to the floor as Yarrick took his first Imperial life.
Wait a second.
A duty he knew he would have to repeat.
What proved that he... let's go back a little bit there. I want to just like... What gave off that he was infected by chaos? I just want to see. Cowardice before Commissar. Issue new orders. Now, said in stern voice. Let's go from here.
What was going to be demanded of him.
What was going to be demanded of him.
And in that moment, Yarrick knew the Colonel had been lost. A man who had served with distinction for decades.
So was he just fearful? Was that soldier,
it? A sound
what was
still just
they met they met eye contact. They had eye contact,
chaos.
and he just fucking blew his brains
Yarrick
out.
Raised his pistol and fired.
He refused the orders to advance. Oh man!
As Yarrick took his first Imperial life.
Oh, so it literally
he knew he would have.
So it literally just was like the case. It wasn't that the Colonel was like infected by chaos. He was just fearful. He was scared. He didn't want to give the order to advance to his men. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, that's the Commissar shit. Like, it's like, goddamn, you know what I'm saying? It might not be advantageous to do a mass push forward, you know what I'm saying? Maybe from this Colonel's perspective, it's like, listen, it might not be the best move on the chessboard, you know, kind of thing. But, you know, a Commissar is obviously not going to see it that way. So, fuck. That's rough, man. That's rough. Commissars don't need proof. But also chaos is why the Inquisitor's motto is innocence proves nothing. True. That's it. He wanted to run, so he was weakened and lost. See, again, I don't know if he even wanted to run, because he mentioned retreat. He didn't mention, like, I want to fucking, like, you know, turncoat. I want to desert, you know. He didn't say anything about desertion. He just said, I think maybe at best we retreat, you know what I'm saying? And again, like, retreat in and itself, I don't... It's tactically sound to retreat on occasion, to give up ground to the enemy. Now, I know that's not always, you know, and again, from a Commissar's point of view, that's bad. Like, that's the fucking worst thing you could do. You're a coward, right, to a Commissar doing that. And I think that's a big reasons why the Catechens, is that what they're called, if I'm pronouncing that correctly? I think that's a big reason why they have such an issue with Commissars, right? Because they're a guerrilla force in a sense. They're commandos almost like, right? So they're not afraid to give up ground because they recognize that ground, quote unquote, means nothing, right? If you kill all the enemy, then eventually it doesn't matter. They can't occupy ground if there's no fucking enemies left eventually. If you just like kill them all silently or from afar or from a distance or in ambush attacks, you lose little to none of your own strength doing that. Yeah, that's still a victory. You know what I'm saying? So, damn, you know, Commissars, man, I don't know. Fuck. You know, they're cool. They're cool as fuck. It's just I don't know if I can get behind the mentality of them. You know, it's rough. It's rough executing your own because of even the mention of retreat. You know, it's rough. It's rough.
As Yarrick took his first Imperial life, a duty he knew he would have to repeat 1,000
They absolutely
more
need to push forward in this instant immediately. That's fair. I don't know.
Came his duty.
And I will say too, I'm just speaking in like hindsight, right? I don't know this exact situation yet. Obviously, we're learning about this situation. I don't know in this case, right? Exactly. I just mean like in general, right? We've seen a lot of Commissars where it's like, this is fucking crazy what we're doing. You know, like the colonel will say, the commanding officer will say, this is fucking crazy. We definitely shouldn't do this. And the commissar will just draw his fucking pistol and say, you're going to do it, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Did you just like disgrace the emperor with your cowardice? I think I just heard. Like, no, I don't think so. I just think that this plan might not be strategically sound. We have seen cases like that too. So I'm just speaking in generalities here. I'm not speaking necessarily for this instance, in this case, right? That's all. That I just want to make that clear.
1,000 more times in the years to come. Now came his duty to ensure the colonel's death had meaning. Yarrick looked around. His gaze swept over
Looks
his
like
men,
I'm in charge
declaring
now.
that he was taking command.
Literally.
Do not retreat.
Convenient how that
Relay
works.
the news.
I killed the
Yarrick
commander and
his
now
men
I'm the
rallied,
commander.
grabbing demolition charges and launchers. They began to bombard the monstrosity to oblivion. It was a gamble, but it paid off. A weak spot opened up before him as Yarrick threw the demolition charge within. 2 explosions rocked the
Titan
buildings
walks out.
around them.
See, that sums it up perfectly right there, Andrew. Thank you. I'm just going to pause right here again. Titan walks out. 1 commissar may order a tactical retreat. 1 may shoot all of his men for retreating. Like, that's what I mean. Like, the complete, like, individuality of each commissar is ultimately its downfall, right? Because, like, there is a standard, obviously, for a commissar, but it's kind of a loose standard in the sense that, like, personality wise, like, you can be an arrogant prick of a commissar, or you can choose to let shit go as a commissar. Like, you can take it as far or as little as you want with as a commissar, right? So that leads to a lot of instances where it's like, individually, when commissars disagree, then the men in between those 2 commissars get absolutely fucked for like no reason at all, right? They're following orders as far as they're concerned, but they're not following the right orders at the right time suddenly, right? That's like, and then that's just down to Imperium bureaucracy, I feel like, at the end of the day. Like, that's just down to their command structure being very, let's say, primitive. It's not a primitive command structure, it's a primitive organizational structure in the sense of, like, tactical command in the battlefield space. It doesn't really happen a lot. Obviously, you have Vox communication and whatnot. You have radio communication, but the battle space is usually very, very filled with chatter and stuff like that. It's very hard to get communications across in pretty much every instance we've seen battle taking place, I will say. So, you know, like, yeah, the mix mash of command, it's very difficult in 40K, I will say, for the men. The men get fucked. Fuck the troops, quite literally, you know, as far as the commissars are concerned. Higher doesn't care.
Charge within. 2 explosions rocked the buildings around them as the construct erupted into flame and twisted metal. The cultists began to run, their fear of this madman greater than their love for chaos. A valuable lesson, Yarrick thought, to be a symbol for his enemies too. Yarrick and the Morticians had been bled, but the enemy had suffered more. The bodies of guard, cultist, and civilian lay strewn across the streets, but still the Imperials moved on. Yarrick, exhausted beyond
guys, I just have to
belief,
check something real
as
quick
they
here.
made their way towards the walls. The city had been secured for now, but
Okay,
Lord
okay, we're good,
Commissar
we're good.
Rasp was missing. Thousands of civilians and guard were dead, whilst Vargaheim hid in his palace, guarded by the deeply unimpressed Sisters of Battle. The Cardinal was clearly out of his depth.
Unimpressed
An
Sisters of
Inquisitor
Battle, of
craft was
course.
somewhere in the shadows, so the defense fell to Yarrick, Seraph, and the surviving colonels. More burdens upon his shoulders. But their rest did not last as the night came. Throngs of heretics began their assault. White flares soared into the night sky, illuminating the field in a pseudo-sun. Again, Yarrick preached across the lines, inspiring them, filling them with zeal and hate, ridiculing the enemy that dared to hope take these walls. The heretics began their climb into a wall of las fire. Thousands upon thousands clashed in the fumbling darkness.
This is technically
Altar
a
and flame,
defense.
the only illumination into the nightmare of war.
I will say
Yarrick felt
this
his
is
blood
a
sing with
very, very difficult for Yarrick too, in terms of overall command of this battle. This is a really, really awkward battle I could see strategically, because like, man, obviously it's a defensive quote unquote battle, but I'm just thinking of like, you know, obviously it's a hive city, so it's the case of they're underground. They're able to do pop-up ambush attacks throughout the city in certain places. They have explosive capabilities, so they have the potential for those as well. So you have to be wary of that, which means that you're not going to really necessarily want to group up large formations of troops necessarily in one area, because a single bomb could wipe out, you know, thousands of men at a single time at that point. They're obviously attacking your walls as well, your city walls, so you have to launch an actual conventional defense of the walls. But you also, again, I say defense in quotation marks, because you, again, due to those ambush forces, you really do have to have like a fast reaction force. You do have to have some offensive capability going on within the city itself. So it's a really like mixed battle, I will say. It's really not an easy battlefield space here at all by any means, I have to say. So credit to like Yarrick for taking command of this, because I imagine it would be an absolute mess to like organize this and like have accurate reports too, an accurate report of what's going on in the city at any given time. It would be next to impossible to know in real time, on the ground like he is.
illumination into the nightmare of war. Yarrick felt his blood sing with heat. His chants never stopped, as the blood and smoke filled the air for hours upon hours. It was only when dawn came that the heretics had finally had their fill of throwing men and women into the meat grinder.
Damn.
Exhaustion reigned on both sides.
Well, the heretics can also
Yarrick
afford
stood
to
before
human wave
Dagenhart,
assault too, to be fair.
Kraus and the lead sister
Seemingly.
Sethino.
Or they just don't
Even
care.
now, all could see Vargheim try to make political moves, his cowardice evident. Much to the disgust and disdain of all those around him, they were in a stalemate. The Baron-supported Chaos Cult couldn't break into the city, but the Imperials couldn't break out, and their resources were running low. Yarrick and Kraus left, still arguing. The Inquisitor's interrogations of the civilians
City
had
wasn't
begun
ready
to
for a
spread
siege.
panic throughout the city. It seems both roles had very different interpretations of observe and learn, but their arguments were interrupted. Something drew them back to the palace. A premonition from Betzner, the man who had caught the Inquisitor's eye before. In the crypts below, Yarrick felt it. A toxic sensation. Existential dread building in waves. From a tunnel entrance, an explosion rocked the chamber.
Another
Splinters
IED.
and flakes of burning parchment filled the air.
Oh,
As a
man.
stream of cultists rushed forth.
Oh.
Yarrick and Kraus turned to see something grotesque, larger than a man, with glistening pink skin.
Oh, they got demons?
Multi-limbed, and with a gaping jaw. Looking upon it, Yarrick's mind ached, and his stomach dropped, as for the first time in his life, he saw a demon.
Yeah,
The
literally.
words used in his training were a poor representation of this utter abomination.
Fuck, so they actually
Sentient
got demons on the
nightmare
battle space now
manifest.
too. That's
No
scary
matter
shit,
how
man.
long he lived,
Terrifying.
the damage to his psyche would always remain.
Yeah.
Yarrick and Kraus rose as one, retreating their minds into a place of safety. They leapt at the abomination. It bled, and that meant they could kill it. Cultists
Badass.
and guard began to fall around them, gutted and devoured in a mosh pit of cleaver, lasfire and claw. The duel with insanity itself was brutal. Yarrick pushed to the edge of his abilities as he and Kraus broke it apart, only for it to convulse and split. One gaping maw became two as the demon
it's like a
multiplied.
hydra.
The smaller, blue horrors launched at the surviving Imperials, tearing men and women into ribbons of flesh. Yarrick, with his bolt gun empty, his sword slick with demon blood, was almost overwhelmed, until a chorus of bolt guns sang. The Sisters of Battle stormed into the crypt. He felt their zeal, their purity of faith sing from them, and he felt humbled. Sister Sethino and her sisters unleashed fire and death. banishing the demon back into the warp. Wounded and exhausted, even in his soul, Commissar Yarrick stood, victorious against the enemy's strike towards their leadership.
I will say the fact that, again, these are just humans, right? These are literally just like humans as far as anyone's concerned. So the fact that these two humans were able to go toe to toe with a demon and like hold him off in a sense, that's kind of fucking nuts. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're pretty goated individuals. Like these guys are just kind of chads in their own right. Like, you know, I definitely feel like your average guard probably is not going to stand any sort of like, you know, ground towards a demon like that. But a commissar might somehow, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty chadular, I will say. Holy shit.
Victorious
actual
against the
badass
enemy's
behavior
strike
right there.
Towards their leadership.
Charge the attacking demon,
the
like, yeah, bro.
situation had changed.
They'll order you to
His
charge, of
cult
course,
had progressed,
but
and now the warp
I don't
itself
know how well it'll go.
had entered the battlefield. Yarrick had observed and learned. Perhaps the enemy's strategy of a direct strike at the leadership was something that they could employ. An idea crystallized in Yarrick's head, and for the rare occasion that it was, he found himself smiling. With Seraph, Kraus, Setheno, and the Mortisians at his side, he would end this uprising at its heart. He would cut off its head.
It's going for the leadership. Become faith, become will. That kind of goes hard.
What is will but the strength of faith? What gives faith its strength if it is not will? Become faith, become will, for the God Emperor of mankind.
Marsek stepped back out of the shadows. I joined him.
The wreckage.
We stared down into the tunnels. There was still movement down there. Still the alien sounds. For the moment, at least, they weren't moving upward. Marsek whispered,
"What's down there?"
Something we're not equipped to fight.
God
Captain,
knows.
but we can report
Truly,
its
God
existence.
knows.
moving quietly, limiting.
What a fuck situation report that is. What's down there? Not sure, Captain, but we can report that it is down there. What? What the fuck? So there's something down there. We just don't know. It exists. What it is? Up for debate. You know what I mean? Fuck. Uh-oh.
But we can report its existence.
Yeah.
Moving quietly, limiting himself to hand gestures alone, Marsek signaled our withdrawal. We maintained silence for the
What's
first
down
2
there?
levels,
Yes.
when it became
Okay.
clear that the pyramid's denizens weren't following, and that the last of our enemies had gone down to their annihilation. Verston went back to work with the Vox, trying to raise the scattered elements of 6th Company.
The Vox never
Marsek
works,
caught him
man.
up to the front with us.
You might as well send a
Anything?
fucking
No
like,
answer from
messenger
Sergeant
pigeon and
Hanasek,
be
sir.
quicker.
But I received a transmission from Sergeant Brenkin on the Castellan Belasco. She and some armsmen have freed themselves and are fighting back. She says that the occupying force is small. The traitor Space Marines were the ones who captured our ship, and they left behind only a minimal group of cultists.
Traitor Space
They're
Marines,
armed,
damn.
of course, but
But it wouldn't take much to dislodge them.
that's what she thinks, Commissar, yes.
I gave Marsek a significant
It
look.
wouldn't take much.
Our Valkyries, some distance
We're
from the
talking about
ridge,
the last
should
of
still
thousands
be
of
intact.
guards. It's not much.
Even with our numbers
Right off,
reduced
actually.
to not much more than 2 squads worth, we could retake the ship.
We'll link up with Sergeant Hanasek. With our company reunited, we shall purge the scum from our decks.
Marsek
Damn.
said. I frowned. He was assuming that Hanosek's contingent still existed. 2 Reavers had come after us, unless some were mounting guard outside the pyramids, which seemed unlikely. That meant the other 3 were pursuing Hanosek and his troops. Those were formidable odds. Marsek was basing his strategy on an assumption for which he had no evidence. I was uneasy, but decided to say nothing until we reached the surface. As we were climbing out of the crater, Verston managed to get through to Hanosek's Vox
This is like
operator
written in the first
for a
person,
few
which is
seconds.
interesting.
The other fragment of Sith Company was being pressed.
Sith
hard
Company,
and
yo.
driven deeper into the pyramid. There was no question of their being able to set up an ambush. The heretics and reavers were upon them. They could not break off.
Send a message that help is coming.
Belay that, trooper.
I told Verston. To Marsik, I said...
Captain, a word.
I expected him...
Just want to pause right there. So that's an interesting like thing Yarrick just said there. Like he's used his pistol on more officers than he cares to count. He's talking about it with regret. He literally calls it unnecessary. It's not like he enjoys gunning down his own men. I think that adds like a lot of personality to the commissars. It's not like it's a job that they enjoy necessarily, all of them, I should say. Again, I'm sure there's those like some few egotistical ones that like, fully enjoy like being able to take advantage of the position that they're in. But in the case of like Yarrick, right, he's still very much a human, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't enjoy just like killing people because they're like fucking overtaken by like combat stress, you know what I'm saying? It's not a good feeling to do that to somebody. And in this case, this guy is literally seemingly just trying to like do what he can to save his men. It'll probably result in failure. It'll probably result in death. But he is trying to do what he thinks is best. And Yarrick disagrees with the tactical soundness of that plan, which is why the action seems to be going the way it's going. But even this, he doesn't want to do it because he sees it as unnecessary. He doesn't want to take a life if he doesn't have to do it. Yeah, it's powerful. It's good to see, you know what I'm saying? It adds, again, it shows that like commissars are not just like this one-dimensional kind of like entity as we might see them as, you know what I'm saying? Save a few soldiers or let an Imperial frigate fall into enemy hands. Yeah, exactly. As Battle Chicken says, kill one officer or let a sector of a city fall. Like, yeah, literally, like that's what you're looking at, right? It's like, save a few people that you care about or like lose something larger at the greater whole, right? And that could potentially lead to how many more deaths down the line, right? Like it's not he's doing it because his personal bias is getting away. Not Yarrick, but like the soldier here. He's doing it because his bias for his men is overriding his like, his more judgment-based, like sensible side, right? Because obviously if you got people you care about, you know, you're going to want to do the best you can to try to save them, even though that might result in your death, even though that might result at a loss as a whole. You care about the people you care about, right? It's a very understandable thing that soldier is going through. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like it's, oh my God, like, why isn't he just listening to Yarrick? Why is he fighting so adamantly against us? Like, it makes sense why he has that opinion. You know what I'm saying? It does. It's reasonable, you know?
Encountered a soldier.
I want to pause on that again. Wow, holy shit, that's pretty fucking metal, man. That's quite the sacrifice. There's noises down there. They're backing us down a tunnel. Can you break out at all? Nope. It's not going to be possible. Like, we're basically dead if you don't save us. Go deeper into the tunnel. Sir, are you sure? It's probably going to kill us. I know what I'm asking you to do. Do you know what I'm asking you to do? Yes, I do know what you're asking me to do. Okay, fine, we'll do it. You know what I'm saying? That's respect to both of them there. Because, like, again, Yarrick could have bullshitted him and said, like, oh, help is coming. Yarrick could have bullshitted him and said, you know, you're dead anyway. You know what I'm saying? But he basically did the case of, like, he almost left the choice of sacrifice almost up to the soldier in a sense. Not really, but almost kinda. Like, made it, like, kind of his, like, decision, like, go deeper into the tunnel. I'm telling you to do this. I will remain here all the way. You need to do what you need to do right now. And the soldier was just kind of like, okay, it's our duty. You know what I'm saying? Very, very respectful between both of them. And Yarrick, too, like, he genuinely did seem to care about that command. It's not like he was doing that lightly without any sort of disregard for, like, these men, their lives. He actually did seem to... He actually did seem to, like, genuinely care about that. It's not like he's just a heartless commander at all, or a heartless commissar at all. Like, he definitely has some feel to him for sure. Does anyone else get the impression that myself and Battle Chicken have studied commissar duties rather extensively? Yeah, maybe just a little bit, eh? I don't have a problem with Warhammer. Warhammer has a problem with me. He helped ease the soldiers into the Emperor's Light. Yeah, something like that. Even though the Emperor's Light certainly didn't embrace them going down into that tunnel, I will say. It was definitely something a lot darker down there, goddamn. But shit, you know, at least, you know, at the end of the day, it was about claiming victory by any means necessary, and the soldiers kind of understood that, which is pretty respectful. Goddamn.
I was there.
Wow.
It was the
ending
most
there went pretty
horrifying
hard.
thing he had ever seen. Just like his grandfather had said, there are worse things than childhood bullies, or even orcs. Yarrick ran towards the dais, flanked by Seroth, Sethano, and her sisters, Kraus, and a crack squad of the brave Mortisians. To the corrupted Baron's Mountains fortress the Imperials had trudged, the journey costing thousands of lives. Entering the disgusting citadel, passing chained victims, too far gone to save, more slick with blood, and desecrated with symbols of chaos. They saw it. The Barons.
Gotta love yourself a chaos torture chamber, am I right?
And
Fuck.
dreaded demons. The Imperials charged. Las and bolter rounds
Sad thing is, that's probably not even a chaos torture chamber. That's just like chaos decorative pieces, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just a wall mount, you know? Just hang that on your wall. It's a piece of art. That's all it is. Nah, the torture chambers, you'll know.
Demons. The Imperials charged.
Excuse me.
Las and bolter rounds rammed into the heretics as Yarrick pushed forward. On an iron chair sat the mutilated, tortured form of his mentor, Lord Commissar Rasp. Almost unrecognizably broken. The Baron Varsin, the architect of this uprising, linked hands with the other barons. They began to chant from a cursed book. Maddening foul expletives ringing in Yarrick's ears.
You gotta send a las gun like shot through their head right now.
Enough. The traitor barons began to twist and melt. The flesh and bone molding into one enlarged monstrosity.
Waited too long, man.
A violating act Yarrick witnessed. At such a close proximity, he would never forget that sight in sickening detail. The Varsin mutant began lashing out. Seroth and Kraus were smashed to the ground as Yarrick leapt onto the beast's back. With the fury of the Emperor himself, he rammed his sword into the beast's skull and began to twist. But it was no final victory.
Really?
It was the last body, piled upon thousands that had already been sacrificed.
Okay.
Reality itself.
I thought he didn't kill it. I thought it was still alive after that. I was like, what?
Corrupted lightning. Yarrick's mind recoiled as pieces of concepts and snarling abstractions whirled past. And then it coalesced. A sickly pink-skinned, flesh-rippling, horned demon draped in finery and things human language failed to describe, stepped forth. A greater demon of the foul god Zinch had entered reality. Gal Shanhar.
That's not good.
Gal Shanhar, they screamed. Even its name wounded the soul. It was Rasp's howling scream that broke Yarrick back into action. The Lord Commissar was locked within the demon's grip, and he screamed as if tortured in his very psyche. The warp leaked around Yarrick and the Imperials.
I will
almost like
say, if this is a greater demon of Tzeentch, yeah, his mind is probably being fucking twisted like a pretzel right now, if I had to assume. Probably all their minds are being twisted like a pretzel right now. If there was just some regular guard in the room right now, they're probably not fucking, like, combat capable by any means. They're probably on the ground fucking crying right now, like, straight up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, mentally fucking shattered, like, straight up, with just the psychic energy that these fucking things seem to emit. Again, even though they're just baseline humans, like, you have to give it, like, credit. Like, they are just, like, mental monsters. Like, they don't seem to care. It's a lot less like their physical attributes, and it's more the case of, like, mentally they don't fucking quit and they don't think they can fail. Not that they don't think they can fail, they know they're capable of failure, but they refuse to admit that they will fail. Like, 99% of shit, like, hard shit that somebody does in their life, you know, you can do it if you think that you mentally can do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you're mentally fit and you have confidence in yourself, you'll probably get it done. It's when people start to doubt themselves. Self-doubt is the ultimate killer of basically everything, right? So, like, goddamn, you know, like, I got to give it credit to Yarrick again. Like, this is a fucking beast, like, mentally. His fortitude must be insane.
The warp leaked around Yarrick.
Be more than a man, be the symbol. Exactly,
like fighting the kaleidoscope of nightmare.
Now lead your
Yarrick
troops against this?
Began to understand
impossible,
why
right?
Rasp had screamed as he made contact with the
easy to see why so many people lose
Flashes
their mind.
Of the past and future touched his mind. Something his emperor-given strength tried desperately not to look at, not to let corrupt him. Armageddon, a great enemy, searing pain in his left eye and right arm. Faith, will, the Emperor. Yarrick screamed in his mind. What is will but the strength of faith? What gives faith its strength, if not will? Become faith. Become will for the God Emperor of mankind. More Imperials fell in horrifying ways, until finally Sister Sethano lunged forward as Yarrick struck the demonic book Vasahin had used before, and again at the altar behind it. The warp began to rush around them as Yarrick stood defiantly. Be the symbol. His body and mind was at the point of breaking.
Give off that aura, what the fuck?
The survivor boy from Teos 3.
So, like, even though shit's like, people are dying around him, still people are breaking mentally around him. They're starting to, like, banish this demon. The warp is starting to, like, fucking, like, fizzle around them and shit like that. He just, like, you know, just stands, arises, and he just, like, has that fucking, like, aura, sword in hand, staring at them. Even though he's, like, in fucking pain, he's gotta look the part, you know what I'm saying? It's all about the aura. Holy fuck.
The living rallied and pummeled the collapsing demon with everything they had.
It's not enough to be a symbol for your troops, but become a symbol of fear for the enemy.
On Mistral
exactly.
Was theirs, though it had cost oceans of blood.
It's not just about you, it's about the image you give to your enemy, your foe.
Chaos, and
Inspire
the politics
fear.
of those at the top. Yarrick, wounded, both in body and spirit, prayed in a chapel alone. Mistral had taught him much. Those murky waters where one could still be corrupt and serve the Emperor. The need to be the symbol, where Rasp had been captured and the cowardice of others reigned. Sister Sethano approached him in this place of quiet and healing. They had both been changed on a fundamental level. No one, in such close proximity to the machinations of the warp, ever leaves unscathed. In gazing into an abyss, the abyss had looked back into them.
Yeah,
where
that
Sethano
would be
had
hard
been
to shake.
expunged of the tapestry of greater human emotion. Yarrick had been propelled, as if his zeal and hate for his enemies had only grown.
Don't think it'll be for a couple weeks
burned
yet, but
brighter.
I can't wait for
He
Sen to
knew
meet
he should not
Kane.
believe the
Yeah,
vision
man.
that
I mean,
scraped
again,
his
I'll
mind.
throw that
The
on the
sickening gift of the
throw that on the
demon's
poll again
contact.
for sure.
But the image of
I'm
a hulking.
I'm trying to think. Have we had Kane on the poll yet before? I want to say we've had him. I want to say we've had him before on the poll once or twice. We'll throw him on again next week, though. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. No, we haven't? Not once? Really? Damn, I haven't even given him a shot yet? We'll throw him on. We'll throw him on. I'll try to remember to do that. I'll try to remember to give him his shot in the sunlight. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, for sure. Again, if he's got some popularity to him, even, you know, if he doesn't win, if he's got some popularity to him, if people want to see him, we'll throw him on. Absolutely.
The sickly gift of the demon's contact, but the image of a hulking form troubled him. His right arm and eye would forever remain sore.
Yeah, it's been on there. I'm
Commissar
pretty sure
Rasp
I'm pretty sure I put him on once or twice, at least, I want to say.
Fury touched Yarrick's heart. No.
I hope
he
I
did not
have.
hear
I'd
his
feel bad if I
mutilated
didn't.
mental repent the Emperor. He would give him a chance. He deserved that. There Yarrick prayed more as Sethano left. Finally he left to his mental side in the medical tent, dreading the choice he knew in his heart he would have to make. There is a difference between thinking like a commissar and acting like one. Rasp had told him long ago. The Lord Commissar had served for lifetimes. He had seen thousands die, and more wars than Yarrick had been alive for. But he had been broken, subjected to a suffering most could never even dream of. Once again in Yarrick's life, he lost a mentor as he sent Lord Commissar Rasp to the Emperor's side. Another burden he accepted, even as it broke the decades-long friendship with Dominic Seraph. Never
Not really
again
your
would the
fault,
two
though, that
meet
one.
on friendly terms. But war never ends for the political officer of the Guard. As Yarrick left the silhouette of Minstrel in his wake, he was reassigned to his new station, the Armageddon Steel Legion.
Boy.
Night had fallen on Ionis, shrouded by the enormous gas giant, Kalasimar. It had not been long since the trial of fire that was Mistral and its murky waters. In fortified trenches, Yarrick
For
and
the
his
Steel
newly
Legion,
assigned
yeah.
regiment
It's finally
stared
going to
across at
Armageddon
the
now.
enemy's position, a foul call to the dark gaunts. Sergeant Hanosek stood by his side as the two turned back to their own men. Observe and learn. The lesson he was now enacting as he saw Captain Jeren Marsek. He was handsome and charismatic. The men looked up to him like a symbol, Yarrick thought, but something bugged him. The role of Commissar required
That symbol
him
isn't
to read
me.
people, and what he saw beneath the Machiavellian facade was an almost childlike flippancy. Marsek's confidence was the immortality of a young man, something that was fragile in the battles to come.
Yeah.
Captain Marsek ordered a charge. Finally, the Imperials would dig out the nest of rats. The roars followed Marsek.
I will say commanders like that, or people like that, I should say in general, can be very dangerous, especially in like, war environments for certain. Because you get people that are too egotistical, too confident with themselves, too confident with the lives of their men, right? And as like an enlisted person, you definitely will see leadership that has those types of traits. And you'll just tell yourself if shit ever goes to fuck, like you're going to die, like straight up. And it's bad to say. It's really bad to say. But you just know it's over for you because this fucker is going to get you killed 100%. You can't disobey him, or, you're disobedient. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going to get arrested for that, especially in a military environment, or worse, if you're at war, you might just get shot for it. Right. Like it's how it goes. But you can like look at your commander and you can tell like strategically, tactically, he might be of rank, right? But damn well tactically in the environment, if he gets put in that place to lead men into battle, he is not going to be effective at it. You'll totally get times when that's very, very apparent to you, and it's shitty when it happens. Let me tell you, it's very shitty. Because it leads to an overall lack of confidence in your command structure when you know that your hire is essentially just a fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know his job. He doesn't know his place. He doesn't inspire loyalty or bravery in his soldiers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's not a good time. Not a good time.
Would dig out the nest of rats. The roars followed Marsek right into a trap. Yarrick cursed himself as the shells began to rain down on them. Like little insects trampled under a boot of flame, Marsek and Yarrick's men were decimated.
They just got...
And when the dust settled, Yarrick saw his face.
They just got baited into a beaten zone there.
Hollowness. He was functioning, but Yarrick noted his fallacy. As the survivors gathered again, they were attacked, forcing them to retreat into these ancient, buried Xenos tombs that peeked out from the sand. They darted in, as the forces of chaos were at their heels. The sleek corridors and pyramids sent shivers down Yarrick's spine. It screamed danger, but still they pushed further. But now it was their turn, as Yarrick, Marsek, and their men set their own ambush, leaving traps for the advancing forces of chaos. In the dim green light, with Laz and Bolter roaring as they cried out for the Emperor, they fought a brutal, up-close war. But it was a losing battle. Men and women dropped like flies, until they retreated back into an eerie mist. Hiding at the sides, their pursuers darted past into the sightless screaming depths. Their screams were haunting.
I will say too, and this is a problem I've noticed with Imperium Doctrine quite a bit, especially in cases where resupply or where casualty rates are so high where they can't sustain the losses that they're taking. Because the guard in general, it relies very much on like a human wave doctrine, right? If you don't have more reserve forces to throw at the enemy after you incur mass losses, your doctrine as a whole will fall apart, right? And we've seen it a few times where, smaller elements of guard, maybe at the hest of a Commissar or whatever have you, will attack arguably the same force or larger, but they will engage as if they have men to throw away. They will still engage with that same human wave doctrine, even though they don't have the numbers to sustain it and keep it up, right? So it usually results in a loss at that point. Unless, again, they are able to rout their enemy or kill them off entirely. But yeah, it's rough, I've noticed, because at the lower level, right, if you're talking like just a platoon, let's say like a platoon for us would be like 40 men. I'm not sure what platoon size would be in Warhammer, obviously way fucking bigger, but in Canada it's about 40 guys, right? A platoon size for us, right, if we were to just human wave assault ourselves at an enemy, also platoon size, you have to imagine that we're going to take probably at least 2/3 of our force in casualties, right? So you got to imagine that's probably going to be like 25, 30 guys, and we probably won't beat the enemy back. That's not a sustainable loss to take. Even if you do end up killing the enemy, you're going to be completely not combat capable for the next engagement is the problem, right? The Imperium Doctrine, combat doctrine, it does not work if you cannot get resupplied. The second you're not getting resubbed, doctrine falls apart entirely. It's rough. It's very rough.
Into the sightless screaming depths. Their screams were haunting.
Astra Militarum rule number 1, if you don't know where to go, advance. That is actual law, true. Just walk forward.
Back towards the surface. The situation was dire.
Gain ground, doesn't matter what ground, gain it.
Had been boarded. The priority was obvious until Yarrick heard those words. We'll link up with Sergeant Hanuzik. Send a message that help is coming. We are duty-bound not to, Yarrick replied.
Whoa.
Such an attempt would be doomed.
Wow.
You know that as well as I do. But Captain Marsek protested. Yarrick felt the slight dread begin to rise. As he knew what was coming,
Captain,
he cursed Marsek.
I'm telling you,
for this moment
through
that would be with him for all his years to
that.
come. He saw through him. The captain was seeking a martyr's end, as a redemption for his failure, hoping to wipe out the guilt for the men who had died under his watch.
Oh, so this is what happened before, yeah.
Rang out, as Yarrick killed a good man, but a bad officer.
Right.
One more burden on the list of those who had met his emperor's judgment. It never got easier. Some were traitors, some were cowards, but some had just faltered once, and that was enough.
Some have just made a mistake.
A symbol and defender of the orthodoxy, but most importantly, he was human. Despite the weight of the burdens he carried, What was one more added to the pile, as he informed the man he respected, the man who could have had a future, Sergeant Hanosek, that no help was coming. Into the temple the brave officer led his men, as Yarrick heard their screams over the Vox.
That is a fucked way to go, though, to be fair.
The respect of someone hearing his glorious death and journey to the Emperor's side.
I'll be honest, like, glorious death, quote unquote, right? I'm not trying to be a dick. It wasn't very glorious. Like, it literally described how he was like cries of like fear and pain, gunshots. But at the end of the day, he did what he had to do. That's what makes it glorious. Not the fact that like he died and he was scared while he died. Like that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Anyone would be scared while they like are going into that situation. That's the, you know, that doesn't make him less of a man or anything like that. It's the case that he willingly went down into that tunnel. You know what I'm saying? He willingly went down there because he knew it was the only way that the enemy he was currently fighting was going to die, and he was going to die anyway. And I think he came to that conclusion regardless. So it's like, if he's going to die anyway, least he can do is take out the enemy alongside him, right? That's the idea. Massive respect for him. Massive respect. Literally said it's our duty to do it.
When people have been derived of ability to act.
They did not even know what the Necrons were back then, and they sent them down the Necron tomb. That's true, actually. That's actually facts. I know it said it was a pyramid. I did not even put two together that was actually the Necrons, but that makes sense. I knew it was a pyramid, and I'm sure I would have like caught on at some point. That's fair play, yeah. So that's scary. That's even scary because they don't know what the fuck what the fuck they're fighting, right? And like, you have to admit, the Necrons are terrifying. Like, the first time you would see a Necron, you'd probably shit yourself. They look like Terminators, bro. Like, it's scary shit. It's not, you know, I would not feel comfortable in the presence of a Necron, bro. Like, absolutely not. Honestly, though, if I just have to say, in complete utter honesty, I would feel more comfortable in the presence of a Necron than I would in the presence of a Mechanicus. I'm just saying that now. Completely true. Completely true.
When people have been derived of ability to act, they will respond to leadership with gratitude and vigor. To have direction becomes a form of salvation in its own right. Harness this human characteristic, and there is very little that you cannot accomplish.
A life of unending war, death, and service to the Emperor, despite the rejuvenant treatments that kept the man, Sebastian Yarrick, looking like a middle-aged man. Something ancient lay beneath. How many men had he seen die? The fact that he surpassed the age of his grandfather did not slip him. It had been decades
so
since
he does just still look like a middle-aged man.
Steel Legion.
He doesn't really age too much, does he? At least not right now.
Armageddon had been the
Not
closest thing to a home he had ever known. The air was filthy and oil slick, browns and yellows painting a visage no one would dare call beautiful.
No.
Corrosive rain and towers of black smoke dotted this hellscape of a world. Virulent forests hung around the equator, bleeding out until reaching the ash wastes.
Armageddon sounds like ass, dude.
Enormous hive cities, filled with humans stacked upon each other to the point of absurdity.
Wait until he's
Billions upon
captured?
billions
Yikes.
called this polluted waste home. Observe and learn. The lesson he had enacted over decades, as Yarrick had visited the various holdings and hive cities over the years. He observed its spires and depths, its gilded corridors and the noble quarters, and the grime and blood-drenched alleys in the sunless underworld. Towards the spire of Hive and Furnace, the old Commissar walked, finding himself greeted by the Lord Commissar, Seraph. Disgust was written across the face of his once friend.
Oh,
The
yeah?
Emperor's mercy Yarrick had given their mentor Rasp had broken their friendship.
Why,
and now
though?
Yarrick was about to face the consequences as the two walked to the luxurious quarters of the planet's ruler.
I'm sure they're gonna explain, like, probably have a conversation, like, each of their point of views, whatever have you, right? But again, like, this guy was mentally broken. He was tortured. He was physically fucking not the same. He was never going to physically be the same mentally. He was probably going to be in a vegetative state. Like, this guy was tortured. His mind was broken by a fucking chaos demon. I'm not trying to be that guy. It does seem like mercy. He thinks he could have been saved. That, I mean, yeah, but like, it's a hard sell. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can see reason for both sides, but I don't feel like he can be mad for putting him out of his misery, if that makes sense. I don't feel like it's okay for him to be mad at him for that, because he might not even, like, listen, I'm not trying to like speak for him, obviously. I'm not trying to speak for anyone in this case, of course, but he might not even want to have kept going at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to say. Like, he might not pull through from something like that. A normal human, unlikely that they do, you know? They could, it's possible, unlikely though, you know? Which benefits the greater war more? Well, again, and I will say too, let's assume he does heal, right? Physically, maybe mentally on the outside. Now you put him back in the role of Commissar. Now he goes back out there into a combat stressful situation, and now he himself, the Commissar, breaks potentially in the middle of combat. What then, right? That's the problem here. It's a risk for sure. Like, it is, regardless of if he heals, I don't know if he could ever be safe to be put back in charge of like command. Like, if he could be back in charge of people, I don't think that would be safe for anyone. You know, that's my thoughts on it, right? Because he's a risk at that point. He's not corrupt, but he's what's the word? Not corrupt. I'm trying to think of the word here. Fuck, that's slipping my mind. I'm having a fucking brain dead moment right now. At risk. That's not the word for it, but he's at risk, right? Like, it's an unnecessary risk to do something like that. The best you could do is like retire him, right? Maybe send him back home, close to a home as you could get, and retire him. But then even civilian life, like, you're looking at, like, is he functional even in civilian life? It's hard to say, right? It's hard to say. Jeopardized. Yeah, jeopardized. That's another. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yes, that sums it up. Yes, that's the word. I don't think that's the word I was looking for, but jeopardized that's another word for it. Yes, exactly.
Consequences as the two walked to the luxurious quarters of the planet's ruler, Overlord Hermann von Strab. It was like looking into the past, that disgust that had risen up, as Yarrick had looked upon the Cardinal Vargeheim of Mistral. Hermann von Strab was as wide as he was.
Look at this guy's tall, fucking fingernails. Ew.
Bloated,
oh.
And with a grin that stunk of superiority. In a voice that was deep and nasal, Hermann von Strab began to speak of Yarrick's missteps, of his return from purging the orcs at the head of the 252nd expedition. It was clear this whole display.
Bro, please tell me this isn't him. Is this like accurate representation right here? Because goddamn, dude. I am assuming not, of course, but like, fuck, could you imagine, like, this is the dude? Fuck. If this is, goddamn, bro, he needs to work on that chin. That chin, that's like 5 chins in one, bro. I don't even know what the fuck is going on with that.
The head of the 252nd expedition. It was clear this whole display was a farce, as Yarrick's concerns of some greater danger at play was instantly ignored. A name, Gazcall, those orcs had chanted.
One of the worst members of the Imperium who somehow failed up into being a planetary governor. I hate characters like that, I'm not gonna lie.
A humiliation, as von Strab.
That there, I'm sorry to pause again, guys. Sorry to pause again on that. We'll go back like 10 seconds just so we can start fresh from that whole like line. But failing upwards as a character, that's like the same reason why I like dislike the character. I've debated making a video on this entirely, actually, by the way. I still might. But the character Maximus from the Fallout show, it's the same reason I kind of like dislike his character. Not the actor, of course. I think the actor does, you know, he does a job of an actor. I think he portrays him in the way the script tells him to portray him in. I think he does a fine job at that. But the actual character himself of Maximus, it's just like that constant failing upwards. It gets irritating. Especially for like a protagonist type character. Now for a character like this, obviously, doesn't really matter. He's not like a protagonist. He's not like a main character, but in the sense of like Maximus, for example, he is a protagonist. He's a character you see a lot of. So the fact that like you can't root for him because he's not likable, he doesn't do likable things, and he fails upward. He always seems to succeed, even though the fucker really should not, and he doesn't deserve to succeed. It's really hard to form an attachment with those types of characters. They're not my favorite. In this case, I don't really mind it yet because this is the first time we're hearing of this character, obviously, at least me personally, right? And he's not like a main character. He's probably a bad dude by the look of it and the sound of it. He probably is. Nasally voice, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't really have a lot going for him by the sounds of it here. So I don't really have a problem with it in this case. It's just that was an aside, completely unrelated, but I just, I want to talk about it. Fuck Erebus, true. He doesn't even fail up in the funny way that the Skaven do. Oh, I see. The Skaven fail up, I've heard of that before as well. I need to look into some of that, because I hear they do like some very, very stupid shit, but it just ends up working in the end. Not even necessarily in the way that they want it to work out in, but it just works somehow. Inadvertently, you know what I mean? So it's a funny way to fail in, but it still is a success, quote unquote, even though it's like questionable if it is or not. Skaven are funny. I need to look into the Skaven more.
Had chanted with a fervor that had unnerved him. But no, this was no briefing. It was meant to be a humiliation.
Yes, this guy's the planetary governor at the moment. I'm pretty sure it just said that.
Yarrick's retirement at the behest of the good Lord Commissar Seraph. Yarrick was furious. His fingers twitched as he considered for a moment killing the vile scum.
Damn.
It took every ounce of his will to hold himself back.
Can he just do that?
A life of overseeing the recruitment in Hades' Hive was nothing short of exile. Yarrick knew it.
Wow.
He left, seething, but his humiliation was not what weighed upon his mind. It was the unnerving sense that some greater danger was coming to Armageddon.
So he's going to be a recruitment officer.
Powerless to prepare for it. At the sides of a colossal parade, a figure approached Yarrick, a face he had not seen for
This man got millions, probably billions killed in the first war with the orcs. Fuck, does he fuck it up that bad? No spoilers, no spoilers. We're not there yet, but
replaced by the
I imagine it was a catastrophe.
And a duty unfulfilled. Those same cold, dead eyes, matching his virulent, zealous ones. The scars of those who had gazed into the immaterium. Her presence only meant one thing: danger. To the skies they all saw it. Yarrick, Sethano, and the billions that lived upon Armageddon.
Sorry, Herman von Schifferbrains makes me irrationally angry. No, it's fair.
The immaterium in a shriek.
Listen, I will say, pause on that. I will say there are characters out there that, like, yeah, you can't help but get angry when mentioned. You know what I'm saying? For sure, for sure. That's not irrational. I feel like that's completely rational given the context of certain stories. For sure. You know. Especially given, what they do, what they get up to, of course. It's okay to be irrationally angry. It's not even irrational anger, to be fair. It's completely rational anger if it resulted in many people dying that didn't need to die, to be completely fair.
Enormous space hulk tore its way from the immaterium in a shriek. It was the size of a moon, a world of twisted metal that roared towards them. Orcs. The claw of desolation, they called it.
Here they come.
As its shadow loomed overhead. A swath of the sky itself burned as the Space Hulk began to fall towards the surface.
Fuck.
It was like hell itself was descending as the blaze reflected in those old eyes. The ones that had seen the devastation of
orcs christen planets by crashing ships and meteors into them.
He let those around him see it. He knew his role and the example he had to set for the apocalypse to come. The planet rumbled as the Xenos moon made planetfall. But what shocked Yarrick more was the absence of mobilization. Why? Did Von Strapp think the Greenskins were dead?
Von Strapp?
Was he mad? The Overlord was seemingly delusional and
so surrounded
by none brave enough to stand up to him.
He's just not reacting? Is that right? Like right now, he's just not reacting? So you're telling me like a very obvious orc warship and potentially like moon just fucking crashed into the planet. and you're not reacting in any sort of way. He's not mobilizing the guard. He's not fucking calling out for reinforcements. Hey, we got a fucking orc incursion on our ass here. Hey, send reinforcements, start mobilizing the troops. Let's spread out our forces a little bit here. We need quick reaction forces, you know, set the AA up. Nothing at all. He's just fucking like sitting there jorking it. You know what I'm saying? That's his choice. Yep, does nothing. Really. I'm surprised there even is like a third war for Armageddon, to be completely real with you, given that knowledge. Because, like, holy shit, what? Like, York seemingly should have had this in the bag. We're lucky we got guys like Yarrick on the battlefield here, because holy fuck, like, incompetence like that, like, bro. Like, that's like brain dead. That's like when you, like, play, like, Company of Heroes or something like that, and you get your teammate that just, like, moves a single unit at a time, even though it's an RTS game. You got to be, like, fucking, you know, microing and shit like that. And you see just, like, your one teammate just, like, moving a single MG up and fucking, like, you watch it get enveloped by like 4 fucking units and die instantly in the snap of a fingers, and you just cringe. That's what this is. You know what I'm saying? Fucking wow. What incompetence.
And surrounded by none brave enough to stand up to him.
I got a lore video for you on Von Strab. It's a rant.
On their own.
Yeah, we'll have to check that out sometime, man.
Sethano,
I'd look at
and
that
half
sometime.
a regiment began to roll across the northern
that?
wastes in the eerie dead of night. This response was not enough, and clearly someone wanted him dead. Once again, he clenched his jaw at the political machinations Von Strab seemed to be playing. Again, he thought of that moment.
Does he just start doing like actual sabotage shit here?
The task before him was the priority. The tanks and transports rolled out as the might of the Imperium's nearly endless resource, humanity, rode out to war. After hours upon the approach to Hive Tempest,
are they going to meet them on the open field?
Began. As Yarrick and Sethano felt their transport rock, he was weightless for several seconds in the air, and then the sickening crunch.
24 minutes of pain.
To the steel floor. They had been hit. Stepping over the dead of his transport.
Well, see, maybe we'll check it out tonight. Maybe. I can't promise, but we'll see.
The orcs had come, and worst of all, they had caught them by surprise. Covered in minor wounds, Yarrick couldn't help but think this was beyond the normal tactical acumen of the orcs he knew so well. His men began to falter, but the symbol of equal hope and fear was amongst them. A commissar.
So these orcs seem a little bit smarter than normal, tactically.
To their east, they saw it. The shambling monstrosity that was the orc horde, marching. A green tide of Xenos and scrap steel. For miles it stretched. The laughing monsters of Yarrick's childhood were here in numbers he had never seen.
Get some revenge, Yarrick.
Tempestora, Sethano said. Words he would have killed any soldier for saying. But she was right. But there, they could buy time for the other hives.
Oh my god.
Yarrick and the others have...
See, and that's the thing right there. Those are words he would kill any other soldier for saying, but not her, because she's right. Because she's right. Any other soldiers, though, you're getting a fucking bolt through the fucking head. How dare you say that we aren't going to win this, you motherfucker. You better switch those words around right now before I backhand you. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, you see that right there is like the Imperium, like, problem right there. The, like, because, damn, you know, obviously voicing your opinions, voicing discontent, in a combat scenario, that's obviously not called for. It shouldn't be allowed. I agree with that. But it's the case of like, you're talking about people that are high ranking, potentially disagreeing with you, and depending on their rank, they're allowed to or not allowed to. That's the issue. You know what I'm saying? It's like, fuck. It's rough, you know. It's hard to see, but it's totally just that Imperium. What's the word? Indoctrination, I should say. The Imperium indoctrination. Like, certain people are good, but if you're anything fucking below in like a CO rank, you're fucked. Don't voice your concern ever, or you're going to get executed. Just plain and simple. Just don't do it. Don't ever speak your mind unless you're somebody important. Unless you got some aura, you know what I'm saying about you. Don't speak your mind. Just don't do it. It will result in death. If you ever want to read a book series about the Skaven, you should read Thankol and Bone Ripper. I'll keep that in mind, Battle Chicken. I'll keep that in mind. Here, let me write that down right now, actually. Let's keep going here.
They could buy time for the other hives. Yarrick and the other survivors began to run as they heard with dread the rising sounds of rumbling behind them. Bikers. There was no defense.
Bikers?
In the open,
oh god.
So they ran even harder.
Orcs on their Harleys.
Yarrick's lungs were roaring with hot air and exhaustion. The orc bikes finally raced into view as rounds the size of fists whizzed past Yarrick's head. Circling around, the orcs were now ahead of them as a wave of metal met one of meat and
saying
bone.
your doubts
Bolter
could end
and
up with
Last
Commissar
barked.
giving you comforted
The bike
words of
slammed
encouragement and
into
hope.
the ranks of the Steel Legion.
Depends on the situation. It does depend on the situation. Again, it very much depends on the Commissar himself, right? But in general, right, when you're playing, like when you're playing with your life, right? See, like when I talk about this, like I like to kind of put myself in like the person's doing it perspective, right? So if like I'm an Imperial soldier, right, or an non-Imperial, if I'm an Imperium guardsman, right, and I'm having concerns on the battlefield, I'm just naturally not going to voice my concerns because I care about my life, right? Maybe we'll win against the enemy. It's probably not likely if I'm having these types of doubts, right, to begin with. But maybe we'll win. But if I voice my concerns to that Commissar, there's like maybe a 50-50 chance that he inspires me. He makes me want to fight. He embodies me, not embodies me, emboldens me, embodies me, Jesus Christ, emboldens me to fight better, to be my best self, you know? But there's also a chance he just like puts a bolter to my head and fucking pulls the trigger. You know what I'm saying? It's a toss up. It's a gamble, right? So I feel like when you're gambling with your life, you're less inclined to gamble. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I feel. I feel like naturally that's most people.
Bolter and Laz barked as the bike slammed into the ranks of the Steel Legion. Men and women were ripped apart and tossed into the air like ragdolls. The sight was horrific. Yarrick felt the wet crunch of dying comrades at his feet, as still the column had to push on. Coming head on, Yarrick plunged his blade into an orc's neck, tumbling the rider and bike. Promethium and rockets were unleashed from the Imperial's line, breaking apart the bloodthirsty Xenos. The overwhelming firepower stalled the orcs.
These orc vehicles
long
look
enough
sick,
for
dude.
Yarrick to burst forth with a countercharge.
It's literally like a pickup truck, you know what I'm saying? I like that. Dune buggy pickup truck.
Our path is over the bones of the greenskins. Yarrick, Sethano, and the guard killed with hate, only to be met with sadistic laughs and rallies for their profit. Gazkul, they cried. An ensuing melee began, a mosh pit of bone, blood, and corpses.
Thankful is also a major villain in Gotrek and Felix books, so okay.
But finally the column made it to the walls of
Gotrek is the dwarf, right?
The news that the city, home to...
Sorry, he's the Slayer dwarf, if I recall, right? I just want to make sure I'm correct on that. Unrelated, obviously, not 40k related, but because I am actually genuinely interested in reading more, reading and learning about more fantasy. You know, it's just a lot on my plate. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, you gotta pick and choose what you want to do on the day-to-day kind of thing. But you know, I am interested in learning more about the fantasy side of things too. And I will say too, on the personal side of things, I do find fantasy way more interesting than Age of Sigmar. That's just me. I will say the models for Age of Sigmar look sweet. They look fucking fantastic. I love the models for Age of Sigmar. But I just find the story and what goes on in fantasy more interesting, in my opinion, personally. And then 40k, obviously, I like 40k a lot. Obviously, I wouldn't be making as much content on 40k if I didn't enjoy it, you know. To be fair.
To the walls of Hive Tempestora, the news that the city, home to billions of ordinary, innocent people, was walking dead, was a pill none could swallow. He hated it. To admit the failure even before it would happen.
Deeper lore, I agree with that.
Failures over the multiple lifetimes he had lived.
I might like Age of Sigmar later on down the line when there's more to it, but
realism
right now I think fantasy is definitely my preference
delusion of Von
between the
Strand.
two.
They had but hours until the main orc menace arrived, and so the building of defenses began. Turrets, barricades, and the Promethium deposits that had put the Hive on the map was flooded throughout the city's water system. The millions of those who couldn't fight were granted leave, much to the disgust of Sethano. Their lack of zealotry.
Let them leave.
weakness in
You're
her
not getting
cold
the
eyes.
paramilitary
The
in here,
people
you know what I'm
ran.
saying? Come on now.
Though Yarrick knew they wouldn't get far in the ash wastes.
Guy with
The
a
desperate civilians fled in
wheelchair
panic,
with an
even
RPG. Come on,
trampling
set
their
him up.
own as they burst through the rear gates.
It's called a static line
From
for
the
a reason.
mile-high spires to the sunless underhives, many would never make it out, and Yarrick knew they'd be nothing more than a distraction for the orcs. Time had run out. Nightfall had come, and the enemy were at the gates. The orc menace would break in. It wouldn't be long, but Yarrick had hate, faith in the Emperor, and a Promethean death waiting for them.
Damn.
Hive Tempestora, home to billions, men and women who had laughed, cried, and simply lived, until it was utterly annihilated.
As good as living gets
He
on
heard
Armageddon.
the sound first,
Not
as
very
they
good
ran.
in general.
Then came the heat, and the light, and a roar of flame washed over the entire city.
Damn.
The howl of the orcs was as loud as the screams of those still trapped within. The blast knocked Yarrick off balance, and as he rose, the running continued. The heat in his lungs, from the flame and exhaustion almost too much. It was moments like these where he truly felt his age. From beyond the walls, Yarrick, Sethano, and their men retreated. The inferno of a dead city reflecting in their eyes.
Damn.
The smoke was almost atmospheric clogging.
So
but
did they-
the smell was something that would never
Was there an
leave him.
explosion?
He stood by his decision, bearing the
Or is
terrible
this just
weight
them
in
raising the
name
city
of
in general?
victory and the greater survival of Armageddon. Assembling their men to move on to High Volcanus, Yarrick was met with something worse than enemy fire. A handful of orcs laughing. They gunned down the messengers as Yarrick digested what this meant. This Gazkul was amused. How did an orc anticipate this move? The flame engulfing trap,
Damn.
turning an entire city into a furnace.
Wow.
The name Gazkul was becoming something more in his mind, an adversary that was nothing like those he had faced before. But there would be no rest as Yarrick, Sethano, and the regiment rode to High Volcanus. Yarrick couldn't help but feel he was playing into Gazkul's hands. Hive Tempestora had burned.
But see, isn't this kind of interesting? You get one orc that has even a little bit of strategic oversight, like even just a little bit of like fucking strategic know-how. He isn't just fucking dumber than a bag of hammers for once, you know what I mean? And it just is, it rocks the Imperium to the core. They can't fucking conceive that these orcs have like any sort of like thinking power above just like run at the enemy and fucking shoot or slash, you know what I'm saying? So the fact that like he's actually able to organize ambushes, he's actually able to, I guess in this case, it was almost like a bait into a route into another bait kind of thing that he pulled here. That was very interesting. The tactical prowess of Gazkul here, it's pretty like intense for an orc, of course. I'm not going to say like it's overtly impressive because again, it is pretty basic like tactics he's using, but basic tactics for an orc is better than fucking zero tactics at all. And in the grand scheme of things, that can help out fucking so much, like in a combat scenario. Like these Imperiums are thrown off by the fact that they're fighting an enemy that can actually tactically adjust, you know, which it certainly is true. The Terror of Gaz, a warlord with a brain and charisma. Oh God. Yeah, like, right? Like, and that's the thing too. He can actually inspire other orcs very decently too. He's not just like, you know, he obviously is scary as fuck and he inspires through fear, but he can also talk. He gives good speeches too, if I recall. Pretty sure we've heard a couple of his speeches, if I recall. Didn't Naturally RP do a couple of those? I want to say he did. He did a couple orc speeches, I know that.
Playing in
Wait, sorry. To be fair, Age of Sigmar has only been around for a fifth of the time than the other settings have been around for. That's what I was saying too. Like down the line, maybe I'll appreciate Age of Sigmar more. But again, there's just not a whole lot to it to me right now, you know? So I feel like maybe in a couple of years, maybe like when more lore gets added, more stuff like gets introduced, then maybe I'll look into it a little bit more. But definitely the fantasy side of things. And that's not to say, like, again, like, that's not to say I think Age of Sigmar is bad. I just feel like I feel like it's a lot to get into all of them, so I would rather keep it to like fantasy and 40k, if that makes sense, for those two. I just have the preference between those, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, to Hive Volcanus. Yarrick couldn't help but feel he was playing into Ghazghkul's hands. Hive Tempestora had burned, but the damage done was not nearly enough, as it seems only the orc fodder had been burned in the death of the entire city. Approaching the fortified walls of Hive Volcanus, Yarrick and
Age
his
of Sigmar
remnants
still has the
joined
best models. They do have
defenses,
very
but
cool
still,
models, admittedly.
No action had been
Very
taken
cool
by
models.
Von Strab. His actions
Some of the best,
were
to be fair.
borderline insanity. In the rumbling tide of smoke and dragged up dirt, the orcs arrived, hours later, as Yarrick and Sethana rallied outside the walls in a counter-charge. In two great pincers they hammered and anviled the orcs, Yarrick's bolt gun barking and his saber wet as he cut down the vile Xenos filth. They were winning, but again something seemed wrong. The numbers, they didn't add up. This orc force did not match
Warhammer
those he
draws
had
the young
seen
one further
Hive
down this path to
Tempestora.
oblivion, oh
He had
god.
observed, and now
The
he
muddy pit,
learned
it gets
just how
deeper. Oh,
again
no.
he had been outmaneuvered.
My wallet.
A second
Oh.
orc force began to approach. A sea
mercy.
of metal and greenskins armored in bulky gear, with machines and the silhouettes of monsters in their ranks. It was the Imperials that had been caught in a pincer. The booming
Damn.
laughter rang out. Chants to the prophet Ghazghkul. Ghazghkul, they cried. Yarrick cursed himself. He had studied orcs much in his life, their ways, and even their language. But this prophet had broken those patterns. Yarrick
Imagine
was
learning to speak orc.
Every move Ghazghkul made formed a picture.
I want to hear Yarrick's orc accent, bro. Like, how does that sound? Like, just his, like, you know, natural high gothic like accent with like an orc tone, you know what I'm saying about it? Like, that must be so fucking like weird to hear him speak like that. Like, how does that even like sound, you know? Or do the orcs have like their own like language, you know what I'm saying? Because anytime we've seen the orcs, we've obviously seen them speak like low gothic, like, or a dialect of low gothic, I guess you could say. Is their writing different? Like, I'm guessing their writing, like their language probably looks different, but do they have like their own spoken language, or is it always just like a dialect of like low gothic? You know what I mean? I'm actually curious. I don't know. They have their own language? Oh, okay. It's just because obviously I've never seen them like speak it or like attempt to speak it or like any reference to them speaking the orc language. You know what I'm saying? I've only ever heard it like represented in, you know, obviously like low gothic English, right? But that makes sense. That does make sense. I just wanted to make sure.
Yarrick was learning. Every move Ghazghkul made formed a picture, even as the Imperials began their desperate retreat. The orc artillery slammed next to them as thousands upon thousands of men darted back to the safety of Hive Volcanus. The scale was almost mind-numbing as the hordes of humans and orcs clashed. Be the symbol, the thought rang in his mind as Yarrick bellowed those to rally to him. I am not done with the greenskins.
Damn.
I will fight them, and I will find the means to do so. Barely scraping through the city's gates, once again Yarrick felt the hot rage flood his veins. The orc tide coming was even greater than the one at long-dead Tempestora. Volcanus would fall. He knew it. Again he had failed to stop the enemy.
Damn.
Again, a city would fall. He vowed it. Volcanus would fall, but this time he would make the orcs bleed, truly, for every stone they claimed. It was almost too much to bear witness to. The heat, The explosions and screams, a battle the scale of which stretched for miles across the walls of High Vulcanus. The citizens had been given arms, turning the field into an apocalyptic wall of fire and bolter rounds as 2 million-strong armies earned the namesake of the world, Armageddon.
Wow.
Yarrick and Sethano had turned Vulcanus into a death trap.
Kind of cool
At
they
the
gave
cost
like
of an ocean
arms to the
of
citizens
human
though.
and Xenos blood.
Because at that point, right, like you're not going to flee away from an advancing orc horde, and it's like you might as well like take up arms or you're going to fucking get butchered or enslaved anyway. Like at this point, like that's the best they can do. If they have excess arms to give out, yeah, give everyone you kind of gun. At a minimum, give them a fighting chance, you know, like kill anything green and then 2 legs, you know what I'm saying? Like that's all I'm saying.
At the cost of an ocean of human and Xenos blood. Skyscrapers and spires crashed around them, and ordnance fire beat into an unending drum of war. If only they had more troops, Yarrick thought, cursing Hermann von Straub again, as men and women
like,
fell
yeah, if they were
around
getting
him.
reinforced, this might be
Vulcanus
savable.
burned. Steel Legion, innocent civilians.
Obviously, the
and
more
orcs
cities that the
falling in
orcs take, the
thousands
stronger they're
by
gonna
the
get.
minute. In brutal street to street, dark alleyway to grand spire combat. Time. They needed more time. More men. More aid. Or Armageddon would fall. One hive at a time. In secret communiques with Princeps Mannerheim, Yarrick, and Sethano once again came to the conclusion to let another hive fall as they reinforced another city. But by the God Emperor, Yarrick would save this world. Not again.
That's not Yarrick's
would he
fault,
be
but
found
they should
wanting
really
or
stop
out
giving
in the
cities to
middle
the orcs.
by that
Damn.
accursed Gazkor.
They're gonna turn that into
Leaving
Gargants and shit,
Sethano
bro.
to buy time, Yarrick left towards Hive Infernus. If the delusional von Straub and his kowtowed lackey lord.
Do you want the Hell's
Commissar
Reach book?
Seraph
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't
call for
complain.
aid,
I'd love to
then
read the
he
original.
Would. The war had moved beyond them. They needed
Obviously,
something-
in terms of Hell's Reach, I've obviously only seen I've obviously seen the animation on the channel, and we obviously saw I think it was episode 3 of An Emperor of Man, where Luton talked about the story a little bit, but I obviously have not read the book myself, and I know there's quite a bit of differences from the actual animation to the book itself. They changed some of the names and stuff like that, so it would definitely be cool to like see the differences myself. Yeah, 100%. They don't have a choice. That's fair. That's fair.
He would.
I guess, like,
The
yeah, you
war
never
had
really have a
moved
choice in
beyond them.
40k.
They
You do what you're
needed
told.
Something greater in their arsenal. The Emperor's finest. His angels.
Oh.
The Adeptus Astartes.
Ooh, who we
He
getting?
had to move quickly. Yarrick beamed
not gonna be the
straight for
Templars this
Astropath
time.
Choir. Von Straub would never agree to the interference of outside forces.
Gotta be to
even
someone
if
else, or gotta be a
Armageddon
different
was
chapter for sure.
decimated. Yarrick burst through the doors of the choir room, straight to Master Genest. The decrepit blind man told him that the warp storms around them made the call for aid almost impossible.
Wait, I have a guess. Before we get further, I have a guess. We're obviously gonna see this guess might be wrong. It mentioned at the start, what was it? The Blood Angels have great respect for Yarrick. Are the Blood Angels going to make an appearance here? I don't think it's going to be the Templars yet. I think it's too early for them by a lot. It's not the same war by any means. I'm curious. We're going to see. No spoilers. No spoilers. I want to see if they're making a call to the Adeptus Astartes. Who's it going to be? I'm thinking it's got to be a Blood Angel chapter of some degree here, right? Let's see.
Told him that the warp storms around them made the call for aid almost impossible, if not directly against von Straub's wishes.
Damn.
Torn between his vow,
What a
his
bastard.
faith, and cold reason, Yarrick, with a deep anger in his voice, told him that Armageddon could fall, but he would not let it. We will win by doing what must be done. He had condemned 2 cities to death, and no more would fall. Not under his watch. He told Genest that he does not ask. The God Emperor demands it. And we have always owed him everything.
Damn.
The call would cost a lot. Many astropaths would die, and von Strab would try to stop them. But what choice did they have when facing failure for the God Emperor? Standing at the door, with the astropath's guards on his side, Yarrick prepared for the enemy that was coming, their own. The elevator doors opened to a wall of las and bolter as von Strab's personal guard met the fury of a Commissar.
Damn.
Men fell and splinters flied.
Why is he trying to stop them so staunchly here? Why does he not want aid?
Betray Armageddon.
This is fucked up,
and
yeah.
the Emperor Yarrick spat.
Like, yeah, now this is straight up like treason, straight up. Like, he's doing everything in his power to like seemingly sabotage this planet and its defense. Yeah, at this point he is a heretic. He deserves it. Like, fuck, yeah, go get him, Yarrick. Like, this time I fully agree with you. He deserves the bolter round. Like, this straight up is just like treachery, seemingly.
Actions betray Armageddon, and the Emperor Yarrick spat as he cut down the mob of men thrown at him.
Is the galaxy's worst, most incompetent, greedy, fat bastard? Fair enough.
As von Strab finally
reasonable.
Emerged. As
shit, I don't even know from his perspective how this makes sense.
The mask slip on von Strab's face as he was too late. A scream, a single voice, and many. A mosaic of psychic pain burst out from the choir room, wrapping Yarrick's soul as he covered his ears. Blood ran from Genest's eyes as he whispered with muted strength, "It is done." Commissar Sebastian Yarrick, veteran of 100 wars, witness to the deaths of thousands, of millions.
Just sent the Hell's Reach book in general. Thank you, Battle Chicken. I appreciate
disciple
that.
of Rasp and guardian of the Orthodoxy, may have just saved Armageddon, and now he would suffer for it, as he was escorted in shame to Lord Commissar Seroff's quarters. The tension was palpable between them. Sebastian and Dominic, men who had been like brothers, who had been raised in the Schola Progenium together, a brotherhood broken with the death of Rasp. Yarrick had observed and learnt enough about his former friend to see the unease behind his venomous words. He knew von Strab's conduct was madness, yet his blind hatred for Yarrick had clouded his judgment. Yarrick had executed men for less, but he had no power here, only the disdain for the corrupt. Again, Yarrick was banished. His destination would be a future gravesite, the next target on the path of Ghazkul's green tide, Hades' Hive.
Wow.
Escorted from the spires to the protest of those with sound mind, Yarrick was taken to his new posting. His
See how this goes.
That old wound from Mistral began flaring up, as if a phantom pain was warning of what was to come. Hades' Hive, one of the smaller backwater hives dominated by industry and smog, so potent the sky was grim and black. Great tunnels and chambers weaved beneath the hollowed mountain it rested upon. No reinforcements.
Armageddon is also a primary planet of shipping, industry, and much more for the whole sector, not just one system. Yeah, like it's a mass industry planet.
The ability to act.
So the fact that it constantly gets attacked is really, really unfortunate.
Harness this human characteristic, and there is very little you cannot accomplish. Hades would become his fortress. Here would be where he would hold to his vow to the Emperor. He would turn it into a hell for the orcs. Here Ghazkul's tide would break. A smile crept across Yarrick's old face. It was beautiful. The battlefield where he had observed and learnt what he could unleash.
Being a symbol is nothing. Being a legend. I accept the burden laid upon my shoulders by the will of the Emperor, and it is an honor that I am deemed worthy to carry it. But I will shed no tears when he declares my duty done and calls me to the Golden Throne.
I really like this guy's voice, I will say.
I stepped
He's got a nice voice.
Box and looked out at Hades. I had spoken to all of Vulcanus. Then I had
Fires
been
of
a
Armageddon.
veteran commissar. Now I was engaging in a willful transformation. Whatever is necessary.
A victory,
I said. I sharpened my gaze. It was directed at every soul who could see me. Yes, I am looking at you. I am judging you.
You witnessed a victory today, didn't you? No. You witnessed a reprieve.
Damn.
Are you looking at me and at the heroes of the Steel Legion and thinking that we have the orcs well in hand? Are you? Then you are beneath contempt. You are abandoning your fellows and Hades and Armageddon. You are abandoning the Emperor. This was a reprieve and a chance. You see what can be done. Know this now. You will stand with us. You will fight. In all the days of blood ahead, you will fight, or I will execute you myself.
Damn.
Do this, and victory will come. What is victory?
I paused.
What is victory?
Again, I waited.
Victory is when all the greenskins lie dead on the soil they profaned.
The cheers came. It began with the troopers, who understood the battles, but it spread to the civilians, to the streets, to the interior of the arcologies, to the manufactura, to the chapels and cathedrals. The Hive city called for blood. In Vulcanus, the people had been ready to fight. That was not enough. The orcs had become an extension of their prophet's will. I made no heretical claims for myself. We were all bound to be extensions of the Emperor's will, but I would see his will enforced by any means necessary.
Hades shall not fall!
I shouted, and the cheer became a roar. The chanting grew louder as I neared the wall. I ran through a battle of fanaticism. On the side of the wall, our forces were calling my name.
Damn.
As I climbed the steps to the battlements,
This is giving off
I
real
heard the
horror
countering
moments. Holy
cries
shit,
of
wow.
Golgotha from the orcs beyond. And at the top, just to the south of the gate, I heard a guttural, booming, inhuman voice snarl.
I just want to pause right there real quick, because good speech, very good speech. Also pretty badass. Like, you get the entire city, like the entire Hive city, roaring with you in anticipation for, you know, for killing orcs. Like, literally, that's what it is. Also the line, what was it? What is victory? What is victory? Victory is when we kill all the orcs that stand on the land that they profaned. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a pretty hard line. I don't know if that's exactly how it went, but it went pretty hard that way. Yeah, because, like, straight up, like, you know, as the Imperium, you see the Xenos as, like, straight up just like scum, you know, then an infestation. That's how you see all these Xenos as. So yeah, them even existing on the same planet as you is profaning the ground that you're standing on. You know, they're, you know, what's the word? Profaned is the word. There's also another word for it. I can't think of it right now. My brain isn't working, if you couldn't tell. But we're gonna keep going for it here.
Guttural, booming, inhuman voice.
I like that speech a lot.
Yarrick.
I stepped into a tableau of
Gaskell's turn
suspended
now. Let's see what that's all
The
about.
ramparts had been battered. Smoke rolled over the wall. Several cannon turrets had been demolished. On the far side, the ground was a patchwork of overlapping craters, filled with the wreckage of orc guns. Thousands of orc foot soldiers crowded forward to climb the siege ladders. The defenders had destroyed the ladders as they appeared, and the orcs fired upwards, clearing the way for more ladders to rise. A stalemate. A few orcs had reached the top of the wall. I found myself in their midst. Before me, barely more than 5 meters away, and striding back and forth on the section of the battlements he had claimed for himself, was the giant who roared my name. He was summoning his rival to combat, and he had already dismissed Helm as being unworthy of that claim. The colonel was slumped against the wreckage of a cannon, just on the other side of the war boss. He was moving, but weakly. His right arm was hanging at a strange angle. Blood soaked his face. Orcs lined both ends of the war boss's territory, echoing each of his shouts.
They're just
I
like
knew
facing
what this
off right
beast
now.
Was,
This is gonna be a
and I
1v1.
spat back his name at him.
Ugelhard.
The warboss turned. His pistol was larger than a heavy bolter. His right arm was encased in a power claw. I recalled seeing this orc leading the first charge on Tempestora. Did silence fall over the battlefield at that moment? I don't trust my memory on this point. All of my focus was on this foe. But I have a sense of orcs and humans pausing as two symbols clashed. I knew what was at stake. I'm sure Ugelhard did too. He looked down at me, and I saw disappointment glittering in those red eyes, ridiculously small in that giant skull. Ugelhard had come to fight the leader who had destroyed his gargants, and found a human no larger than any of the others, and much older. I drew.
That's the problem. The orcs are always so quick to dismiss their enemies because they're not physically impressive like they are, right? Because with orcs, again, it's all about physical strength, brute strength. That gets you everywhere in orc society. So when they look at a normal human like Yarrick, they're probably like, oh, this guy's fucking nothing. Just disappointment, right? He can't stand against me. There's no way. And then he kills one, and it's like, holy fuck, he just killed that orc. He just killed our war boss. What the fuck? How did he do that? He's just a normal ass human. And then he kills another one, and then another one. And then you can see how it's just like, holy fuck, like maybe this basic human, like, isn't just a basic human anymore to the orc's perspective, right? And it also shows why they respect him too, right? Because he's one-on-oneing them too, right? Like that's straight up the thing. He's doing these one-on-ones, or he's doing like insane feats in their presence. And it's just like, to the orcs, how could they think anything other than like, this guy has to be some type of fucking like enchantress or like deity or some shit, you know what I mean? Like they're orcs, you know, they don't know better.
No larger than any of the others. And much
This is where the orc myth begins? Yeah.
I drew bolt pistol and sword.
Let's see how it goes here.
Ugelhard grinned. He raised his claw and stepped forward to crush me with a single blow. I charged him, coming in under the blow. The claw punched and missed. I fired bolt shells into his chest plate and stabbed to the right, jabbing my blade into the meat of his gun arm.
Damn.
Ugelhard snarled and staggered back a step. He turned the gun on me. I fired straight into its barrel. The massive pistol blew up. Ugelhard hurled the twisted mass at me, and it smashed my shoulder hard enough to spin me around. I moved back, putting some distance between us. He watched me, and his grin was pleased. I was giving him a fight.
Yeah.
The orc's ruined pistol has struck my left shoulder.
See, he's not even angry like he's getting hurt or like potentially losing.
The throbbing.
He just wants a good fight. Like they're just so fucking into it. You know what I mean? They don't care.
Reactions. And when Ugelhard
they're not really that
advanced
proud,
again,
even.
Each
To
step
be
was
honest,
a
they
dark
just want to
familiarity,
die
as if
gloriously,
our
seemingly.
Every move had been choreographed, and I had seen it all before.
Orc war
Reaching out
bosses
from a
regularly
century
kill
and a
space
half,
marines.
The winds
Fuck.
of Mistral blew against my neck.
It's
I
crazy
felt
that
the
he's
grip of the
taking this guy
demon,
then.
Gal Shahana, tighten around my soul. I had lived these moments before. In fragments and premonitions, they had stabbed into my dreams. Now the mosaic was coming together. Ugelhard swung his claw again. He was slow. I jumped back and stepped into his left. His swing pulverized a cremunation. His momentum kept him turning, and now his back was towards me. It was too heavily armored. I raised my blade to cut through his left arm again. There was a blur, and Ugelhard whirled around, laughing. His sluggishness had been a ruse. He seized my sword arm with the power claw.
Damn.
Dream and physical agony merged. I convulsed and dropped my sword.
That was
Ugelhard
cool. He
straightened
fainted.
to his
The orc
full
fainted
height.
there.
He stretched out his arm.
He
to show my
overextended, but not
dangling
really.
body
He just
first
made his
to
enemy
one
think he
army,
overextended
and
there.
then
That's
the
cool.
other. He roared his triumph. Then he clamped down. My bones cracked.
Hey, Steel Wolf,
Blood
how you doing?
burst from between the halves
Good
of
to
the
see you.
claw. My lips drew back in pain and hatred. My teeth ground together. I hissed in rage and did not cry out. Laughing, Ugelhard held my left shoulder with his other hand. He cocked his head, waiting to see that I understood what he was about to do. He pulled, he crushed, and I came apart. The pain flared white and ultraviolet at its center as muscle shredded and bone splintered. There was an uncanny liberation, the moment in whose shadow I had lived since Mistral had come, and it could wear me at no longer. The light of the pain turned to darkness. Unconsciousness came for me. But I rejected it. I had nothing now but my will, and with it, I would kill this monster. Ulguhar dropped me and I fell into a crouch. Blood jetted from my right shoulder, soaking my flank. The warboss examined my mutilated limb in his claw. I was beneath his notice. My sword was within reach. I seized it with my left hand.
Yeah, because this orc thinks there's no way this human's taking
and all of the
any more
agony
fight
of
to him
burning
here,
Armageddon, and I forged them into a single action. I rose.
God!
I shouted. He looked down, surprised. I thrust the blade through the seam of his armor and all the way through his throat. His eyes glazed with shock. His knees buckled. I sawed the blade back and forth. His wet, choking gave way to the powerful spray of vitae. It fountained over me. Still I sawed, cutting through gristle and bone, and my pain and weakness. I cut all the way through. I could no longer feel my body. My fingers were growing clumsy, but I held off the black. I dropped the sword and seized the huge skull. I carried it to the edge of the parapet.
It's all about image.
Now I held my trophy
It's all about
high,
image.
brandishing it before the orcs.
I am Yarrick. I look upon you and you die.
Say my
Do
name.
you see, Gas Kalthraka?
Wow.
Hades will never be yours. Armageddon will never be yours. This is where we stop you. Here is where you fail.
I hurled Ulguhar's head from the wall. The orcs cried out, and they
Badass.
fled. And then, at last, I let the dark come.
I will say, for an orc to see your boss get like cut down like that, again, physicality is everything for an orc. For a human to beat an orc like this, just one basic human to beat an orc like this, what the effect that could have on an orc mentality, the fact that potentially each individual here, like you see, each basic human could potentially just like also kill them on a one-on-one. That's scary, you know what I'm saying? That is kind of scary. We saw this scene in Hell's Reach. I was going to say, this is the scene, yeah, this is the scene we saw at the beginning of Hell's Reach too, right? With Yarrick. I was going to say that too. Seems oddly similar, right? And yeah, it's because it's the same scene. Goddamn, it sucks we didn't get to see more of Yarrick in Hell's Reach, I will say, but it makes sense because the story wasn't about him, obviously. But what a badass scene that is, like straight up hanging his head over the wall, fucking, you will never take this city, you will never take Hades. Fucking great scene, man. Awesome to see this.
Then, at last, I let the dark come. He was surrounded by weapons fire, flame, and heat brushing
Yarrick has
his
just told
face
the orcs that if
as
he even
stood
looks
on
at
top
that
of a
if he even
boulder
looks at
before
them, they
him.
will die. Remember
The
this
enemy
line.
retreats.
That's why he gets his eye
Behold
enhanced,
the work
right?
of
Yeah.
faith and steel. Comrades, we have humbled mountains.
He gets the red eye
Roared
going
Yarrick
on.
with his saber held high. The orcs cowered before him and ran as a rhythm was screamed from the throats of thousands behind him. Yarrick, 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 they screamed as they looked towards a symbol, no, a legend. The defense of Hades' Hive had begun. No more would Yarrick surrender ground to the prophet Ghazghkull. He had observed and learnt. He
Old
now
Baelai,
knew to
yeah,
never
that's right.
underestimate the cunning of this enemy. They were battling an equal, something as intelligent as any human Yarrick had faced before. On the hollowed mountainside city, Yarrick left the light as he descended into the dark underhive. Almost like he was a boy again, following his grandfather into New Cadian decades ago. Yarrick, without any guard or viable defense, strode proudly, defiantly into the filthy, stench-ridden backwater streets.
Wow.
Letting his black sleek uniform bring to him those he was seeking. In the gloomy glow-stripped depths, finally they emerged. The underhive gangs, draped in crude fashion, and armed with cleavers and axes as broken and rusty as the underhive itself.
Damn.
He wasn't intimidated. His eyes had seen decades of brutal war, and it would take more than a mere human.
He's trying to draft the gangs here.
Gathering the gangs together, the bloody, teeth-filed, modified, filthy beings that pass for human, the Commissar asked them if they can fight. Because it was time to shed blood. The Emperor commands it. In truth, the Emperor's
It's either you fight for us or you
barely
die to the
reached
orcs, like
but
straight
death
up.
was
Like that's
coming
the
to them
alternative.
all.
There
So
really
what
is not a
choice
good
did
choice
they
here.
have? It
Yeah,
was
literally.
the role of the political officer to read people, just as Rasp had taught him. The gangs knew Hades better than anyone, and with a civilian force that matched his Steel Legion regiments, his numbers had multiplied. With the gangs came knowledge that would turn Hades from a siege into an ambush. Descending down abandoned mine shafts that stretched like veins under the land before the city, Yarrick, the Steel Legion and the gangs ascended into the tunnels
Gonna try to
as the
envelop
orc
them?
forces above marched, the chants of a new name echoing in the tunnel's halls. Ulgulhard, Ulgulhard, Ulgulhard. They chanted in their foul Xenos tongue. A warlord of
Well,
Gaza,
that's target number 2.
clearly strong enough to lead his own contingent. Yarrick wanted
I think we gotta go
Gazgul.
make an example of this
He craved
orc.
his death, but this Ulgulhard would do.
Yeah.
Laying charges and standing ready at trap latches.
Marmu, I've come to
the
bargain,
Imperials
fucking-
were ready to strike until Yarrick heard it. Missiles. Human missiles. Hermann von Straub. It all made
What?
sense
Von
now.
Straub?
His apathy and madness. His plan had been to emulate the orcs in one move. Virus bombs. Yarrick slammed the hatch shut and bellowed to his men to run. Back down the tunnels they darted, as he ordered those in the city to find shelter.
He's gonna virus bomb
immediately.
his own cities?
They had but minutes,
That's
and then the
fucked.
fire came. A wash of heat and flame carpeted over the orc horde and Hades' hive. By the Emperor's luck, many
That's
of
really
the ancient
fucked.
bombs had failed to detonate, but
Wow.
the devastation was brutal. A thrum sounded through the tunnels as the planet-killing fire above raged, then faded into an eerie silence. The orcs had been decimated, but many of the defenders of Hades' hive had been caught up in the radius.
Like, yeah.
The sight and smell of
The fact that they didn't even send any warning that they were going to do that is completely fucked. Like, you just decimated most of your defending force in the area for no reason at all. If you just gave the order that you were going to do that, you could have, like, prepared for it. Like, send your forces into bunkers rather than man the walls. Now you just lost, like, how many defenders for no reason. No reason at all. Holy shit. You flooded the city's pipes with gasoline, then lit it? What the fuck? He evacuated most before, did he? Did he? Because they just said a lot of the defenders were cut down too. I think a lot of the defenders were in the blast radius. Probably most of them didn't get the chance to get to a bunker or evacuate. Is what it sounds like. But maybe I'm wrong.
His hive had been caught up in the radius. The sight
No one ever said Straub
and
was
smell of
smart. I think
those
everyone has
eaten
said
alive
he's
on a
fucking
molecular
very stupid,
level
actually.
would
I
haunt
think.
the
I don't think
living.
we've had a single
Von Straub
person
had
here
clearly
defend him.
planned to mop up all of his inconveniences in one fell swoop. His arrogance, his madness had crossed the line. He was a traitor, but the enemy above would have to die first. The orcs' ranks had been thinned, but
I don't know if
not
that's true.
destroyed. So once
If
again,
this Von
Yarrick
Straub
and
guy
the
died
surviving
first, the
regiments
defense would probably
and
be that
gangs
much
took
easier,
up
just
their
saying.
positions. A grin crept across Yarrick and his men's faces. He was not above a bloodthirsty anticipation, and he felt no shame for it. For revenge was coming. Now Yarrick roared, as melted charges set off in distant tunnels. The Gargan stompers and hordes of greenskins fell into a pit of rubble and death, as Yarrick and the Imperials
Straub
leapt from
sided
their
with the
hatches.
orcs. Seems
Bolter
that
and
way.
Las flew, as their feet trudged along the green sludge.
He definitely did
and
this to
blood
kill the
left
orcs
from
and to kill
previous
Yarrick all
virus
at the same
bombs.
time, but it didn't
It
work
was a
clearly.
slaughter, a turning of the tide as the orcs now became the victims of the Emperor's wrath. Fire, death, and hate poured from Yarrick and the forces of Hades. Each greenskin that fell felt like justice for the dead of Armageddon. Thousands upon thousands of orcs died in the cacophony of violence until they began to retreat. They all saw it, from the Xenos to the humans, the Commissar upon the boulder. Like a living myth,
Wow.
a man of piety and hate became a legend.
There's got to be like an
Silhouette,
illustration or painting
a
of that,
beacon
right?
for humanity as the Imperial screamed his name. Yarrick. Yarrick, they cried as the orcs looked on in fear at the creature that had brought their downfall. Being a symbol is nothing. Being a legend, I accept the burden laid upon my shoulders by the will of the Emperor, and it is an honor that I am deemed worthy to carry it. Humanity lives for the lies, justice, mercy, honor, and most importantly, hope. Hope is the ember that never dies, only waiting for someone to give it oxygen. The first push back had been victorious, but to the Xenos that loved war, the challenge and possibility of a good fight had lit something beneath them. Yarrick and his men returns to the city, to the cries of celebration. The look in the people's eyes was one of hope as they saw the Commissar before them.
He literally makes a deal with Gaz and ends up getting a bunch of the guard killed? Seriously?
As they prepared for the
so he
next
actually just
assault.
straight up turncoats.
The reprieve.
It's not even like he's
short,
just like an
as the
asshole. He
orcs
just
of
does
Golgotha
turncoats
once
straight
again
up.
attacked. In the underground mines and sewers, men and women fought the orcs
What a
in
guy,
the
man.
cramped and dark underways. A place where the Hive gangs and men and women of Armageddon thrived.
Starting to see why
Blood
Grandfather had
and
been such
bodies
a prick
clogged
to
the narrow
Bass.
paths,
Yeah.
as Yarrick
It
set
definitely
off
prepared him.
ambush after ambush.
Definitely
They
prepared
led
him
the
really
orcs
well.
in far enough until they unleashed a reservoir of water, drowning some of his own men, but thousands of orcs. Again, the people looked to the Commissar,
Wow.
Yarrick the symbol. They cheered in chorus with the drowning orcs until word came from the surface. Yarrick rallied, and in breaking towards the surface, to the clog-filled atmosphere of Armageddon, he began to hear the orcs chant, Ulguhard, Ulguhard,
Is he
echoed
still
from
alive?
the ramparts as he approached. And then he truly heard it, a guttural, booming, inhuman voice snarl, Yarrick. The war boss turned to see the small, old human approach. His pistol was larger than a heavy bolter. His right arm was encased in a power claw. The boy from Tales 3 drew his saber.
The orc bosses love their pistol power claw combo, I will say. They are a fucking very big fan of that. What else do orc like war bosses typically use? Is it usually just a power claw like pistol that they're usually rocking, or do you see them with any other variety of weapon, like melee weapon, maybe a two-handed like long range weapon, rifle, whatever have you, heavy weaponry? I'm not too sure what all they could potentially carry, but it does seem to be a favorite for them. Is the choppers? They do love their axes. Like I definitely think I've seen them with like the two-handed choppers as well. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like they have like the dual wielding their choppers. Yeah, for sure, for sure. That's fair. The power claw pistol is definitely iconic, though. I can definitely feel that vibe for sure.
Was encased in a power claw. The boy from Tales 3 drew his saber as he prepared to face the nightmare his grandfather had warned about.
Combi shooters.
Ulguhard was enormous, towering over him, with knotted
Big
green
boom stuff,
muscle
yeah, anything that
and
explodes.
a bestial grin,
Causes fires.
contorted with disappointment and yet also excitement. The duel began, man versus beast, as Yarrick lashed out with saber and bolter. The impact made his bones vibrate as his body screamed for being pushed so far. His right arm began to ache. The prescient visions from Mistral, the ones he had tried to ignore, began to play out. As Ulguhard feigned sluggishness and then clamped his power claw onto Yarrick's right arm. The pain flared white and ultraviolet as muscle shredded and bone splintered, and with a wet crunch,
So this is a
Yarrick
retelling,
felt his
you're right.
arm sever.
Damn.
As Golgotha roared in pantomimed triumph. Unconsciousness came for him as Yarrick sank to his knees, but he rejected it. Adrenaline is your ally, boy. Yarrick rose from his knees, grasping the fallen saber with his left hand. He thrust it into the surprised face of Golgotha.
Damn.
He sawed the blade back and forth until his prize came clean off. His body was numb, shutting down, but still the
That does
words
look like a
rang in his
badass
mind.
illustration, I have to
Be
say.
the symbol.
Like he's got like
Sebastian
servo
Yarrick
skulls working on
rose
him like
and screamed,
on demand there.
I
Men in the
am
background
Yarrick.
cheering.
I look upon you and you die.
Head raised.
Do you see Gazkul Thraka?
Badass illustration.
Hades will never be yours. Armageddon will never be yours. Here is where we stop you. Here is where you fail. The orcs cowered and ran as they stared at death itself. Holding to the last of his strength, the hero of Armageddon finally let the dark come.
Months now. Months of fighting above ground and below. Hades burned. It bled. It screamed, but it stood. It would continue to stand. I had vowed it would, and my vow is iron. I moved through the disused ventilation shaft with Lana's squad and the Rachen. There was a nest of orcs close by. Their snarls reached us through the walls of the shaft. The maze of the mines and the underhive.
Definitely has to be pretty easy to know when orcs are around. I feel like they're not very quiet or stealthy, to be fair.
They infiltrated the hive. We had come to punish their temerity once more. I stopped walking and listened.
As long as
The
it's
orcs
big
were
doc
just
or a
on the
lot of
other
doc
side of
orcs
the
are
curved
happy.
wall of the shaft.
Orcs, they mean the exact same
Remember,
thing.
I whispered,
Except purple
"Leave
orcs,
one
true.
alive."
I guess purple orcs are just naturally more stealthy, right? Color means everything.
Spread the tail. I spread my right arm, my powerful arm, Ugelhart's claw. With a single blow, I
Obviously,
punched
red
through
is
the metal and
faster. We
burst
all know
through the
this.
pack.
This is
The
facts.
orcs reared back in alarm. The monster had come upon them. Be the symbol, the needful role of the Commissar. I had learned that lesson early. But in Hades, I had to be more.
Purple orcs are
Be a
invisible, you
legend.
just can't be seen.
And now I
Never
knew
seen
that
one,
my
right?
name must have meaning for the enemy as well. The orcs had their prophet. I would be something else. I crushed a green-skinned skull with my claw. I glared at the stunned brutes, and as my eye blazed with killing ruby light, I became their nightmare.
The Battle of Golgotha? Golgotha.
Thraka strode into the chamber. He stopped at the edge of the pit. Our
Damn.
heads were almost level, and we exchanged a long stare. Thraka's face was the purest essence of his benighted race. It was the monstrousness of war at its most savage. Pure beast, made more hideous by a cross-hatching of scars. It was a leathered pamiplest of wounds.
That orc does look
Some
badass, I will say.
had given him.
Like
and
this
they
power
were
armor suit he's got on
insignificant.
looks
The only
sick.
wound that mattered was the one that almost stopped him. But instead,
Orc
following
snake
the
bites are
dictates
also
of
proper
perverse
stealthy.
destiny had been his making. The top of his skull was adamantium. I couldn't imagine what had happened to the brain beneath to transform him into a prophet of orcish victory.
Oh, is this
But
Gazgul?
the claw that had operated on this orc's mind was stained with the blood of billions. Thraka watched me closely.
Mega armor?
He watched me quietly.
Looks like mega armor. Is that actually what it's
was
called?
Studying me. I was suddenly drenched in a sweat that had nothing to do with physical discomfort. The only thing worse than being face to face with a raging, howling orc is being face to face with a quiet one. So
Damn.
many human victories have depended on the orc's tactical
Wow.
simplicity.
That's cool.
They charged until they died, and that was all. But an orc who watched and learned, planned and strategized, An orc who meditated and kept his thoughts to himself.
That's uncomfortable.
More dangerous.
Yeah.
Then the silence
definitely
was broken, and to my eternal dishonor, it was I who broke it.
Damn.
Filth! The Emperor's wrath will blast you and all your accursed kind to the warp!
My hatred burst the bonds of language, and in the next second, I was baying an inarticulate. At the beast.
What the fuck?
He continued to watch quietly.
Like,
The irony of that moment did not escape.
So instead of the orc like screaming at fucking Yarrick, Yarrick is the one just like screaming incoherentness at the orc. What the fuck? That's so backwards. Kind of cool though. I like the role reverse a little bit. I won't lie. Just like incoherent babbling. Fucking what? Holy shit.
Continued to watch quietly.
It's funny. I
The
like that a
irony of
lot.
that moment did not escape me. After a few more shouts of incoherent, impotent rage, I calmed enough to speak again.
I will
Yarrick
kill
is yelling
you.
in orc.
I
Oh.
make you that promise.
No reaction. Still that unnerving studying.
Just
I didn't
guttural
know
fucking
what he was
screaming.
looking for, or whether he
Orcish.
saw what he wanted in my face, but he stepped back after an eternal moment. The guard who had fetched him took the gesture as permission to have me. It laughed and gave my left arm a hard yank, almost pulling it from my shoulder. There was a blur of movement from Thraka as he stood with the guard struggling in the grip of his claw. The orc whimpered. Its feet pedaled air. Thraka held the other orc over the pit. His eyes, one real, one the targeting bionic, never left my face. His mouth spread in a grin of predatory challenge. Then he dropped the guard. The orc howled as it fell. The acoustics of the shaft turned his cry into a choir of hurt. The sound of impact was wet, and a long time coming.
Damn.
The howl stopped. Thraka reached above me and took the chains in his claw. He was no longer smiling. The gaze of that eye was penetrating, evaluating. There was also a complicity, which I rejected with all the hatred of my own look. He gave a slight nod.
An orc can't think, surely.
I was imagining that. Surely. I prayed to the God Emperor that I was mistaken. Then I heard the deep, final chunk of the claw slamming shut, and the chains parting. The terrible pull on my upper arms ended, and with freedom came vertigo. I fell into darkness, into my final seconds, and into a strange peace.
Definitely
There
not your
was
final
nothing I
seconds,
could do,
Yarrick.
Nothing
Not
to
yet.
struggle against.
Not yet at
For
all.
the first time in living memory, I was absolved of all responsibility.
Wow.
Duty ends only in death, and I had been vouchsafed a few moments to experience the release from duty.
Wow.
I commended my soul to the care of the Emperor, and I went limp. I plunged into terrible sounds. A thick wind screamed against me.
It actually
I
feels
saw
like he's
nothing
dying.
but the dark, and after the first second, it seemed that I was flying, not falling. I felt the pain of unfinished tasks. I hoped for forgiveness. I thought that there were worse deaths. I had the luxury of several long seconds to think of these things, and even now, there are moments of marrow-deep exhaustion when I look back on this tiny sliver of rest with something like nostalgia before shame corrects my thinking.
I can't die.
And I was complete. I knew, before I opened my eye, that what had been taken from me was mine again. My right arm felt heavy, lethal. I looked. My claw was there, as it should be. There was no power flowing to it, nor was there to my bale eye. Still, their presence was reassurance enough. But how had I been rescued? I sat up,
What's keeping him alive?
taking in my surroundings. I was lying on an operating table,
Okay.
filthy with blood, and reeking with the stench of 1,000 atrocities.
I wonder what kept him alive there, because yeah, like it even says like his eye isn't powered, his arm isn't powered, so I wonder how he's actually like still going here. Like kind of insane. Is there has to be like that orc like aura going on with him here at this point, right? Maybe not. We'll see. No spoilers. Obviously, if it's a spoiler, don't say it. But I'm just trying to think here, because damn, he took a lot there. He definitely sounds like he should have expired. He even thought he was going to die there. The lifting of responsibility he talked about the first time in forever, and duty only ends in death. That's why he was feeling that way. Interesting. Very interesting. I wonder if it is explained to him. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if he has any idea what's going on with him and the orcs, or if that's just kind of like a like a third person, like kind of like perspective that we get to like kind of have insight onto, or if he himself actually knows of it. I'm curious about that.
Filthy with blood and reeking with the stench of 1,000 atrocities. I was in Lrmeka Bay, but the tools that I saw would have horrified the most fanatical Chirurgan. I had not been rescued. I was still on the Space Hulk.
Oh.
My claw and eye had been reattached correctly. The two realities were incompatible at so fundamental level that their coexistence made my skin crawl. I swung my legs over the edge of the table and stood. My injuries had blended into a general wash of pain. Nothing was broken though. I was intact. I could walk. I approached the door. It opened. I stopped. Beyond it, orcs lined both sides of the corridor. They had been watching for me. The moment I appeared, they roared their approval. They did not attack. They simply stood, clashed guns against blades, and hooted brute enthusiasm.
They're just happy he's alive?
I had been subjected to 2 minutes celebratory parade on Armageddon, not to recognize one when it confronted
Really?
me.
Are they just happy that he's still kicking? Yeah, Yarrick's still alive! Fuck yes! He's not dead! Yeah! Yarrick! I'm fucking like, what?
Walked. It was the most obscene victory march of my life.
Yeah.
I moved through the corridor, Holden Bay, and the massed ranks of the greenskins hailed my passage. I saw the evidence of the destruction I had caused around every bend.
Oh my God.
Marks, patched ruptures, buckled flooring, collapsed ceilings.
Holy shit.
It hadn't been enough. Not nearly enough. Only enough for this. I was living in an event that had no name. At length,
every orc needs a strong rival. True, they respect the shit out of him, man.
Pad before the door.
They don't like
human.
That's the thing, right? Each individual orc there probably doesn't think that they can take him. They might try him, but they probably don't think that they can honestly take him. So if that's the case, then like orc culture dictates that respect is next. You know? You respect those that you cannot beat in orc culture. So like they're showing great respect to Yarrick here. It's you know, in their own backwards way, you know what I'm saying? But that's what it is, you know. It's very cool. Very cool to see, you know. Yeah, I definitely thought they would have taken the time to just like dismember him right there, you know, but they clearly don't want him dead necessarily, because if he's dead, it's less fun for them. If he's dead and he's the only like actual true enemy that they think they have, well, fuck, life gets pretty boring for an orc, you know? So they got to keep him kicking, you know? Who else are they going to go and kill, you know? Who else are they going to fight?
Orange Bay, there was a ship on the pad before the door. It was human, a small in-system shuttle.
This is how good a fight the orcs see Yarrick as? Yeah, literally.
As long as his Vox
Might
system
is right,
was still
true.
operative. I knew that it would be. Gazkul.
Orcs don't even view Astartes as this level of unkillable. No. No, they'll try to kill Astartes. They don't respect them, really.
I'd not let my confusion, or the sense that I'd slipped into an endless
I think it's because he's just a basic human.
Stride.
Like he's small, but he's still strong as fuck.
Towards the monster. I stopped before him. I met his gaze with all the cold hatred of my soul. He radiated delight. Then he leaned forward, a colossus of armor and bestial strength. Our faces were mere centimeters apart. My soul bears many scars from the days and months of my defeat and captivity, but there is one memory that, above all others, haunts me. By day, it is a goad to action. By night, it murders sleep. It lives with me, always. The proof that there could hardly be any more terrible threat to the Imperium than this orc. Thraka spoke to me, not in Orcish, not even in Low Gothic, in High Gothic.
Really?
Great fight!
He said. He extended a huge, clawed finger and tapped me once on the chest.
Wow.
My best enemy!
He stepped aside and gestured to the ramp.
Go to Armageddon! Make ready for the greatest fight!
I entered the ship. My being marked my words, whose full measure of horror lay not in their content.
He's probably
but in the
confused as
fact of
fuck
their
right now.
existence.
He's like,
I
seriously?
stumbled to the cockpit and discovered that I had a pilot. It was Rog. His mouth was parted in a scream, but there was no sound.
Oh.
He had no vocal cords any longer.
Oh.
There was very little of his body recognizable. He had been opened up, reorganized, fused with the ship's controls and guidance systems.
Oh.
He had been transformed into a fully aware servitor.
Oh.
I promised myself he would be one forever.
That's
Take
fucked.
us out of here.
But
I
also...
ordered. The rumble of the ship's engines powering up was drowned
Hey,
by
Colton, how
the
you
even
doing, man?
greater roar of the orcs.
A little bit late, I will admit. Yeah,
I
a little
knew
bit
that
late,
roar
but
for what
it's
it
okay.
was. The promise of war beyond description.
Gaz calling him
In
best
silence.
friend. Yeah, I like how he like, oh, good fight, you me, ah, you know, like what the fuck, like, no, like he loves it, you know, he's all for it. Go back to Armageddon, make ready for us, because we're gonna come back and we're gonna kick your ass. Straight up is what he said. He's letting him leave. This is less of an escape and more of a, well, you did fantastic. I'm proud of you. Go do that again. Make ready for our arrival. I expect to see you. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Like I respect it greatly. And it's not almost over, to be fair. We still have like pretty much an hour left, to be fair. Little less than an hour left at this point.
It was the promise of war beyond description, in silence.
Fishing
I
all
made
day?
the
That's a
orcs
good time,
promise
man. That's a
of
good
my
time for
own.
sure. I don't
They were
blame
letting
you.
me go because I had lived up to my legend.
Please prepare for
I would
us,
do
yeah.
more than that when they came again to Armageddon. Legend would clash with legend, and I would bring them more than war. I would bring them more than apocalypse. I would bring them extinction.
Damn.
He chased him into the stars, with the ruins of Armageddon in their wake. For months, the man, the symbol, the legend, Commissar Sebastian Yarrick, led the defense of Hades' Hive, now donning the power claw of the dead warboss, Golgotha.
That's
And the
badass.
bionic eye that inspired dread amongst the orcs. Old Baelai, they called him. The man who could kill with a look. The name was spoken with reverence by both humans and orcs. A name that reached the ears of Ghazghkull Mag Uruk Thraka, as force after force was thrown at the kill zone that was Hades' Hive.
Damn.
The time Yarrick had bought was precious, as finally emerging from the stars came the Angels of Death, the Adeptus Astartes, the Blood Angels, Ultramarines,
Blood Angels.
and Salamander chapters had answered the call.
Oh, I
And
was
began the
partly
reconquest
right.
of Armageddon.
I was partly right.
The orc dead could be piled in mountains.
To be fair to myself, I did guess Blood Angels. It was Salamanders and Ultramarines too. So I guessed a third of the force coming to support, Astartes wise. I'm proud of that.
Reconquest of Armageddon. The orc dead could be piled in mountains.
Gas doesn't hold
As the
orc
full
generals
might
in
of
this
the
high regard.
Emperor's fury
Definitely
brought
not.
justice to the
Definitely not. They're
slain
not
of
as smart or as
Armageddon.
good at fighters.
After 2 years,
Straight up.
since Yarrick has stared up hatefully into the sky as the Space Hulk ignited the atmosphere,
Salamanders
Armageddon
unite?
was
Yeah.
at peace.
It's always cool to
His
see a
old
Salamanders.
body and mind have been pushed to the point of exhaustion and then beyond it. To take on the burden of being a symbol meant he couldn't crumble. He couldn't be seen as weak or tired. Legends don't tire. Legends aren't mortal men. But
True.
with victory secure and the rebuilding of Armageddon underway, the old man was allowed his rest. For months Yarrick let his wounds heal, and finally he had the closest thing to peace.
So he
he'd
gets a little
ever
bit of
known.
R&R at least.
The retirement thrust upon him by the now missing Herman von Strab, and the exiled, disgraced Seraph became his chosen reality. An officer of recruitment was his. But he looked at the knife, etched with the name Yarrick upon it.
Kind of crazy he's still just an officer of recruitment right now.
The last time they had ever seen each other. The guard is never done.
Test time. Who led the blood angels here? Shit, dog. I'll be real with you. I'm not sure.
He had lived a life of honorable service to the god emperor of mankind.
Blood angels right now.
But still, he had no peace. Gazkul.
Shit.
That accursed Xenos.
You got me on the spot, bro.
Fury burned in Yarrick as he remembered the dead of Hive, Tempestora, and Volcanus.
Who is it then? Who is it? Come on, you can't just say that and not tell me. Who is it?
This enemy beyond anything
he
faced before. This rival. A quiet end would not be his as long as Gazkul lived. The old Commissar came out of retirement and set off to the stars. A crusade that became a rally cry for those seeking to purge the Xenos filth. And in turn, those hoping for some glory that followed from the...
Wait, so at this point in time, Dante's leading the Blood Angels? Really? Really? Okay. Damn. I know we watched a video about him. I guess I forgot that he came to Armageddon, you know? Damn. Fuck, fair enough. So is this before or after he meets Guilliman? Is that before or after? It's gotta be after, right? I'm just trying to get the timeline correct here. Before? Okay, before. Gotcha. I'm writing that down. I don't want to forget that again. Long before. Okay, I got you. I guess, yeah, it would be long before. I don't know why I said after. That was fucking stupid to say. Guilliman coming back is such a recent thing. What the fuck am I thinking? Bro, again, my brain isn't working tonight. I don't know what to say.
And in turn, those hoping for some
way
glory
before, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I'm smoking.
The hero of
clearly that good shit.
For years, Yarrick hunted him.
I haven't smoked that good shit in a couple hours, so to be fair, it's a problem.
Before he rose to even bigger infamy. Finally, the two forces converge on the planet of Golgotha.
Yeah, Guilliman doesn't come back for a long time. I was fucking nutted out when I said that. I don't know what the fuck I was on.
Great columns of imperial might, led by Yarrick and his personal Baneblade, the fortress of arrogance, rode across the sands of Golgotha.
Yarrick has a personal Baneblade. That's kind of cool.
Was on the hunt,
personal
ready
tank.
For the final confrontation. Under the cold light of the stars, Yarrick and his men found their paranoia rewarded. As finally the orcs attacked, Yarrick was ready, but much like the events on Mistral and Armageddon, the failure of others was his crutch. The rear column, led by Colonel Rodge, a sixth son of a noble house, whose assignment had been a compromise, had cost Yarrick, as the young colonel froze up as the orcs attacked the rear. Reinforcements were not coming, as the orc hordes isolated and overwhelmed the forces Yarrick had built. Many of the veterans of Hades' Hive, men and women who had seen the rise of the legend and followed him to the stars, were slaughtered.
Damn.
One more tally onto the score that had to be settled.
I imagine a lot of your veterans too would be in the rear lines there as well, because obviously you don't want them going first and dying first, especially like they're your leadership kind of within the ranks, and obviously to train new people coming into the military as well. So to lose all of them just like that, that's fucking rough. That's a really, really rough time for sure. Gotta feel bad. Gotta feel that loss for sure. And these are people that, again, saw his ascension in a sense, like saw him become what he is today. So that sucks to see them die in such a way, unfortunately.
One more tally onto the score that had to be settled. Fire and death blotted Yarrick's
personal
vision
customized
as he saw
Baneblade.
His troops go down heroically. The Imperials matched the zeal of the orcs.
There's an almost stage on the back for Yarrick to stand and cry his commands, really?
Towering and...
Bro, I just imagine, like, if you guys have seen, like, the new Mad Max, not like, not Furiosa, the one before that, the Mad Max Fury Road. You know the fucking, what is it? The doof, what's it called? Doof musician, the guy who plays like the fucking guitar on the back of that giant war rig. That's all I can imagine, except instead of that, it's just like Yarrick up on top of a fucking tank, just giving like oratory speeches on top instead. Just massive fucking like loudspeakers in the background on top of this fucking tank. That's pretty badass, I won't lie. That's cool.
Wet emerged. It was enormous, towering and brutal. It moved with an unnatural speed and shifted the very mood in the air to one of dread. Yarrick felt sick to his soul.
The music thing is an actual orc vehicle. That's sick.
Into the fray.
That's Pog.
The battle had been lost, but
Damn.
Yarrick stood defiant as the two rivals finally stood face to face. But the righteous hate left Yarrick's eyes as the beast he had been chasing for years knocked him unconscious, the dark swallowing him up. He awoke in chains, the metal digging into his ankles and wrists as the old man, the hero of Armageddon, lay suspended over a great pit. His power claw, his bionic eye, and Commissar uniform was gone, leaving the disabled man, Sebastian Yarrick, bare to the world. He looked up to see the face of Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka staring back, and to his shame, Yarrick broke the silence as he screamed hate and vitriol into his rival's face, but no words or sound came back. The monstrous orc was just staring at him. The thought ran cold in his blood as Yarrick thought of exactly what the orc prophet was doing. Observe and learn. The chains
Sizing
were
him up for
loosened,
sure.
and Yarrick began to tumble into the dark below. In those blissful moments, the sensation that death, a place by the Emperor's side, was finally his, felt like peace. Peace for an ancient man who had seen so much war and had earned his rest. Into icy cold water the Commissar plunged, filth and stagnant water filling his lungs until he broke towards the surface. Phosphorescent fungi lit the damp, rotten halls of what he now understood to be the inside of an enormous space hulk. Safety is an illusion, boy. Never forget
So
that.
this is just a captured orc
Adrenaline
space
is your
hulk.
ally, boy. Don't mistake it for fear. They're not the same thing. Weigh everything against your survival.
That's actually good
Live
advice.
to fight. Don't throw everything away on lost causes.
I will say the adrenaline is not your enemy. That's very true advice. Like a lot of people associate adrenaline with what's the word? Like chaos, I guess. Like not thinking, not thoughtfulness. Adrenaline can be very, very useful. You can have adrenaline coursing through your veins and still be able to think. When you can do that, when you can reach a state of mind where you're not letting your adrenaline, your giddiness take hold of you, you're able to do fucking very insane feats with yourself. You'll impress yourself very drastically. Yeah, adrenaline can do crazy things to the human body. You see like videos or hear stories even of like mothers like lifting cars off of their kids and shit like that. It's because of adrenaline. You know what I'm saying? Like just pure adrenaline. Like it can make your body do insane shit. Now, physically, you're going to be fucked up from that shit after the fact, but during the time you won't feel it, right? You're just going to perform how your body needs to perform. And it's crazy exactly what it can do. Like mental barriers that humans set up for themselves. Again, it's the biggest thing. It's the biggest killer of everything, self-doubt in humans. It definitely does affect us the most out of like every other creature, I will say. Throws him down a hole, watch lads, he'll climb out. Yeah, exactly. Like they just want to see what happens, basically, Bane blades can be made to hunt titans. That's kind of crazy. I didn't know that. I assume with the armament that you can get on top of them, you can get some pretty big guns on a Bane blade. Bane blades are not small by any means. The Hulk is still a death trap, but it's still home. True. The orcs call it home. Home is anywhere that floats, you know what I'm saying? Home is anywhere that orcs can Well, I don't even know what orcs would deem as like a suitable home. Do they have like any prerequisite that they need, or will they straight up just call anywhere home? Because I feel like they're really not picky at the end of the day. You know what I mean? I feel like they'll really just like throw their feet up anywhere.
To fight. Don't throw everything away on lost causes. The pit, the near lightless, stagnant hellscape became Yarrick's new home. A life he had lived before as a boy, when the orcs had attacked his homeworld. And once again, Yarrick wasn't alone. Bulging chitinous creatures stalked the dark, hunting for the scraps of human and orc who fell down to their feeding ground. But Yarrick was not stuck down here with these monsters. They were trapped with him. Skulking in the shadows like a beast, the one-armed old man leapt out. Dozens of times he put his life on the edge as he murdered the creatures that walked into his territory. He feasted upon their foul meat. He drank the stagnant water, weighing everything against his survival. In the perpetual night he lost track of how many days or weeks had passed. As if the concept was foreign, deep sleep became a memory as he took short bursts of rest with a blade in his hand. He had become the deadliest creature in a mosh pit of monsters.
I guess they do. They are like a fungus, right? So
or strongest, but the most
they do need
cunning.
oxygen, I suppose.
From the piles of chitinous corpses, Yarrick took their stingers, nailing them to the hole's walls, and began climbing. His body was pushed to his limits, and then beyond them, as hate and faith pushed the rising lactic acid down. After what felt like a lifetime, the old Commissar peeked the surface lip, cutting down the orc guards and breaking his way into the next chamber, only to find more orcs who were seemingly expecting him. Yarrick raged as he was shoved down, beaten, and dragged into another cage. Again he played out the part Ghazghkull had expected of him. Through the long, rusted corridors of the Hulk, the old man was dragged, thrust into a cage with other humans, slaves, and the prisoners of the defeat of Golgotha. To have spent so long in the dark, to have reverted to an animal-like state, only to be thrust into human interaction, jarred Yarrick.
I imagine so, yeah.
Looked to see an old, one-armed man, disheveled and dotted with overgrown white hair. A juxtaposing view of the hero of Armageddon.
Probably doesn't look like much right now.
But fire was still in his eye.
Yeah.
Yarrick had an oath to the Emperor to fulfill, and the role of political officer to read people.
Shadow Sword is the variant that's made to hunt other heavy machines. I gotcha.
And death. These chains wouldn't hold him forever. But if freedom
a lot of
was
combinations
next to
of super tank names, yeah, there's a lot of names.
A dream.
To be fair, a lot of variants.
Death would do.
Chains of Golgotha. Is this like his escape attempt? I'm assuming.
They were letting me go because I had lived up to my legend. I would do more than that when they came again to Armageddon. Legend would clash with legend, and I would bring them more than war. I would bring them more than apocalypse. I would bring them extinction.
Yarrick rose up in the filthy, blood-stained cage and turned to the man he saw stare back at him in disbelief. Colonel Rog, the sixth son, the man whose failure had led to the destruction of the rear column on Golgotha. Though Yarrick had suspected the shame the younger man carried, it didn't matter now. Immediately, Yarrick demanded the information he needed to know. There was no pattern to the guard shifts, and when the prisoners were taken out, they were worked until they dropped. Grueling manual labor in the scrap heaps that flooded this monstrosity of a space hulk. The thousands of slaves were worked until the numbers thinned down, most from exhaustion. Each shift dozens would never return, the piled up corpses in a disgraced corner.
I wonder how many,
awaiting
like,
out
people
of the
he's,
week.
like, interned with right
As
now.
if Yarrick needed any more reminders of why he despised the orcs. Worst of all were the overseers, other humans, traitors, offered more food scraps for turning upon
110
their
books
own.
in, I'm still a little
Yarrick
foggy about
began
vehicle
to
names.
speak, to roar.
I don't think that's anyone's fault, though. I feel like there's so much, like, stuff in Warhammer, like, so much variation. Like, because obviously there's, like, the main models of, like, vehicles, let's say, but then there's, like, fucking 15 variations per vehicle, let's say, like, up to, you know, some cases, depending on what, like, variations of weapons it has attached and whatnot. So I feel like misremembering, like, a variant name is really no big deal. I feel like that's just something that'll happen. Don't feel like that's a big deal at all. Vehicle names do suck sometimes. Yeah, even like real life vehicles, you know, it's hard to remember after you learn so many types of vehicles, you know, even like modern, not modern tanks, but real life tanks, real life military vehicles, even like real life, like civilian cars and stuff like that. Easy to get them confused with how many different ones there are. That's just normal.
For turning upon their own. Yarrick began to speak, to roar out his defiance, but the orcs came running. The beating was brutal, but being the symbol meant more. Commissar Yarrick was alive, and he wanted that news to spread. He knew how the people saw him, the hope and fear. When people have been deprived of the ability to act, they will respond to leadership with gratitude and vigor. Harness this human characteristic, and there is very little you cannot accomplish.
Damn.
Yarrick's
That's very true,
declaration
though.
bore fruit, and like rats in the dark, the brave scurried over to him. Rog, Benjamin Vale, Hans Beckett, Hadrian Trower, Ariana Castell, Ernest Paulus, and to the surprise of Yarrick, Berryman, their overseer. Survivors of the Battle of Golgotha and orc slaves. A crew of the broken and ill, many exhausted and beaten down in spirit over the endless weeks of grueling labor. Some of them were mad. Their sanity almost snapped for what they had suffered, but all were united by hate and the desire for vengeance. The plan was constructed in secret, in the grime, blood and rust-filled slave pens, out of the hearing of their laughing, brutal Xenos overlords. Days, weeks, Yarrick lost track in the sunless existence in the heart of the Space Hulk.
Damn.
Occasionally he caught glimpses of the beast he hated so much.
So there must be quite a few slaves that they have interned
the
here.
Orc prophet was silent, only seeming to stare at the Commissar with curiosity. The manual labor was exhausting, especially on his old bones, but his faith in the Emperor, that endless well, kept him alive, kept him going until the day finally came.
With one
Yarrick
arm,
and the
too,
other
that labor
humans
must be
trudged down the
ass.
Promethean leaking corridor. Berryman used his whip upon the prisoners, with such venom that it barely caught the notice of the orcs, until he lashed it around one of their necks. They sprung into action, with only the zealotry a legend could inspire. Brave men and women sacrificed themselves, igniting the Prometheum in a concussive boom of fire and smoke.
Wow.
Orcs and humans burned as Yarrick screamed, "With me!" Yarrick and his followers ran, darting off into the tight corridors, as the orcs and humans screamed in a mosh pit of panic. Gathering crude orc weapons, they became like rats, crawling through the greasy ancient shafts and the tunnels of this long dead melding of ships. The chants and
Yarrick
roars
leads
of
a
the
slave rebellion on
Greenskins,
Gaz's
a
flagship.
familiar
That's what this
sound to the
is, yeah.
survivor of Teos 3. As Yarrick and his men clung
Another
to the
test?
shadows,
Yeah, feels like
Ernest
it.
Paulus,
He's just watching
a
him every
man
time
who
he
had
sees
clearly
him.
gone mad, utilized his eidetic memory to drive the group deeper into the Hulk, towards their target. Yet the sanity of this plan was not lost on.
I like how he says towards their target. They're not doing this with the intention of escaping. They're doing this with the intention of going and killing Gazgo. We're gonna go take a hit out on this motherfucker. It doesn't matter if we die. We're already fated to death potentially here. Whatever. That's the worst that could happen, right? Let's go kill this motherfucker. That's reasonable. I can get behind that for sure. And it also just shows to like him as well, like the tenacity of humans, right? Like again, Ghazghkull seems to be testing Yarrick in this case. See if he is a worthy opponent, and he's proving that he's a worthy opponent, that he doesn't quit. He wants that opponent dead. It's a great fight, you know, and the orcs fucking love that shit. They're all for it. It's easy to see why he lets him go here. Damn.
Towards their target. Yet the sanity of this plan was not lost on Yarrick. They were all walking dead anyway. So why not use the remainder of their emperor-given life to exact a toll upon the enemy?
Exactly.
One by one, those brave and loyal followers fell, each taking the opportunity to earn the heroic death as a reward. Vale, Beckett, Castell, and Polis would be names etched into Yarrick's soul.
Everyone, basically.
To the time they had brought him, and the mission. Orc blood stained the floors, as they reaped a toll, and vengeance for what they had suffered. But yet not all earned a glorious death in the Emperor's
Gaz
name.
had already told his war bosses Yarrick would lead a rebellion. Really, he already knew that?
Lifetimes Yarrick had lived,
he was already like
he had killed
on
men
top of
who
that
had
shit.
failed. He had killed traitors.
Wow.
He had even killed a good man. But the most important life a political officer could take were the ones of cowards. Just as he did upon Golgotha, the young colonel, sixth son of a noble house, ran. A weak link in the rust of selfishness. What he would give, Yarrick thought, to hunt the colonel
Where
down.
is he running from?
But he knew the coward would
where
find
is he
no
running
mercy
to?
in the arms of the greenskins.
No, like what?
Reflecting back at each other, grins that had a hint of madness to them. The disheveled Yarrick and Berryman were the last two standing. A one-armed, one-eyed old man and a broken soldier. The situation was almost comical. Reaching further into the orc sanctuaries, the two charged. With crude orc weapons and blades, they cut down the bulky beasts. Hate and piety, the fuel needed to bridge the gap in strength between them. Towards an elevator shaft they pushed, but the commotion and time brought, and Imperial blood had run out. The orc horde was coming. The roars and screams of the Xenos grew as Yarrick and Berryman launched themselves up the spiral staircase.
Definitely not enough of them, yeah.
Up, as the echoing stomps
Way
of the
too many
orcs
orcs
grew
on this
closer
Hulk.
behind them, reaching the top. As the klaxons ringed, the orcs stepped out from the elevator as the two threw grenades at them. The desperate scrambled realization registered on the beasts' faces as the platform exploded in a blaze of fire and metal. The blast caved in at the top of the platform, and Yarrick and Berryman began to fall. The one-armed man clamped desperately with his blistering fingers as Berryman lashed onto his leg.
The fact that he's doing all this shit with one arm is
Yarrick
insane,
stared
bro.
down into an abyss, believing finally death was coming. Berryman tried to move up Yarrick, only for the old man's grip to slip. It wasn't going to hold. The two survivors stared at each other as Berryman told Yarrick, "We've taught them a thing or two, eh, Commissar? Will you finish the mission?" Yarrick swore to it as the smiling, brave man let
He's gonna
go,
let himself drop,
spreading
yeah.
like angels' wings.
That's
Berryman
sad.
gave his life, another name to burn into his soul. Yarrick thought.
He gave
as
himself
gave
valiantly,
every
though.
ounce of teeth-splitting strength to pull himself up. His body cried out for sleep, for rest. But what is will but the strength of faith?
Literally.
What gives faith its strength?
It's
if
all in
not
your head.
Will,
It's literally all in your
become
head.
Faith. Become will. For the God Emperor of mankind. To the
Damn.
command room Yarrick strode, finding much to his disappointment the absence of Ghazghkull.
He's gonna walk in there, like he's gonna find Ghazghkull, and he's just gonna like enter the room to like a slow clap. You know what I'm saying? It's literally just gonna be like, "You've passed my tests, Yarrick. You've done all that we thought you would." Like literally, you know what I mean? Like what the fuck? That's literally what's gonna happen here, bro.
But the lives of those that had sacrificed themselves for him would be honored. as Yarrick pressed every control, released every lever,
every control,
and smashed every.
You already saw Gasgol reacts? Yeah,
the
true.
Space Hulk
but we didn't
began
see
to
like from his perspective. We saw like a summed up version of it. I'm curious, like in like the actual interpretation, what happens, right? Because like we saw his reaction to it. Yeah, like he pokes him on the chest and stuff like that. But that was when he was letting him go, right? Or is this all like connected? Like he finds him, and then when he immediately finds him, then he straight lets him go. I thought there was a bit of time that passed in between like this rebellion happening and then him letting him go. I thought there was like a time jump there. I could be wrong though.
And smashed every panel. The Space Hulk began to shake violently. The various ships in this mass graveyard all began to pull at each other.
This is just the
Flame
overview. Okay.
and rubble began to erupt and fall over
keep
the
watching
millions
then.
of orcs and thousands of human slaves trapped
Must all be at the
within.
same time.
A death toll in the thousands upon thousands as Yarrick made the force of this war bleed. The control room broke apart. Red light and klaxons flared as finally the orcs broke in. The ground erupted beneath Yarrick, and once again he fell into a chaos of flame and tumbling metal. Again Yarrick let the dark come. Perhaps he had finally completed his debt to the Emperor. A life of unending war, rewarded with a place at the Emperor's side. But as he fell, he saw his rival, the beast he had chased for decades,
Holy shit.
laughing. Yarrick awoke, his bale eye and power claw reattached.
Okay.
Impossible, he
Okay.
thought. Standing up, Yarrick found the parody of a parade. Orcs lined up on
See, I just wanted to make sure. So he like kind of like passes out, wakes up, and then immediately it's happening. Okay, that's what I was confused about. I didn't know if he was like recaptured and then like processionally let out. But no, it literally is just like this happens, then that happens. Okay. Okay.
Yarrick found the parody of a parade. Orcs lined up on either side, chanting and raving. He faced it, the absurdity of this situation, and walked down the line. He would show them nothing, not an ounce of fear. Finally, he stopped before him, Ghazghkull Mag, Uruk Thraka, and met his gaze with all the cold hatred of his soul. The beast radiated delight. Then he leaned forward, and in high Gothic, "My best enemy, go to Armageddon, make ready for the greatest fight." Yarrick would live, because he gave them what they wanted, what Ghazghkull wanted.
A good fight.
Proper fight.
Yeah.
Approaching the fueled ship and his path towards escape, Yarrick made his vow. They were letting me go because I had lived up to my legend. I would
Literally.
do more than that when they came again to Armageddon.
Also, I will say how kind of them too. Like they didn't have to reattach his arm or his eye or anything like that. But like how kind of them to reattach his arm and his eye. You know what I mean? Because he didn't have those, and now they're just like, yeah, take him back. You go on your way, chap, friend, my guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Taps him on the shoulder. Have a good one. Like, what the fuck, bro? Holy fuck. I love that shit. Think on this. Gaz made orcs stand to attention in lines to show Yarrick respect. Yeah, to show a human respect. Like, that's crazy, you know? But even the orcs themselves, it's not like they were doing that at a, like, it's not like they were disdainful about doing that. They seemed rather pleased that they were doing that, because Yarrick is just fucking pog to them. Like, he's so, like, impressive to them. Like, they're cheering for him. It's not even like they're gonna stand at attention, fucking dead face, no excitement at all. You know, they're at attention, but they're lined up, but they're also exciting. They're cheering his name. They're fucking, you know, they're there for him. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool to see. Which is why all the Marines and forces were there on Armageddon during Hell's Reach. They had warning. Oh, okay, really? So like this was like the prelude to that in a sense, right? So like, I'm coming back for you, motherfucker. And then Hell's Reach is like, that's the continuation war, if you will. I see. Okay. That's cool. Gaz using all his brain capacity to speak Latin as a way to impress his crush? Pretty much, yeah. What the fuck? That's awesome.
I would do more than that when they came again to Armageddon. Legend would clash with legend, and I would bring them more than war. I would bring them more than apocalypse.
Orcs now do actually see Yarrick as a legendary hero. I can see why.
Hades' hive will not survive the first week.
The man speaking is ancient, and he looks every hour of his age. What keeps him on his feet is a mixture of minimal rejuvenant, chem surgeries, crude bionics, and a faith in the Emperor founded in hatred.
That line is hard to ignore. Hard to forget.
I liked him the moment my visor targeting reticles locked onto him.
Wow.
Both piety and hate echo in his every word.
Yeah, we do see this in Hell's Reach. Yeah, I know.
Not to the degree
That's awesome.
he does. He is merely a commissar in the Imperial Guard, and such a title does not tend to make generals, colonels, Astartes
like
captain.
the instant I heard that line, I was like, it just made me smile. You know what I mean? Yeah, it says the X group in Hell's Reach. That's what I mean. That just made me smile hearing that, because it's like, oh goddamn, that's like a total throwback. You know, that's cool to see. That's cool to see. Great line.
Such a title
not
does
even
not
anything
tend
complex,
to
but just like,
generals,
oh, you know, that's what that's from.
Astartes captains and chapter masters remain in polite silence when it comes to tactical planning. Yet to the humans at this war council and the citizens of Armageddon, he is the old man.
The
a
old
beloved
man,
hero
yeah.
of the Second War, 57 years ago. Not just a hero, the hero. His name is Sebastian Yarrick. Even we Astartes must respect that name. And when he tells us that Hades' hive will be destroyed within a matter of days, 100 Imperial commanders, human and Astartes alike, hang on his every word. I am one of them. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick leans over the edge of a hololithic display table with his remaining hand. The other arm is nothing but a stump. He keys in the coordinates on the numeric datapad, and the hololithic projection of Hades' hive widens. With flickering impatience to the display, both of the planet's hemispheres in insignificant detail. The old man, a gaunt and wizened human of sharp features and skeletal obvious facial bones, gestures to the blip on the map that represents Hades' hive and its surrounding territories, wastelands.
6 decades ago, the great enemy met his defeat at Hades. Our defense here was what won us that war.
There are general murmurs of assent. The Commissar's voice carries
That will
around
not
the
happen this
expansive
time.
chamber, through floating skull drones equipped with Vox speakers, where their jaws had once been. I am surrounded by the familiar hum of active power armor, though the scents and faces that meet my eyes are new to me. Standing to my left, at a respectful distance, is Chapter Master Seth of the Flesh Terrors, known to his men as the Guardian of the Rage. He
Flesh Terrors, those are the blood angels that are fucking like ravenous, are they not? Those are like the bad blood angels, am I right? Like those are the, you know, those are the ones that don't fuck around, if I recall correctly. Gabriel Seth, yeah. I'm pretty sure. This is all from Grimaldus' point of view. I was gonna say, yeah, whose point of view is this from? Because he's talking about like Yarrick as if like this is a character there. I was gonna say, this is Grimaldus? This is from Grimaldus' like first person? That's fucking sick. Wow.
Flesh Terrors, known to his men as the Guardian of the Rage.
Not the bad, like, bad as in like bad quotation mark, right? You know what I mean?
Blood running beneath his weathered skin, and the icy, unwholesome reptilian scent of the lizard predator kings that stalk the jungles of his homeworld. Seth is flanked by his own officers.
Flesh Terrors are ravenous, only ones worse are Angels Vermilion. I got you.
Masters. Whatever wars have occupied the Flesh Terrors in recent decades, the conflicts have not been kind to them.
No.
To my left,
they haven't been kind to their conflicts either.
Resplendent in his battle armor of
Hellbrick.
black and bronze. Bayard, the Emperor's champion, is by his side. Both
It's cool because like never like back in the day, right, when I watched Hell's Reach, I never had like the insight or knowledge about any of these characters. So I never actually realized like that old man over the counter with Hellbrick, with Grimaldus, with all these other members. I never realized that was Yarrick. So to know like, yeah, that's who this is. That's the aura this man has. This is why they respect this human so much. Makes so much more sense. You know what I'm saying? Wow, it adds a lot to the story, I will say. It's very cool to see all this.
Bayard, the Emperor's champion, is by his side. Both rest their helmets on the table's surface, the stern's helm distorting the edge of the hololithic display as they give their full attention to the ancient
He's the old man,
Commissar.
he's him, yeah,
I
exactly.
cross my arms over my chest.
No, it's cool. It adds a lot of context to the story. It's very cool.
Someone asks. Their voice is low, too low to be human, and carries over the chamber without the need of vox amplification. 100 heads turn to regard an Astartes in bright red orange of a lesser chapter, one unknown to me. He steps forward, leaning his knuckles on the table, facing Yarrick from an almost 20-meter distance.
We recognize Brother Captain Amaris.
An Imperial Herald announces from his position at Yarrick's side, soothing the formal blue robes of his office. He bangs the butt of his staff on the ground 3 times.
Commander of the Angels of Fire.
Angels of Fire.
Nods in thanks and fixes Yarrick with his
I haven't heard of that one before.
Gaze.
Why would the green-skinned warlord simply annihilate the greatest battlefield of the last war?
Grimaldus says who it is in the animation. He did say who it is in the animation, but again, back then I had like no context for who Grimaldus was, or no, Grimaldus. I had no context for who Yarrick was at that point. So it's like cool, like in hindsight, right? Like now looking back on it, looking back at the events, learning the story of each of these characters, right? It's cool to like fill in those gaps, be like, oh, that's who that was. It just adds like a lot more to the story, right? Especially in like a reminder case as well, right? Because like, again, like I saw it, right? But I didn't link like that's who this was, right? Because he just, again, he looks like an unassuming old man, right? Like that's the like, so that's the what's the word? The unassuming thing about Yarrick is that he literally is just some like old man, you know? You wouldn't think that this guy would be slapping meat on the table, but like, no, there he is doing that, exactly that, right? So it's just cool to see all that, you know? This is a direct expert. It gives more information than the movie did as well. Yeah, like the movie too, it's obviously an animation, right? It's not like it's supposed to be like a lore dump per se. It's definitely more for like what's the word? Like viewing pleasure, animation pleasure, right? And obviously they have to like keep it like time constrained in a sense because of the animation work that they put into it for sure. So they obviously can't show everything. They obviously can't give everything the attention it deserves. And that's no fault of theirs, of course. That's just like, again, down to time constraints and the actual work that it takes to put into those animations. Absolutely. But yeah, like this definitely adds the context I was looking for, I think, for sure. I don't think we found out which legion the Angels of Fire split off from yet. Like, yeah, I want to say Blood Angels, but like that feels too obvious almost. You know what I mean?
Warlords simply annihilate the greatest battlefield of the last war.
The fact that Richard Boylan did the animation solo, exactly right.
And stand ready to
Hard
defend
piece
against
of
the
work that
largest
was.
assault.
Murmurs
But he
of
did a
agreement
fantastic
ripple
job
throughout
on it.
the
Hell's Reach
gathering
is amazing.
commanders. Emboldened, Amaris smiles at Yarrick.
We are the Emperor's chosen mortal. We are his angels of death. We have centuries of battle experience compared to these human commanders at your side.
Another voice replies. This one is distorted into a Vox-born snarl, filtered through a helm's speakers. I swallow as the herald bangs the staff another 3 times. I had not realized I'd spoken out loud.
We recognize Brother Chaplain Grimaldus, Reclusiarch of the Black Templars.
Grimaldus shook his head at the gathered commanders. Over 100, human and Astartes, all gathering around the table in this converted auditorium once used for whatever dreary theatre performance occurred on a manufactory world. A riot of colours, heraldry, symbols of unity, varied uniforms, regimental designations, and iconography. General Kurov stood at the Commissar's shoulder, deferring to the old man in all things.
The Xenos. do not think as we do. The Greenskins do not come to Armageddon for vengeance.
You made
or
a
to
Black
seek
Templar
to
angry by
bleed us
insulting
for
a
the
mortal, you're
defeats
fucked,
they
yeah.
have suffered at Imperial.
And that's the thing too, you know when the Black Templars are fucking speaking up on behalf of like the mortal man, shit's about to go south for you, like straight up. Like, because the Black Templars, they're not gonna just like stick up in that way for just a normal human, you know what I mean? But for the right human, when they start doing that, holy fuck, like that's like, you better pipe down, like straight up, yeah.
Vengeance, or to seek to bleed us for the defeats they have suffered at Imperial hands in the past. They come for the pleasure of violence.
About to get bitch slapped? Yeah, straight up.
A
Straight up.
skeleton wreathed in pale flesh and a dark uniform watched the night in silence. Amaris pounded his fist onto the table and pointed at the Templar. For a moment of deathly calm, Grimaldus considered drawing his pistol and slaying him where he stood.
That lends credence to my belief.
Not at all. Have you inspected what remains of Hades' hive? It is a ruin. There is nothing left to fight over, nothing to defend. The great enemy knows this. He will be aware that Imperial forces will put up no more than a token resistance here and fall back to defend hives that are still worth defending. It is likely the Warlord will obliterate Hades from orbit rather than seek to take it.
We cannot let this hive fall. It is a symbol of mankind's defiance. With respect, Chaplain.
Enough! Peace, Brother Captain Amaris. Grimaldus speaks with wisdom.
Grimaldus inclined his head in thanks.
Like it's
I will
true.
not be silenced by a mortal.
Amaris
Whoa.
growled, but the fight was gone from him. Yarrick, the thin, ancient Commissar, just stared at the Hastati's captain. After several moments, Amaris looked back at the hololithic.
Isn't it kind of rich though? I will not be silenced by a mortal. Fucking Yarrick has been alive like what, like a century, 2 centuries at this point. Like he's basically as mortal as you are at this point, seemingly. Like this guy is fucking ancient and he's not dead yet. He's not dying of like age, clearly. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck does that constitute as then? Like if he's, you know, not dying of age, like seems pretty like immortal to me. Like, as much as you are, at least, like, as an Astartes. I'm just saying, you know. Goddamn. Even Dante asked for Yarrick's advice. Dante could always ask for advice, I feel like. Dante was always, like, looking for anything that could help him, that's for sure. And that's one of the best qualities about him, is the fact that he admits that he doesn't, like, have all the information at all times. He knows that he can seek help from other people and that they will help him. He's like 180-ish at that point. Like, that seems pretty, like, not mortal to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could be wrong, but... Rejuvenation treatments extend lives, but the body still degrades over time. Or each time? Okay. Okay. So is it still possible for, like, humans to rock, like, this age normally? Or is this, like, something else keeping him this old? Grimaldus is over 200 at this point. It's curious, though, that they're almost the same age, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're pretty, not almost the same age, but they're like, they're getting up there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like it's a huge age gap at that point. Once you start getting over like centuries of years, you know, it's kind of like, damn. Possible, yes. Preferable, nah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
His captain. After several moments, Amaris looked back at the hololithic.
Yarrick is probably too valuable to lose, to be fair.
Yarrick turned back to the gathered officers, his one human eye stern. His
350,
augmetic one
400s
whirring
pushing a
and
human
sucking,
body to its limits,
as
but
it
then add
refocused on the
bionics. I
faces
got you.
before him.
Hades will not survive the first week. We must abandon the hive and spread the forces here to other bastions of strength. This is not the Second War. What is coming in system now far exceeds what has laid waste to the planet before. The other hives must be reinforced 1,000 times over.
He took a moment to clear his throat. A cough stole over him, dry and hoarse. When it subsided, the old man
Managed to drink some
smiled
water.
without even the ghost of humor.
Hades will burn. We must make our stand elsewhere.
At this cue, General Kurov stepped forward with a data slate.
We come to the divisions of command. The fleet that will besiege Armageddon is too vast to repel.
A chorus of jeers rose. Kurov rode them out.
Yarrick is probably closer to 250 or more at this point.
Bayard were amongst those that remained absolutely silent.
Bunch of Inquisitors, High Nobles walking around at close to 200.
Those of you who insist
but they only
this
look
war
like they're
will be
50 or
anything more
60,
than a
that's
conflict
fair.
of bitter attrition are deceiving yourselves.
Like Yarrick
At
doesn't look
current
any more than
estimates,
like
we have
60
over
probably,
50,000
to
Astartes
be
in the
fair.
Armageddon subsector, and 30 times the number of Imperial Guardsmen.
Damn.
And it will not be enough to secure a clean victory. At our best estimations, Battlefleet Armageddon, the orbital defenses, and the Astartes fleets remaining in the void will be able to deny the enemy landing for 9 days. These are our best estimates.
And the worst are some Astartes
days.
officers, bedecked in white wolf furs, wearing the grey warplate of the Space Wolves. His body language betrayed his impatience.
50k Astartes not enough.
Paced,
Like, that's what I mean. 50k Astartes, like, that's a fucking huge amount of Space Marines at one point in the 40k universe. Like, to congregate and to, like, fight on the same battlefield, that is a fucking lot of Space Marines. And for them to still be like, yeah, no, that might not do it is terrifying. Like, that's fucking terrifying. Yeah. That's a Legion? Yeah, it is. It is. Obviously different, obviously they're chapterized by now, so different command structure. Overall command is obviously, like, handled, but, like, they each have their own independent command. They're not like a unified force by any means, but damn, like that's a fuckload of Astartes to have mustered at one location at one time. Holy shit. And we're also getting like to see like some other chapters that we haven't heard of before. Like what was that other one that we just heard? I forget the name. Let me just see here. Somebody said it. Damn. The Angels of Fire, that's it. Angels of Fire. Yeah. Like I've never heard of them, for example, you know what I mean? So there's a bunch of like other chapters that just have not been like, or at least to me, that have not, I've not heard reference before. So it's cool to see like 50,000, like God knows where they're from or what chapter they're a part of. Very, very cool.
His body language betrayed his impatience.
I assume a lot of Imperial fists, though.
Paced like a canine in a cage.
4 days.
The old man said through his grim smile.
One thing the animation doesn't portray, as it wasn't super important to the story, was the fact that Grimaldus had 75 Templars under him. See, I didn't know that either. I always thought it was just like him and his squad, you know what I'm saying? But it's cool to know that he actually had like quite a few Templars under his command there. It wasn't just like him and like 4 other dudes, you know what I mean? Like 4 other Astartes. They actually had like a decent like presence there. 75 is not much at all, but like in terms of Space Marine numbers, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Not enough, but pretty good. Third war for Armageddon. So this is Hell's Reach.
The anguish of the earth absolves our eyes, till beauty shines in all that we can see. War is our scourge, yet war has made us wise, and fighting for our freedom, we are free. Horror of wounds and anger at the foe, and loss of things desired, all these must pass. We are the happy legion, for we know time's but a golden wind that shakes the grass. There was an hour when we were loth to part. From life we longed to share no less than others.
Not
Now
to defend
having
Hive. No,
claimed this
no, not
heritage
enough
apart,
by any means. No,
what need we more?
absolutely not. But in
our
terms of like a
comrades?
deployment, 75 is a pretty good number. You know what I mean? When you're technically only supposed to have 1,000 if you're codex compliant, 75 is pretty good. Like that's a good number. You know what I'm saying? Like that's impressive, to be fair. But no, not to hold a Hive city. No, absolutely not. No. I think most 30k legions hovered around 75 to 100,000 Astartes, with some legions being lower. And the Ultramarines and Wordbearers being the only ones with over 100,000. Yeah. Like, there's a ton of Ultramarine chapters nowadays. I have no idea about any of them, you know what I mean? Because there's just so many potential Ultramarine chapters out there. Obviously, I've heard of a few of them, but, like, there is just so many. I do not know them all, to be completely honest. At this point, 40k lore for Games Workshop, the Templars are still a number compliant chapter. Oh, really? Really? At this point? I feel like they're definitely not. I feel like in practice, they 100% can't be chapter or codex compliant, right? They're surely not. I just pulled up the book and it specifically says 100 Marines alongside Fermamdez. Damn, okay. 100 is, again, 100 is a pretty impressive number. When you're only supposed to have 1,000, like that's a tenth of your force being deployed to one city. Like that's impressive, to be fair.
And my brothers.
Never before had the Orc menace been greater. Ghazghkull
in real world time, I got you. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I understand what you're saying.
He has united hundreds of war bands, but with a single goal: the total and utter destruction of humanity in the Armageddon sector. Arrayed against his barbaric horde is the greatest force of arms the Imperium has mastered.
Fermamdez is one of the top-ranking Templars. Oh, hands down. Fermamdez is a fucking G,
dude. The fate of 100 worlds will be decided on the blood-soaked,
probably one of my more favorite, like, hero-type characters, to be honest, still.
Cannot afford to fail. It is the grim dark
I really like his speeches.
To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable, but to look upon the ancient figure, decorated in a sharp, black uniform, with eyes of cold hatred and zealotry, is to feel hope and fear. To Armageddon, Yarrick returned, in the year 998, M41, as the Imperium prepared for the Third War of Armageddon. In the decades since the defeat and escape at Golgotha, Yarrick hadn't ended his hunt for the Orc prophet.
Gotta reread Hell's Reach soon, I'm feeling nostalgic. Well, I mean,
at the
Battle Chicken just posted it in the Discord, so of course, if you want to read Hell's Reach, go give thanks to Battle Chicken. You can read it in our Discord, I'm assuming, you know. I think you post that in general chat if you said so, Battle Chicken, if I recall. Thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate that a lot. Come on down, join the Discord, guys, if you're not a part of it. Awesome to see you guys there. Appreciate it a lot, and it's awesome to talk to you guys there, discuss things with you guys, and see what you guys post. I love seeing that all. Also, while you're at it, and we have the time and we're paused, if you've been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't liked it, hit that goddamn like button right now, guys. It helps out a ton, and I appreciate it a lot. So please hit that like button on the stream. If you guys have been enjoying, subscribe if you're not subscribed. Gotta do the plugs now. Let's keep going.
Earned in vengeance.
It's been the first time all stream. Don't get mad at me.
At the head of a Mechanicus force, its ranks filled with Titans, Skitarii, and Ordinatus engines to scour the world of orcs. The dead of Golgotha had been avenged, but still Ghazghkull evaded Yarrick. The words, "My best enemy, go to Armageddon, make ready for the greatest fight," hung in his head. Armageddon would be where the two rivals would meet again. Yarrick knew it. So when the call for aid came,
if you're not liked and subscribed, Yarrick will be disappointed in you. Yarrick is gonna fucking look at you.
Commissar was
that's all he has to do.
Of peaceful retirement. But Yarrick's vow
Yarrick will stare Emperor, silently.
His hate for Ghazghkull was greater. Armageddon, that smog-filled hellscape that still bore many scars from the last time Yarrick had battled upon its surface. The decade since Yarrick's victory and the death of Ulguhard had seen the Imperium rebuild it into an even greater bastion.
Good.
Generations had been born since that time of legend, but all of them knew the name of the hero of Armageddon.
Yeah.
Yarrick sat at the head of the gathering. Chapter masters, colonels, and contingents from every force of the Imperium were present, all looking at the Commissar before them. The man speaking to them
he just has aura, man.
Ancient,
straight up
and he
aura.
looked every hour his age. What kept him on his feet is a mixture of minimal rejuvenate chem surgeries, crude bionics, and a faith in the Emperor, founded in hatred for the enemies of man. Ordinarily, a mere Commissar had no right to even speak.
It's just kind of like, I'm sorry to laugh, but it's almost like fucking, oh guys, you guys know fucking the wheelchair FDR memes? That's kind of like what this is at this point. They're like rolling Yarrick out there. They're about to see him just like launch himself off a staircase in his wheelchair or some shit, bro. Like fucking end me, you know what I'm saying? Like fuck, that's bad, you know. But no, it's awesome to see. Like even his age, like he's still willing to come out here. Oh my god, sorry, alarm. Oh, scared me. Even in his age, he's still willing to come out here and give his advice. You know, like really. Nothing should be expected to him after how much he's been, like, after how much he's given for the Imperium at this time, but he's still kicking and he has a fucking deep hatred for the orcs. So even without them telling him that he has to do this, he wants to do this more than anything, you know? Fuck, man. Yarrick is just a goddamn G. And like to be a mortal human and like over 200 years old, you guys, some of you guys are saying at this point, that's fucking crazy shit, man. Actually fucking crazy shit. Yarrick has been a character in 40k lore since 89-90. Damn, that's 2nd, 3rd edition. Hell's Reach was written around 4th edition. That's crazy to think of the time, like how long like Warhammer has been going on for. Damn, we're currently in 10th, 11th edition. Yeah. Wheel me closer. I want to hit them with my sword. Yeah, he's gonna get stuck in like the mud or some shit. Imagine like you just see like. You know, the orcs come there to, like, finally fight Yarrick, finally kill him, you know, have a great fight. You know, they've been prepping for years, for decades at this point. They finally get onto the walls and they just see fucking Yarrick in just a wheelchair. And he's just, like, fucking old, frail, dementia-riddled. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. How disappointing would that be, man? And yeah, he somehow still kills the first, like, orc boss that tries to challenge him. Somehow. He still wins that fight. Fuck.
Ordinarily, a mere commissar had no right.
Welcome to how long I've been
speak
studying 40k. I respect it, man. I respect that grind. Holy shit.
But he is the old man. Old Bale I.
You be doing flips in that wheelchair? Maybe, yeah.
57 years ago.
Doing catwalks and shit like that in it.
The hero.
Popping wheelies.
His name is Sebastian Yarrick. Cold fire. Much like the look he had seen in his grandfather's eyes, peered over the delegation as he uttered the words, Hades' Hive will not survive the first week. His declaration was challenged by one of the Emperor's own Angels of Death. But what validation did the Hastatis' protest have, but to the man who had observed and learned for decades about the Prophet, Gazkul Mag.
He's gonna start doing kickflips on those orcs, bro.
Voice joined Yarrick.
Bro, imagine if fucking they get on top of the walls and Yarrick is just there with a fucking longboard. He's just, I challenge you to a shred off, pussy. I know you can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, that would be some shit, bro. There's just like a fucking grind bar set up right on top of the wall. All right, fucking get it, boy. Like, let's get it. You ain't got shit, homie. Like, whoa.
Mag, Uruk Thraka.
AI video will do this. I'm ready for that, bro.
Yarrick.
I want to see that shit.
Gromaldus of the Black Templars.
I want to see it grind off between Gazkul and Yarrick.
To Armageddon for vengeance, or to seek to bleed us for their defeat.
Fucking Yarrick will be shredding out there, bro.
In the past, they come for the pleasure of violence. Hades would burn because the orcs wanted a proper fight, not a detracted siege.
True.
Again, the protests rose. But Yarrick silenced them. Every soldier is a politician to some degree. The higher the rank, the greater the degree. So the student of Lord Commissar Rasp played the part, putting the Hastatis in his place, squashing all doubts and unifying the room. Hades will not survive the first week. We must abandon the Hive and spread the forces here to other bastions of strength. This is not the Second War, and what is coming in system now far exceeds what has laid waste to the planet before. It's good that he can recognize that, though. The other hives must be reinforced 1,000 times over.
It's not about maintaining the symbol, it's about winning the war.
The ancient being, the hero of Armageddon, took command of the Imperium's forces, waiting for Gazkul and his war to darken the skies. It didn't take long for one of the greatest war the Imperium had ever seen to enter the Armageddon system. At the head of an Imperial contingent, so mighty its numbers hadn't been seen for millennia, stood Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. Once again, the blaze reflected in those
The
eyes.
hero of Armageddon
as
inspired the
enormous
hero of
fortress
Hell's Reach.
asteroids
Yeah, no doubt.
rocketed down towards the
Big
surface.
shoes to fill.
One completely obliterating Hades' hive off the face of the planet. The fortress rocks of Gazgul's War slammed into other numerous points all over the planet, ready to unleash the greenskin tide. But there he stood, old Bale Eye, ready for them.
Fuck.
With over 50,000 Astartes and millions of guard from regiments
On his Baneblade.
such as the Cadians and Steel Legion, Yarrick unleashed a wave of Imperial ordnance. The munitions, las, and bolter blotted out the sun.
40k
as
taught me
Yarrick,
some of the most
atop his
important lessons of my
reforged
life.
personal Baneblade.
That's the thing about like 40Ks. There's a lot of like interesting concepts in there that like they're good for narrative pieces, of course, but they also have like a lot of like real world like inspiration and a lot of real world application as well. Like a lot of the stories where it's telling you like, you know, be dependent on yourself, you know, look for the best in yourself, look for the best in humanity, look for, you know, try for what you believe in, fight for what you believe in. Like there's a lot of really, really inspiring stuff in Warhammer, and it's taken from other work, not taken, but inspired by other works as well, right? Like there's so many references in Warhammer that I've noticed right away, and it's honestly very, very interesting, and it does teach you a lot too. Like I almost wish I got into Warhammer earlier, to be honest with you, so I had a better knowledge of it. But I'm glad that I'm learning now, you know what I'm saying? Because it really is a very nuanced like story, the whole thing from the Horus Heresy. And I will say the Horus Heresy probably is some of my favorite stories so far, because there's just like, you know, so much back and forth, so much like relationships going on, or so many relationships going on, relationships breaking, being made, whatever have you, bonds being made through war, through loss. It's a very, very nuanced time period, and there's a lot to learn from it. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very interesting. I feel like a lot more people, if they read Warhammer and they like, or read or listened to Warhammer and they like had the ability to read between the lines, because I feel like a lot of people nowadays too, and this is the unfortunate part, a lot of people nowadays don't have the ability to like seemingly read between the lines on things. Like they're not willing to look past just what they're looking at, just what they're reading. You know what I'm saying? They're not willing to like, they're not willing to itch their brain at all anymore. You know what I'm saying? And it's really unfortunate, because like a lot of people will just take shit at base value and that'll be it for them. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's where like the misappreciation for a lot of works comes from, for sure. And Paint It Red, yeah, like, and that's the thing, like they'll instantly compare it to something else and call it not as good because it's not like something else. You know what I'm saying? When it's very much its own thing done in its own way. And if you look at it from that perspective and are able to appreciate what it's doing in its own way, then I feel like, you know, it's all about opening up your mind a little bit more. I feel like, you know, a lot of people just aren't willing to do that. Most important lesson is to always use your wheelchair to style on the orcs, bro. That's so facts. Any opportunity to style on the orcs, you have to do. You know, it's about whose cock is bigger, and if you can prove that you have a bigger cock than the orcs, you've already won. That's all it is. Lesson 1: enjoy the good times, because things get hard, and you need to keep pushing on regardless. Very true, very true. Like, and that's the thing too. Like, yeah, a lot of people give up after like, a lot of people are too easy to break, and I know that's like that sounds rough. But a lot of people they'll encounter hardship in their lives once or twice, you know, and it'll break them. They'll completely change their outlook on life. They'll completely change the way they act, what they do, the things that they like, because of this one thing that didn't go their way in their life. Like, for example, like, you know, like I wanted to do law enforcement for a time, right? I ended up not doing it. It didn't, you know, it wasn't something I wanted to do with my life. Over time, I realized that, right? I just in Canada, I can't really see the point of doing law enforcement in Canada anymore. It just isn't really worth it, in my opinion. And that's a whole other conversation for another day. But, you know, that was my dream for the longest time. Now, I'm not going to sit here and cry about it and fucking beat around the bush, lay in bed all day and not fucking improve my life at all because this one thing didn't go my way. I'm going to at least try to get out there and try to make something of myself while I can, right? Like, that's what it's about, right? You just got to take it as it comes, but you got to always keep moving on. You know what I'm saying? You can't let shit just get you down and keep you down, you know? And that's easier said than done, I know for sure. For me, like, one of the things that keeps me down a lot, it'll be interpersonal relationships, right? So if I'm close to somebody, that person fucks me off, that'll get me depressed, you know what I'm saying? That'll keep me down for a bit. But then you also have to realize too, like, you can't be dependent on other people to make you happy. That's obvious, right? But like, you can't depend on other people, period, is what I've come to realize in my life. Like, you very much have to be dependent on yourself. You very much have to be able to do things for yourself and achieve them in a way that you deem respectable for yourself, to your liking, right? And it's always good to have people push you, for example, like, not in like a bad way, but to have people behind you saying like, okay, like, you keep going, you know what I'm saying? Keep going a little further, do it a little more, you know what I'm saying? You should try a little harder. That's always actually really good for me personally. I like having people do that to me because it inspires me to do better shit, you know? Not to get off on a rant on something completely different here, but something I want to talk about quickly, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Completely off topic rant, but hey, Anthrax, how you doing? We're almost done now. You're a little late to the party, but how you doing, man? Good to see you.
Son.
Where are we? We're 8 minutes to finish, my guy. Unfortunate. Actually, let me see here. How long have we been going for? We've been going 5.5 hours. We're 8 minutes to finish. We're actually right at the tail end here, unfortunately. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I clicked off the video. There we go.
As Yarrick, atop his reforged personal Baneblade, roared a challenge to the Greenskins. His eye blazing with killing ruby light as old Bale
Papa John's demands my soul. Oh no.
Scum.
Not Jonathan.
Being a symbol was nothing.
Fuck.
Being a legend.
The Colonel demanded my soul for a long time. I understand how it is.
The Imperium and its enemies. The Orc hordes under Ghazghkull clashed with Yarrick's troops as the battle spread out like an infection across the world to the other hives. It was beautiful. The counterattacks and defeats Yarrick thrust upon his rival.
Let me just say, working at KFC, man, not my favorite job at all.
Shines in
Hated
all
that
we
shit.
can see. And there was nothing more beautiful than the destruction of the Emperor's enemies. Many times a life of peace could have been his.
I'm gonna pause it right here again. Also, there's always the real main message of Warhammer. Look how cool these guys are. You should go plastic minis. You should go buy plastic minis of them. True, true. I mean, like, again, like, there obviously is like the monetization aspect of 40K. Like, obviously it's a business like any other. They got to make money, right? I understand that, you know. And I will say I'm not happy with how Games Workshop pursues their copyright. I will say that right now. I feel like everyone here is probably in mutual agreement of that. I feel like that's not a controversial take at all. That being said, to deny that, like, there is good messages in there, there is good messages within the writing, within the works that they make, like, you have to admit, like, there is some fantastic ones in there, right? Like, that's the thing. But it is a business at the end of the day. I understand why they do the things they do. I just don't necessarily agree with them, the method of it. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Because, like, they don't have to pursue it to the degree necessarily that they do. That's for sure. And they definitely go a step beyond and above for their claims. So, yeah. That's the thing. That's my only issue with them. But, yeah, besides that. Metal models in my day. Metal models actually sound very, very cool. I almost, like, feel like I prefer that to an extent. How were they, Andrew? Were metal models actually, like, decent? Were they better quality than what they are nowadays? Go buy plastic crack, true. Gonna be a manager next week, not looking forward to it. Damn, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, no, I feel that, though. When I worked at KFC, bro, they trained me to be a manager. I shit you not. They trained me, and because when I worked at KFC, I got essentially 4 people that I knew hired there as well. One of them was a girl. You know, she was just a friend of mine. We weren't anything, right? She was a friend of mine. I got her the job, right? We were both getting trained to be managers, right? They trained us, quote unquote, for 2 months, right? We were closing by ourselves. We were both in high school, by the way. We were both, like, I think 17 at the time. I think she had just turned 18. I was 17 still at the time, for sure. I think she was actually 17 too. We both started there when we were 16, 17. trained there for 2 months to be managers, didn't get paid anything for it. We were closing by ourselves. We were doing all the cash tills by ourselves at the end of the nights, doing all this shit. Oh yeah, we'll put you on the training course next week. Oh, next month. Oh, maybe a month from now. It was all for literally $1 raise. Never ended up getting it. I fucking quit. I walked out of there with 4 other people when I did quit. I'm not trying to say I closed down the store for any amount of time, and I didn't like walk out, but it was more the case of like, I'm quitting, and when I quit for a fact, 4 other people are going to quit with me. Like straight up. That's what happened. You know what I mean? Like, because I got all these people hired there, and it was just like, listen, it's a job. You know, we need people. I want people I can work with, that I like, that I can depend on, that I know will do their job. So it was literally the case of, I'll get you a fucking job if you want a job. I got them the job, and we all fucking left when it went to shit. It was pretty good, man. I'm not going to lie. I'm proud of it. I'm pretty proud of it. Admittedly. Maybe I shouldn't be, but thank you for sharing your story. Yeah, no problem. Listen, I don't talk about shit like normally without being asked. If I'm asked about shit or if something's brought up, I got no problem like talking about shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't usually talk about like my personal life, things that have like, you know, gone on, what I've done type of thing, unless there's like a specific question about it, just because like I've never been good at talking about myself, I guess you could say, you know what I'm saying? But I don't have any problem with talking about it, sort of thing. You know, it's just I guess I'm not the best. Like I've never like outwardly done it. You know what I'm saying? Before. Plastic crack calls to my soul, beckoning me to eternal debt. Yeah, holy shit. The metal are shit compared to the metal models. Oh, they are shit compared to the metal models. Okay, I misread that. I got you. The early metal models are made out of lead. Oh shit, really? I bought one because it was cool. Glue and paint, both those stick well. That makes sense. That makes sense. Besides the copyright situation, I love it. I think it's hilarious. Building a super expansive, deep lore with real messages and sometimes amazing stories. Telling just to sell minis is great. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Sorry, I have to burp, as gross as that is. I have to burp right now, and it's like totally impeding my ability to talk. Oh, God. Okay, I think we're good. Jesus. Sorry about that. That was gross. Ugh. But yeah, no, we got totally massively distracted on a complete like tangent there. Let's finish this off. We got 8 minutes left. Let's finish this off. And we can continue talking about all this after the fact. Okay, guys? So we got 8 minutes left. That was a massive tangent. Metal models suck? Okay, metal models suck. I'm actually surprised. I definitely thought the appeal of metal models would be good, but like it feels like they would look good, but I can imagine painting them, as you say, like nothing would stick to them easily. It would definitely be a pain in the ass that way. But I feel like, I don't know, they're just more sturdy. I feel like aesthetically they'd be kind of cool, you know? Maybe that's just my opinion, though.
Many times a life of peace could
anyway,
have been
tangent
his,
concluded.
But now, having claimed his heritage of heart, what need we more, my comrades and brothers? He hated
metal models are
core
heavy.
Of his being, the party knew
and if
was
the
there
modern models were metal, the spindly bit would break. I got you.
The heritage of heart, the love of war. For months, the two rivals would observed and learnt about each other for decades clashed. A war that piled the dead in the millions as the orcs and Imperials fought from the jungles to the ash wastes, all the way to the intimately brutal face-to-face conflicts in the Hive cities. A war of legend that would give rise to many heroes, until the Imperials exhausted the war of Gazkul. Again to the stars, Yarrick chased his hated foe, joining the Black Templars' crusade fleet. And after months of pursuit, Yarrick and Helbrecht were finally able to catch up to Gazkul.
Yarrick went out with Helbrecht to go catch Gazkul? Seriously? That's cool.
In the ensuing battle of Haunted Gulf.
What the fuck?
But again, the Orc Prophet escaped. Yarrick slumped to the floor. He was tired and old. He knew that his escape meant ill for the galaxy. An Orc who watched and learned, planned and strategized. An Orc who meditated and kept his thoughts to himself. There could be nothing more dangerous. From the bells of lost souls in the Imperial Palace on Terra, a ring echoes throughout the Imperium. A reported demise of an Imperial legend is sung. Rumors of the boy from Taos 3, student of Rasp, hero of Armageddon, the old man,
all the titles,
old Baal Eye, the Commissar.
Man has like 7 titles.
Yarrick, has finally joined the Emperor at his side. The illumination of the end, a mystery.
They paint-fine details aren't as prominent?
A glorious death where legend clashes with legend.
Converting them is a nightmare. Only superglue works, damn. Don't tell me that was the end right there, really? Holy shit, that was the end right there? Really? Let's go back a little bit.
For the galaxy, an orc who watched and learned, planned,
I want to watch the end part again. I was kind of distracted by chat.
An orc who meditated and kept his thoughts to himself. There could be nothing more dangerous. From the bells of lost souls in the Imperial Palace on Terra, a ring echoes throughout the Imperium. A reported demise of an Imperial legend is sung. Rumors of the boy from Taos 3, student of Rasp, hero of
Those are just rumors though, right?
The old man.
Rumors
old
that he
Baal
died.
Eye, the Commissar Sebastian Yarrick, has finally joined the Emperor at his side. The illumination of the end, a mystery. A story to be told. A glorious death where legend clashes with legend.
So is it really off-screen death? Like that, not a book, nothing like actually like, you know, describing how it happened, no reference to it, just like Angron allegedly killed him? Is that it, really? There was borderline rebellion amongst fans when they discontinued Yarrick, so they actually they just stopped with him? Really? That seems like a completely missed opportunity. I'm kind of surprised by that, really. All off screen, really? Really? That's kind of shocking. I'm kind of disappointed by that, I'm not gonna lie. I really figured like that's a missed opportunity. He seems like a badass character. Why have him die off screen? You know? I feel like they could have really got emotions running high. I don't even care that he died necessarily, right? Like I think, okay, maybe it's better for the story if he does die. But at least like show the viewer, like, you know, have a story where it like actually shows his death, what happens, what transpires. I feel like that would get a lot of people really, really emotional, really like feeling for him kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? Very shocking that they just discontinued him. Like that's what it seems like. Discontinued. Yeah. What the fuck? Very strange. But no, I think that's where that ends, guys. That was Commissar Yarrick by the Amber King. 40k lore by the Amber King. Yes, guys. Wow. That was a great video, honestly. The story of Commissar Yarrick, I have to say, was very, very good. The entire thing, awesome to see. Like, basically just a goated character. You can't go wrong with this guy. The amount of aura he has amongst orcs, amongst humans, amongst Astartes, amongst everybody. I think everybody in the galaxy probably knows this guy's name and at least like 1 or 2 of the feats that he has achieved in his time. And he's been alive for fucking ever. Just being a mortal human and living that long is insane, right? But living that long in the context of 40k, because obviously you have like, you know, you have said like gene therapy, you have like bionicle enhancements, you have whatever to keep you alive, right? But the fact that he's a soldier, a commissar on the battlefield and he's stayed alive that long, you know what I'm saying? And yes, he's had some like some hiatus, right? He's gone on vacation here and there. He's retired for a time, but still, you know, like holy shit, you got to give respect to just that alone. The fact that he was able to go through all these multiple different combat engagements and come out alive on top of it and get captured by the orcs and come out alive on top of it is fucking insane. It's nothing short of like godly in my mind, you know, for just a baseline human without power armor to achieve all these feats. So goated character in my mind. I'm really impressed with the story. I just will say the end kind of disappointing. By kind of disappointing, I mean realistically disappointing. You know what I'm saying? Really wish they didn't give him an off-screen death. I really wish there was more to say about that story. I can't really see the merit in ending it off that way. Not Amber King's fault, obviously. This is just a story in general, right? yeah, I really wish we got to see like more, like how he ended up, maybe exactly who killed him and what method he was killed in, as gruesome as that is to say, obviously. But I feel like all these details would be really, really good to know. I feel like it would add a lot of context to 40K. I feel like fans would get really, really hyped up or really sad, depending. It'd probably be really, really sad because of the connection that people have to him, rather than just casually saying, oh yeah, he died years ago off screen. There's nothing more to say about him. You know what I mean? That's pretty a depressing end. I'm not going to lie. It feels like they could have done a lot more with it, to be honest, but it is what it is. You know, I'm not going to let that detract away from like the actual story itself. I just wish it had a more, satisfying ending, I guess you could say, a more conclusive ending, rather than, yep, he went off to hunt him and then he died to Angron. Okay, I guess, like, you know what I mean? Like, fair enough, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, I thought that was great though. Still, at the end of the day, I had fun watching that. Hopefully you guys all enjoyed. That was a long one. We've been going for about just shy of 6 hours now, so probably realistically I took 20 minutes at the start of the video. That's my bad. I'll add a timestamp in at the end here for somebody, unless somebody has already done that. I don't know. I haven't checked the comments yet. If somebody wants to go add a timestamp in for the start of this video in the comments, feel free to do that for me. Otherwise, I'll obviously do that after this video is uploaded. I'll try to remember, just so anyone finding it later can obviously get to the start of the video quicker. But yeah, guys, no, I thought that was fantastic. Wow. There are some fan theories / fan fiction of Ghazghkull finding out Angron killed Yarrick. I have heard of some of that, actually. I think I have heard of that sometime before. Isn't Ghazghkull like super pissed and they're like going out to go hunt Angron now, essentially? Like Angron is now enemy number 1 because they fucking killed Yarrick. I've heard something about that. That's pretty funny to me, to be honest. And like, there's obviously ways they can work around just getting rid of Yarrick, and like ways they can like entertain the idea and like still have fun with it, I guess. But like, shit, dog, I just feel disappointed that he's just gone like that, you know? Damn. Truly, it's sad, you know? At least Gaz will get justice for Yarrick. Bro, if Ghazghkull takes down Angron, could you imagine how fucked up that would be? Like, not even fucked up, it'd be cool. I think that would be really, really cool, I won't lie. If, like, the orcs somehow managed to take down a demon prince, that'd be some shit, bro. Straight up be some shit. Assumed dead by fans. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's rumored that he's dead, right? But if it's been confirmed, I don't know, because some people are saying it's been confirmed. That's the problem, right? I heard rumor in this video. Anthrax, I know you're saying it's assumed dead, but some people say, like, it's been confirmed. I don't know the authenticity of any of that, to be fair. I'm not going to claim to either. Theory that Gaz is getting ready to fight Angron because of it. Yeah, man, that's awesome. All lore about this is speculation. I got you. Okay, that makes sense. I thought it was confirmed recently. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. See, not even the fans know what's going on here. Yeah, see. So I'm not gonna say one way or the other. Maybe it has been confirmed, maybe it hasn't been. It's hard to say until I can personally confirm it for myself. I feel like I can't really speak on it then too much, but if it has been confirmed, that's awful disappointing, I will say. Awful disappointing. But if not, I mean, you know, hopefully he comes back. If not, I will say, because I would love to see some more Yarrick. I'm sure you all can agree with that. Yarrick is an awesome character. We would love to see more of him in the Warhammer space for sure. And I'm sure he has his own model too, if I recall, right? I'm pretty sure Yarrick has his own like mini. I gotta look into that, man. It probably fucking looks awesome. God damn. Yarrick on his Baneblade, damn. Whoa, thank you, Hobbit. Oh my god, I appreciate that. Holy shit. Wow, guys. Best be giving thanks to some, thanks to Hobbit over there. Holy shit, wow. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for that. Big thank you to Hobbit there, guys. Ugh, better say thank you. Better say thank you. We're gonna get spammed by notifications now for the next, like, end of this video, but it is what it is. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate that a lot. If I remember correctly, it's confirmed in the 10th edition Guard Codex. Okay, okay. If you guys are in the Discord, look that up in the Discord. Post that there. I'd like to see more on that. Like to see more on that. Shout out to the midget. Yeah, true, true. No, thank you, Hobbit. That does mean a lot to me, for sure, for sure. And it should mean a lot to you guys too, all of you silenters just sitting in the back here. I want a Gaz versus Demon Angron animation. Bro, somebody should totally make that, to be honest. Yeah, that'd be some cool shit for sure. Even just like orcs versus like chaos in general would be very, very cool to see. I feel like we haven't seen any of that, to be honest. I feel like it's a missed opportunity. Be awesome to see. His model was moved into Legends in the rules, which means it can't be used in regular play. Oh, really? So it's only like for like, you know, like hobby playing, right? Like if you're playing amongst your friends or at like the local store or whatever have you, right? They're not going to like allow his model in like tournaments and the like. That's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. Was he just too much of like a meta mini, I guess? Or like, was there a reason for it? Or is it because he was like dead in lore, quote unquote? I'm assuming it's probably because he was dead in lore and they just wanted to make it like make sense. But it always sucks to see like models get like removed from play, quote unquote. You know what I mean? I don't know what's in the 10th edition Hare's Codex. I'll look real quick. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Yeah, if you want to post it in the Discord, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and do that. I'd love to like know for sure. For absolutely. Salute to the old man of Armageddon, and may Herman von Strab rot in the warp for all eternity. Yeah, true, dude. That guy was a joker. That guy was an actual fucking joker. I don't know what his problem was. Actual fucking turncoat behavior right there, bro. No need for what like he did there. Like, first off, he tried to like shaft Yarrick by putting him in a lesser position, and then not sending reinforcements, not reacting to the orcs at all, and then virus bombing the city in an attempt to kill Yarrick because he was a thorn in his side. What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, what an absolute rat that guy is. Holy shit. But no, guys, if you guys enjoyed the video, make sure you leave a like, or the stream, I should say, video for anybody watching later down the line, of course. But if you guys enjoyed the stream, leave a like on the stream, subscribe for more content from me, and of course, leave your recommendations down in the comments below. Come on down, join our Discord if you're not a part of it. I'd love to see you guys there. Awesome to hear you guys discuss, so come on down, join the Discord if you're not there. Awesome to see you guys there. And big thank you, of course, to all of our members, all of our Hastati, all of our new Hastatis as well, our Principes, Dagenhart, and Hobbit, and our Prefectus, Fear. I appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day, of course. And yeah, with that, guys, confirmation posted in the 40K general section on Discord. Awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate that a lot. But yeah, with that, we're probably going to end the stream here. I am thinking I might want to stream a little bit more tonight. I'm not sure when. It's probably going to be in a little bit here. Do want to take a little break, maybe get some more pizza in my gut because I'm a little bit hungry still. And then after that, we'll see. I might do a little bit of gaming casually on my own, and then I do kind of want to stream a little bit more tonight. Honestly, kind of thinking about doing a callback to my favorite Call of Duty of all time. I shouldn't say of all time, but one of my most favorite Call of Duty games. Off topic, I know, but I want to give it the attention it deserves. Call of Duty World at War. I have been wanting to do just a stream of that game. Just fucking max the campaign out, do it all in one night kind of thing, because it's not a very long campaign. It's been years since I played Call of Duty World at War, so I really do just want to play that game again. I have it on PC, so we'll see. Maybe not. Maybe it'll be more Skyrim tonight. Obviously, that's not to say that Skyrim's going to be stopping. I just want to do a one-off video, play the game again for nostalgic reasons, because I haven't done it in a long time. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it so much. Great video by the Amber King, as always. Fantastic video. Couldn't have asked for better. And yeah, you guys have a good rest of your night. If I don't see you later on tonight in the later stream, have a good rest of your night. And until next time, this has been Centurion, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys.